Hey, I think I think I need new Reddit mods. I feel like the ones I've got right now are not too sure about what direction we want to go in. My Reddit is very unrepresentative of my values right now. Let's see. No, not this. We might need some new Johnnies. I'm also trying to. I'm considering cataloging. I think I told you this before, is cataloging every misleading or incorrect footnote that Finkelstein is guilty of doing in his work. And I just went for the first one I could remember, just off the top of my head. And it's taking me about 10 minutes to find the footnote because he's citing an older version of a book, which is much harder to find. But we'll see. So it'd probably be a large project. That's a lifetime project. I know, right? But something about me just really wants to be Richard Evans from the David Irving trial. So who knows? We'll have to do a lot of reading, lots of dense volumes, but but let's have a look. That shower took 2 hours. Well, I showered and then I did other stuff, dipshit.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Thanks for the $5, Fast and Bulbous. I really appreciate that. Okay. Apparently, there's a footnote here on page 350. God, this is an old copy. My God. Vintage. Oh, no. Oh. At the meeting, Eliezer Bauer, Barry of Kibbutz Hazoria, and an aide of Labor Minister Bentov described the IDF excesses in the Galilee as Nazi acts. Galilee's review of the IDF excesses in Operations Haram and Yoav was not exhaustive, and its detail was not recorded in the official protocol. What happens in Safsaf? Many of the villagers fled and the impact of the fall of Arab Safad. Some all later returned after ALA units garrisoned the village. The village was bombed on 29th of October. Some villagers fled. Some died in the subsequent battle for the village. The IDF entered the village on 30th of October, according to Nazal's witnesses. The soldiers then raped 4 village women and blindfolded and executed about 70 men. The soldiers then took their bodies and threw them on the cement covering of the village's spring. Soldiers who subsequently reached the village assured the inhabitants who had remained that no harm would come to them and that those who had fled could return in safety to their homes. But the villagers had no faith in these assurances and fled to Lebanon. Nazal's account of what happened at Safsaf's in the main tallies with the Galilee's account, as jotted down by Aaron Cohen. But accounts of what happened at Sasa vary. Sasa. This is the one that doesn't have as much documentation, I don't think. A witness is recalling that villagers fled to Lebanon without a fight after hearing of the fall of Safsaf after the withdrawal of the local ALA garrison. Shafani supports this. Galilee spoke of killings and expulsion. Carmel, interviewed in early 85, recalled that soon after Sasa capture, he had seen evidence of killings in the village. This is the only reference I have found to an atrocity at Salih. Perhaps Galilee or Cohen had confused the name of the village and was referring to the atrocity that had taken place in the Lebanese village of Hule, in which 34 villagers were murdered by IDF troops. Yeah, people confuse the names of villages all the time. So this is the footnote where he talks about IDF excesses and then mentions rape, killing, execution, expulsion, blindfolds. Okay. And I think at a MAPAM meeting in November, IDF atrocities, or as Morris sometimes calls them, excesses and nudging in the Galilee, were described as Nazi acts. This is Finkelstein characterizing that footnote we just read. The word nudging isn't even there. But when he says excesses, he goes on to talk about the rapes and the executions. Because I thought, like, if you're talking about the Galilee, which is Operation Hiram, which were some of the worst atrocities of the IDF, I don't. If he called it nudging, that'd be pretty cringe. But he actually didn't. And I wonder if the word nudging is anywhere in this book. Like Ben Gurion, they realized that a transfer of the prospective large minority out of the emergent Jewish state had begun and that with very little extra effort and nudging, it could be expanded. Must be expanded by nudging or propelling more Arab communities. So he's not referring to any specific atrocities like the ones in this footnote. He's just saying, okay. That's in the revised version. Huh. But obviously here, this is just like, it's one word that he's added and it's like but the impact that that has is, imagine if, again, this is footnote number fucking 22. What if he's doing this like 3 or 4 times in the whole paper, or 5 times or 10 times? It's just it's this massive, it's like a death by 1,000 cuts when you do shit like this. Because he doesn't, IDF atrocities, or as he sometimes calls them, excesses and nudging. It's not like he's downplaying any of the atrocities. He's literally listing them all. If you start with excesses, but then you go on to say what actually happened, then how is that downplay? Yeah, but obviously this is what you're trying to say. You're trying to say he's downplaying. Fuck me. Yeah, it's just he just does this all the fucking time. But this is I think a more rare case of him actually just lying, like just putting a lie in quotation marks. Ugh. What are we reading? This is a paper that Finkelstein wrote in 1991 for the Journal of Palestine Studies, about Benny Morris's characterization of the 48 War. And it's funny because he's kind of just pushing back on Morris's claims using Morris's book. He doesn't really add any information apart from a few sources that have been thrown out as like propaganda. Let me see. What's this person's name? Respect. He does this as well, I think. he talks about Mir Pail as a widely respected Israeli historian of the 48 War, even though I don't know who exactly this guy is widely respected by. I thought this guy was more fringe. Like he'll do that, yeah, but he'll just do things like this again. He'll just inflate the. We've done this before as well. Like I think even there's been a couple of instances in the past where he actually will exaggerate the number of pages in a book. Like he'll exaggerate the number of pages in a book, but he'll also inflate the credentials of whoever he's sourcing if they're less reliable. Like just the amount of like adjectives he likes to throw in. I wonder if he's like I wonder if he lies about the number of times he's read each book as well. Yeah, it's just so interesting seeing so much of this. I think for Haifa as well, this is a really weird one. Is he talks about the covert expulsion of Arabs in Haifa, even though he doesn't really add anything to the story to say that it was a covert expulsion. He doesn't add any. He's saying that Carmel's goal, his stated goal, was to go into Haifa and expel the Arabs. But again, there's no. He doesn't cite any evidence for it. He just uses mostly Morris's work and then adds in a few works from propagandists. Like I think there's this one author because I remember hearing that I used to believe this story as well. He cites what's his name, Michael Palumbo, but again, this is a source that has since been completely dismissed by mainstream historians as just like a propaganda piece. But it's interesting that he calls Haifa an expulsion because, as far as I know, I think even the survivors in Haifa, they gave different reasons for fleeing. Some said they fled because of the fighting. Others said they fled because of the unpleasance of the military rule. Others said they fled because they were told to, because that was the one where there was actually an Arab evacuation, like an explicit Arab evacuation. But he just, I don't think any of them ever said they were expelled. He's just, he's doing the thing where he doesn't have anything new to offer to the conversation. So he's just changing the meaning of words to make it look like the other person is downplaying something. Because there's no factual contribution here from him that's different. Is he's just saying that because Moshe Carmel was very aggressive and that Moshe Carmel didn't like having Arabs in the city, that it must mean that he was doing a covert expulsion. What is it he says here? Like this, for example, the commander of the Carmeli Brigade, Moshe Carmel, feared that many Arabs would remain in the city. Hence, he ordered that 3-inch mortars be used to shell the Arab crowds on the market square. But again, is there any evidence that Carmel did this with the mortars because he wanted Arabs to leave? Like, no, there's not actually any evidence. It seems to be that the command for the use of mortars was to pressure the local leaders, the local militants, into surrendering. And obviously, one of the extraneous consequences of that was that you make people run away. But the fact that he's saying that this is why he did this is just like, it's just inaccurate. That's the thing, is like he always needs to take something that is condemnable on its face and just square it and just double it, because then everyone else who disagrees is just like a downplayer. It's really, I don't know, I'm just like going through some of these and just learning about his methods. It's just really, really, it's quite interesting to me. It's also, it's actually helping me explain a lot of the behaviors of other people because it's such an effective tactic. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm like kind of triggered, but also quite impressed at the same time going through all this. Anyway, anyway, I do not think I'm going to stream for very long today because yesterday was quite busy, especially with very little sleep. Your mods are marking Jews in the Discord. What? No, they're not. Oh yeah, the Reddit. Oh my god, the fucking subreddit. Do you think this is dishonest because he really believes what he's saying? It could be. You can believe what you're saying and also be dishonest. You can actually just have that moral outrage and and you can sincerely believe that your reinvention of the definition of words is helpful and that's what. But again, that's just because you're not doing the original research yourself. You're just a secondary you're just like a person using like a secondary source just wanting to, or you're using secondary sources, but you just want to inject yourself in the conversation. It just feels like very shoehorned. Okay. Let's see what this thread looked like. This is the most recent one. Is this President Sunday's comment about the Holocaust historically accurate? Would love to see it discussed here. Bro! Genocide of Jews as official policy of Nazi Germany is one of the key elements of Holocaust, and denial of that fact is actual Holocaust denial. Yeah, it is. I know that. I know it is. Matter of state policy. First, they contend that while mass murders of Jews did occur, although they dispute both of the intentionality of such murders as well as the supposed deservedness of these killings, there was no official Nazi policy. Bro, he doesn't. I don't. It's not even the problem. Is like I don't know. This is what I mean though. Is like you want to fuck it, whatever. I'm not going to talk about president. We've had that discussion. It's okay. It'll probably get uploaded. Accidentally doing Holocaust denial to trigger the libs. Is this Embo Man? That's his profile, isn't it? Did he remove a post? Is there one detail relating to the official history of the Holocaust you're allowed to be skeptical of without being a denial? Oh, is this person kidding? Oh, this person must have been banned, right? Yeah, they're banned. Perma. Oh, semantics about policy. Let's go. Order of mass shootings. I don't. The thing is, I know what Sunday would do as well. Is he'll just change the meaning of official to fucking to mean public, like broadcasted to the world. Because that, yeah, I don't know. Fuck. Have you ever actually read Plan Dalit? Yeah, I have. Yeah. Well, I've read the English translation of it. Like, it's not that big. If a what the fuck does this mean? If a white guy is equating you to a Nazi apologist loner, then you need to rethink your worldview. Then again, you did deny the trans genocide in the US, so I'm not surprised. Go back to school, kid. What the fuck? Why? Who's the person who wrote this about Holocaust denial? Uh, It's funny because this is more Holocaust denial than I've ever been accused of doing. Oh god. Is this the dude? Yeah. Oh, he's oh, Pennsylvania. Okay. Also, University of Edinburgh. Damn. What is he though? He's an MA candidate. Okay. Liebstadt. Oh well. I'm just okay. So that was a weird Reddit thread. Okay, let's see. I hate myself for making this. That's just a meme. Okay. If only they'd asked President Sunday. The myth of consensual understanding of the word policy. I consent. I consent. I don't. Good one. Good one. Cultural revolution. Question about even if Israel nuked all of Gaza, it's not genocide. One second. Excuse me. We'll do that in a minute. Okay. Ah, where's this? Okay, here we go. Okay. I understand the point being made by Destiny about intentionality, but in reality, how could such an act not be genocide? If they just accidentally drop a nuke, they target Hamas but kill all Gazan civilians, I'm just not sure how such an act could be genocide. In reality, of course, I understand the hypothetical, unless some major mishaps happen along the chain of command. Could someone help me understand why this is the go-to example to explain Dolus Specialis for Destiny? It seems like all it does is make him look cold, it's very easily misconstrued, and it's definitely fodder to make him look genocidal on Twitter, lol. I know. Ah. It is literally just the for the hyperbole and shock value, like the incest argument stuff, or is it? No, the problem is that it's just true. It, like you can actually make that a criticism of the Genocide Convention, because the reason we don't call the nuking of Japan, of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the fireballing of Tokyo genocide is because the intent was to push for a surrender. It was to get a surrender. They couldn't get a surrender, so they just kept going until they could. Um, which is not the same. Which is not dolus specialis for genocidal intent. Even though it was worse than quite a lot of genocides, because so many people died and got fucking mutilated and their bodies
Loner
ruined and shit.
box.
Yeah.
You smarmy cuck bastard.
But that's the whole argument. The whole argument is like if they did it and all you could ever find in all their cabinet meetings and all their speeches and all that was that they were doing it so they could push Hamas to surrender. It would be something. It would be a war crime or a crime against humanity or collective punishment and all that. But it wouldn't necessarily get you the dollar specialis. Like that's a If so, I think it's a misstep. There are much clearer examples to elucidate the point of intentionality. Posting this here because I fucking hate the Destiny subreddit. Well, it depends who you're talking to, right? Because you can make the Holodomor thing. What would the stated reason for a nuclear strike be in this hypothetical? Their stated reason would be they're not surrendering. This is the only way they'll surrender. And if they all genuinely believe that, and if there was nothing in fucking private conversation, even if you could actually just enter their brain and find out that that was all they were thinking, that would be yeah, that would be the thing. What about lying about their intent? No, lying about intent can be you can infer intent. Yeah. So it might be difficult for them to prove that they genuinely believed it was just to get a surrender, to like make things worse before they get better, right? But you would have to use some kind of circumstantial evidence to do so. That's why with Hitler and the whole "where's the written order" argument is you get around that by using circumstantial evidence. It seems to be that there were a lot of meetings taking place before the actual orders were given out and the policy was put into action that did not have any recorded minutes. And we know that Hitler often refrained from giving written orders, especially after Action T4. So it's just very easy to infer that based on what everyone else was saying, that that order was probably just given, there was just given word of mouth. And most historians agree on that. I think there's even a specific conference, I think it's in Munich. There's a specific conference where most historians, I think, agree that it's most likely that this is where the order was given, because there's like a meeting of all the top people, but there's no minutes taken and there's nothing written about it. So it's like, okay, well, and you can just kind of like, and it fills in that blank very easily. No, before Wannsee, because Wannsee wasn't Hitler ordering the final. The final solution was ordered before Wannsee. The Einsatzgruppen was before Wannsee. No, wasn't Wannsee 42? Even you dickheads don't know. Wannsee would be like circumstantial evidence for the idea that Hitler ordered it, right? That it had approval. This was 42. Yeah, the final solution was ordered before. It was in 41. It was summer 41. Anyway, blah. And the death squads were already out on the fucking run before Wannsee. Where is he? Posting this here because I fucking hate the Destiny subreddit. Just been a hellhole since October 7th and Destiny's research into Israel. To be honest, this sub seems like a place you can at least have some kind of discussion. Learners' coverage on the subject is really refreshing. I suspect this is what is being referenced. Is this a link? If Israel were to go to war to eliminate Hamas and drop a nuke, killing every single civilian combatant in one blow, hypothetically, before exhausting any other options, not doing any proportionality calculations, etc., it would of course be a horrific war crime and mass murder and collective punishment, etc. But it would not be. But would it be genocide when coupled with the alarming, dehumanizing rhetoric of many Israeli officials? Well, that's what you'd have to infer, right? I could see a case being made either way, which is partly why I'm making this post. Please be civil, please. Are these my viewers, bro? Are these my viewers? Please be civil, please. Setting the bar pretty high is intentionally misleading. As a counterexample, what if Israel placed birth rate limits on Palestinian ethnicity through a eugenics policy? Would that be genocide? I think so, because that would be measures intended to prevent births. And if they're forcing it on them, what if they limit certain medicine that lowers infant mortality? Again, with the intent, that probably would be. Yeah, I think that's even been used in the past, hasn't it? For denial of essential medicine that would be like life or death for you, basically. Which some people say HRT counts as, but okay. That's from an old debate. Oh! Is this the book I was looking for? The incredibly dense volume. Where is it though? Where's the where's the book? Oh, there's a monogram. A scan. Okay. How do I downloads? Oh, I used the fucking mirror to download. Okay. Become a member to use fast downloads. What the fuck? I'll do that later. The deep purple you have for the subreddit. I don't know how it happened. It happened though. Fuck. In all your examples, it depends on why they do it. Okay. People just disagreeing about the nuke stuff. Noah dropped a nuke masterpiece. Don't care. I've already read the Quds News Network tweets about the flower massacre. Okay, that's fine. Actually, I don't even know if maybe I should look into the whole thing again to see what happened. But I don't know if as far as I know, I don't think there's been any more, or I haven't seen any kind of like big investigation shit since. Military actions, blah 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 blah. No, they're just talking. Nothing crazy is happening here, is it? Why did he drop the nuke? The god. So if Benny Gvir became leader and dropped the nuke, would it be genocidal? But if Benny Gantz or Bibi do it, the same thing. It's not genocidal. Why did if Ben Gvir, she's quoting? Why did he drop the nuke? Why did he drop the nuke? Bro. They all say the same thing, of course. They do not say the same thing. Ben Gvir is far more indiscriminate in the way that he talks about Gazans. Fuck. Practically speaking. I've never heard anyone claim it's genocidal. Well, everyone will retroactively say it was because now it's fashionable to use the word, so. And we always believed it was. Who knows? Okay. Because nuking Japan wasn't genocide, I guess. Who's this? Unelected bureaucrat. Who the fuck is this? Do I remember making this person a mod? Total war. Care to elaborate? Total war. We can certainly debate whether it was morally justifiable or even necessary. Blah blah blah. Okay, whatever. Just atomic bombings debates. Okay. It's Aaron. What, Bushnell? Just stop. Shut up. Do you know what I found? Ugh! Sunday engages in unhinged debate with our favorite loner. Not even timestamped. Okay. Did anyone ask for the timestamp? Okay. Mr. Cuccarelli, Drew. It's so wacky about the Ryan. This is like some out of sync clip about me talking about Dare Yassin. These allegations of the oven that Hasan loves. Okay. Maybe loves to talk about might have been a better. It was timestamped. Oh, maybe it's just the way Reddit works on the browser. I don't know. Hamas executes Gazan clan leader. I don't know, I think the Reddit's doing okay. 2K members. We've got Holocaust deniers getting banned. Oh, what's this? Actually, I think I know what I want to do. I want to read the chapter that Morris did on transfer, where Finkelstein grabs that quote from. Transfer was inevitable. Hamas denied it. Okay. Maruzzi decided to unban the Holocaust guy. Wait, why? I think it's probably okay to ban Holocaust deniers, no? It was an accident. Okay. This. Oh, the other Aaron. Ah, okay, gotcha. Okay. Whoops. Not Aaron Bushnell. Okay, because he's not with us anymore. Rest in peace. Okay, sorry. I watched only a little bit of the Morris-Finkelstein debate before I got bored, but I am baffled that Morris continues to claim that Finkelstein is taking his transfer is inevitable quote out of context. In the debate, Morris claims essentially that the idea of transfer arose as a response to Arab rejection of the UN partition plan. He says that the Palestinians launched a war in 1947, conveniently neglecting to mention terrorist attacks carried out by Lehi and Irgun. The Arab countries invaded, transfer just sort of happened, and then Israel said Palestinians can't return because they tried to destroy the state. It's been a while since I read Birth, and while I have my issues with it, I remembered it being at least slightly better than this horribly reductionist version of events. So I gave the relevant chapter a quick read and wanted to highlight a few points Morris himself makes. First, Morris acknowledges repeatedly throughout the chapter that early Zionists knew that transfer was necessary to the establishment of the Jewish state from the early days of the Zionist project. The same persuasive logic pertained already before the turn of the century at the start of the Zionist enterprise. There may have been those among Zionists and genteel philo-Zionists who believed, or at least argued, that Palestine was an empty land, eagerly awaiting the arrival of waves of Jewish settlers, but in truth, on the eve of the Zionist influx of the country, had a population of 450,000 Arabs and 20,000 Jews, almost all of them living in its more fertile northern half. How was the Zionist movement to turn Palestine into a Jewish state if the overwhelming majority of its inhabitants were Arabs? And if, over the years, by means of massive Jewish immigration, the Jews were at least to attain a majority, how could a truly Jewish state and stable polity be established containing a very large and possibly disaffected Arab minority, whose birth rate was much higher than the Jews? The obvious logical conclusion lay in Arab emigration or transfer. Such a transfer could be carried out by force, i.e., expulsion, or it could be engineered voluntarily, with the transferees leaving on their own steam and by agreement or by some amalgam of the two methods. For example, the Arabs might be induced to leave by means of a combination of financial sticks or carrots. Morris goes on to describe that this was the position of the father of Zionism. Herzl, back as again, calling this a position is different. This is because is he taking out the fact that Herzl only mentioned this once in a 3-volume diary and never mentioned it in his books? I wouldn't know if you would call that his position, because he also gave positions that contradict this, right? So this is, I know in the context of this part, this is maybe not so accurate. I agree that I don't think Benny actually addresses the question that well. It does seem like he is. I think I know why he's doing it is because he's worried that what he's saying is going to get used by people to say that it was like to push the more mainstream Arab narrative, which is that it was that the Nakba itself was premeditated and calculated in advance. So, hmm. I think that's maybe what he's bothered about, but I don't think he's really figured out a way to rhetorically navigate that conversation. He's not very strong in it. They believed it could be done non-violently. This is the Ben-Gurion thing from the 20s and 30s. Leaves out any mention of Jewish violence, but does acknowledge that by 36, the mainstream Zionist leaders were more forthright in their support of transfer. When the Peel Commission in 37 recommended not only partition, but the mass transfer of Arabs, Zionists were in full support. The recommendations, especially the transfer recommendation, delighted many of the Zionist leaders, including Ben-Gurion. True, the Jews were being given only a small part of their patrimony, but they could use that mini-state as a base or bridgehead for expansion and conquest of the rest of Palestine and possibly Transjordan as well. Such, at least, was how Ben-Gurion partially explained his acceptance of the offered pittance. That's true as well. I think the easiest way to summarize it is that they have these desires for transfer and territory, but they only do it when they're given the best excuse to, like a war, or when they're able to do it through in more what were socially acceptable times, or what was socially acceptable methods at the time, like the evictions. Let's see. Morris goes so far as to highlight an entry written in Ben-Gurion's diary following the report in 37, which describes the transfer recommendations as of the utmost importance. The evictions when pre-48, from the 1870s onwards, when Zionists would buy up land from wealthy Arab landowners and then evict the Arab tenant farmers to establish a more contiguous Jewish presence in the state. Right? That was the evictions. Sometimes they bought land that no one lived on. Sometimes they bought land that was empty, or but they also did sometimes buy land that people lived on, like tenant farmers. So they just came in, and then they had a policy saying that how many of the tenants were evicted. It was a few thousand, maybe even. Oh God, I have the numbers. I should have my book here. I should have my book on my desk because finding it in that fucking PDF where you can't word search is such a pain in the. Hang on. Fuck. I am Alan Dershowitz, and I will find. I should be Finkelstein. I should keep my book on hand all the time. All right, there. I swear to fuck, I got notes on these evictions. Notables who sold to the Jews. Land prices increased between 1910 and 1944 by as much as 5,000%. Between 1878 and 1908, they purchased about 400,000 dunhams out of a total land mass of 27 million. This is not the numbers of evictions. They come later. It's hard to know the true number because of how loosey-goosey the Ottoman land laws were, but settlements, Erskine, all right, don't care. Don't care, don't care. Phyllis, don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Oh. Limited Jewish migration. That's 1918 to 20. Oh. Or this was 1920 when some fucking Muslim Christian association leader said they were going to push Jews into the sea. That's where the quote comes from. It wasn't a quote that was said by leaders in 48, though. That's a mischaracterization. Okay. Someone saying there is room for all. Well, okay, sure. Riots, the Boner Law white paper. The Boner Law white paper was the one that excluded Transjordan from the mandate of Palestine, and then also said that the Jewish state would be in Palestine, but not all of Palestine. And then the revisionists were big mad. Okay. Good old Boner Law. Yeah, so it's on page 110. That is misrepresentation of the white paper. The Boner Law one. Why? What does it actually say? What does it say that's different? Get. There were some leaders in 48 that did say that. Which leaders said they were going to push the Jews into the sea in 48? As far as I know, that was not what they said. Pasha, you can show me. People always say Pasha. Pasha was the nice one. Ben Gurion said that Pasha was the nice one. He was the Crusades massacres one, which again is not even fuck me. Like, hang on, I'm sorry. I use this quote as an illustration of bad evidence. But I think it's actually worse. I think Beast Process said this yesterday, and I wanted to make this claim, but I didn't have a very good way of arguing it. But I think he actually kind of gave me the answer yesterday in chat. Um, the Tatar massacre or the Crusader War. It's is he saying because I don't think an Arab would ever compare himself to the Crusaders. But is he saying the Crusaders who got massacred? What was the Tartar massacre before 48? Armenian Tatar massacre. Yeah, he spelled Tatar wrong. Okay. Who killed who? Is this both sides? Yeah, I know. Palestinians were pushed to the sea in Haifa. I know that. Yeah. Talking about Baghdad, the sacking of Baghdad, not this, the Armenian Tatar. What about Haifa? In Haifa, Arabs literally ran into the fucking sea. Yeah. Some of them drowned and shit. Oh, Tatar is used for Mongol. Oh. So is this saying like again Baghdad? But wouldn't this be hang on. So who killed who in the Baghdad massacre? Was it Mongols killing Arabs? The sack of Baghdad. Yeah, Mongols. So is it it sounds like he's saying because again that would be the Jews doing it, wouldn't it? Because that would be the Arabs getting massacred. Is that what he, there's no way. But then he also follows up and says, I believe the number of volunteers from outside Palestine will be larger than Palestine's Arab population, for I know that volunteers will be arriving to us from as far as India, Afghanistan, and China to win the honor of martyrdom for the sake of Palestine. Hundreds of Englishmen expressed their wish to volunteer in the Arab armies to fight the Jews. No, but the rest of this quote sounds like he's threatening the Jews, right? So I think the context matters. Because this is not, when he's saying a war of extermination, here he's suggesting that the Jews are going to get outnumbered and lose. But not sure, but they absolutely are because he's saying a war of extermination. I think it matters, like in the context of who he's saying is going to get exterminated. But this sentence suggests the Arabs are going to get exterminated, and this sentence suggests the Jews are going to get exterminated. Did he just think everyone would lose? Oh, but he also said the Arabs conquered the Tatars and the Crusaders. But again, the problem with this quote is like, is it just doesn't match any of his other policy positions or even his positions regarding the Zionists ever. It sounds like he's just not wanting a war, but okay. No, I think he's talking about threatening the Jews, no? Saying the Arabs conquered the Tatars and the Crusaders. Okay. Unless this quote's fake, because a lot of these quotes are fake. Anyway, what was I looking at? Page 101. Oh no, I lost it. I got distracted, you cucks. All right, hang on. All quotes should be assumed fake. Based. No, it was after 101. Figures on the evictions, 110. Between 1928 and 30. Oh yeah. Let's see. During the Mandate, the British authorities repeatedly outlawed evictions and tried to curtail land sales that might lead to them. Between 1928 and 36, the Mandatory authorities issued a flurry of regulations for this purpose, each time trying to close another loophole. Though Arab nationalists made telling and continuous use of the issue for propaganda purposes, it remains unclear how widespread the evictions really were. Still, the repeated efforts of regulation attest to the tenacity of the problem. Zionist purchasers and Arab sellers usually managed to get around the restrictions by such stratagems as compensating and removing the tenants prior to the conclusion of the transaction, enabling the Zionists to claim that they had taken over tenantless lands. Oh. One British investigation reportedly found that only 664 Arab tenant farmers were in fact evicted because of Jewish acquisitions between 1919 and 1931, in the course of purchases of some 500,000 dunhams. And from 31 to 39, only 899 Arab families, about 5,000 people all told, were uprooted. It is probably true that a far greater number of Palestinian tenant farmers had been rendered landless by indebtedness or failure to register possession or claims. But it is also true that the British definition of Arab evictees due to Jewish land purchases was severely restrictive and produced totals that fell far short of the reality. I wish you could just give a fucking estimate, bro. What do we say with that? Probably. So minimum probably what, 6,000 for rounding up. What would a high estimate be? 12,000? Just double it? I don't fucking know. Anyway. And that would have been over the space of 20 years. Okay. But that alone is transfer. You can call that transfer. All right. Can we get medieval total war? That's not bad. Fuck you. It's kind of bad. It's bad if you're a farmer. Well, I don't know. Maybe there's a more, maybe there's a better work on that. Maybe there's a better work on trying to actually get like a proper figure, because when he says it could have been much more and the definitions were really restrictive, that also means that maybe plenty of people could have fallen out of that restrictive definition. So okay. Oh, if the Nakba was 700k dead rather than ethnic cleansing, would that be classified? It depends on how they died. Depends on the intent of the people who killed them. That's all it comes down to. Depends on the intentions of the people who killed them. Oh. Hmm. Shall I read this then? Kind of want to. Whoa. My screen freaked the fuck out. Let's say the intent was to get rid of them. That wouldn't be genocide. Yeah. Or wait, get rid of them what? Like to make them flee? Then you kill them to make them flee? If it's to get rid of them and you kill them, that's genocide. Yeah. If you want to get rid of them by killing them, that's genocide. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh. But if you kill them because you want the rest of them to flee, then that's not. That's something else. That is another thing. Okay, we have to do a thumbnail review, you guys. I feel like my soy faces are not great here. Alright, hang on. Gotta save all these? I think I just have to save all these. Wait, why is this saving as a fucking... What? Okay, that's better. No, why is it not saving properly? Fucking Twitter images. How do I get these to show? Do I have to open them in new tabs? Whatever. New tab. New tab. New tab. New tab. New tab. That didn't help at all. Okay. What do we think of this, you guys? Not soy enough. It looks like he's owning us. It looks like he's mogging us. All the rest of them, I think, are just different backgrounds and different words. So, like a more Russian filtered flag, distorting the facts. Maybe this one. What's the best phrase to have for it? Are you mid sneeze? It's just a bad screen grab, okay? That I think I did. I think it's from my folder. But yeah, it just looks like we're getting mogged. Laser eyes. I like this one. Oh god, what a state. What a Weasley liar, dude. True. Okay. Shall I just read this? I just want to read about the idea of transfer thinking. Actually, I saw Avi had an interesting comment on the debate that I wanted to talk about. I just wanted to read it. Let me see. Uh, what did Avi have to say about the debate? Watched the whole debate. My thoughts. I'm starting to wonder if all historians trade in the part of their brains responsible for critical thinking skills to make room for more raw knowledge. Pretty wild that the least knowledgeable person on the topic is even able to remotely hold his own against those who spent the better part of their lives studying their own field. It speaks volumes to the problem in academia, and I constantly lament about. Raw knowledge is prioritized, and the most basic critical thinking skills slash logic slash fill are hand waved away as if they are some innate things people just have. It was clearly not superiority of domain knowledge that kept Destiny in that debate. It was simply his superior critical thinking skills and ability to linearly track points. The sad thing is, these skills aren't even hard for academics to learn and refine. It's just that academics refuse to devote any reasonable amount of time to doing it. On the specific issue with the debaters, Benny Morris, much of what is said is above. Morris is clearly an expert on the topic to the point where he was able to showcase his domain knowledge as surpassing both Finkelstein and Rabbani at several points in the debate, especially as it pertained to the time frame of his main focus. However, at many times it wasn't clear how this knowledge supported his arguments or rebuttals, even when it came to his own writings. For example, transfer being inevitable in Zionist ideology may very well have been an out of context quote, but it wasn't clear how the responses offered demonstrated how it was out of context. I think this is true, but I have to read the whole thing, but we'll check. It sounds like the context they're missing is the nature of the transfer. I don't think Benny would deny that Zionism needed some kind of transfer. Of course it did, but yeah. Pointing out how a war also happened, which added incentive to facilitate such things, or how transfer was never adopted as a Zionist policy pre 47-48, are both compatible with the view that transfer is an inevitable outcome. It's not even clear to me that Morris disagrees with this, at least in some sense, albeit at a lower scale and perhaps not as much of an issue in the absence of war. I know why he's doing it. It's because he knows what Finkelstein is trying to imply with transfer was inevitable. Is he's trying to say that the Nakba was planned because that's Finkelstein's whole story. Is that it was a systematic top-down plan of ruthless expulsion, is what he calls it. Yeah. Finkelstein, I continue to not understand how people take this person seriously. This was probably one of the most bad faith, obfuscation filled performances I've seen from this person. The cheap rhetorical grasps at pointing out Destiny's lack of domain knowledge may have landed if he bothered to actually show why he was wrong. But this simply didn't happen. Instead, he came off wasting time from the actual topic by devoting it to cheap personal rhetoric that was simply unearned in the context of debate. Anyone who thinks those antics were some kind of own should almost never have their opinion on a debate taken seriously. This was all on top of the usual sly obfuscation and tackling failures expected from Finkelstein. Muin Rabbani. Definitely the more reasonable pro Palestinian debater of the two, although compared to Finkelstein, it's not saying that much. While he may have some views I find wild, he was much better faith. This is kind of what I said about him. At multiple points in the debate, he actually took the time to try and understand his opponent's positions and supporting arguments before reflexively replying, and unlike Finkelstein, his questions and responses actually showed some hints of critical thinking skills, all too often absent from academics. This was unfavorably soured later in the debate by not able to see the obvious distinction between Shamir at a time where he had little to no influence, and Al Husseini at a time when he was leading the Palestinian cause and being somewhat evasive on the October 7th casualty figures. Overall, I think this is the pro-Palestinian debater to pick to have a productive conversation with. He's got enough crazy views to be confident of having an actual disagreement while having enough semblance of good faith to be able to potentially make some progress with. Okay. Destiny. Bogliatelli. Despite what people think, the biggest issue here was not domain knowledge. There was enough domain knowledge there for Destiny to reason his way into good points and critiques of his opponent's views. The main problem is he was far too tame, especially in the first 2 hours. And even when he stepped things up after, he didn't pressure opponents to the point of concession. The strategy may work against a good faith interlocutor, but against someone pulling out all the bad faith sophist tactics like Finkelstein, this simply doesn't work. When you get him versus a massive sophist like Fink, it's just him being way too passive while the other person evades well thought out points that merit response. Where was the classic, just so you know, after you're done rambling, I'm going to re ask you the same question? Where was the forced and relentless redirection every time the opponents subtly changed topics? After the 2 hour mark, there was a clear increase in activity, good, but not nearly enough focused pressure. Ironically, the biggest problem here was perhaps Destiny not being enough of a debate bro, the clear counter to an interlocutor behaving in bad faith, operating in bad faith. Legal obligation for the plausibility standard was so dumb. Oh god. Oh well. Okay. Right. Didn't review Benny. He did. You just missed it. Were you unless were you not there? He did all four of them. Hmm. He didn't review me. True. Bruh. Where hmm. Okay, hang on. I think I'll just read this. I don't know if I need to note take because I just want to understand the spirit of the text. I don't think I need to note take for that. Also, if anyone has any more easygoing debate slash drama content that I can review, you're more than welcome to send me because I would probably prefer that right now, or at least after this. Oh, actually, Doomer Media made a return. Maybe I should watch him. He did a whole commentary, a post commentary on the Vosh is Evil video, so he's made his little return. Okay. I want to review that hideous tie-dye shirt. Fuck off. It's comfy and it's huge. Hmm. Damn, everyone else likes the shirt, eh? Fuck you. Scarlet. Are we in 2010? How is this a 2010? What? You're not making any sense at all. Whoa. My camera's a little better. There we go. Okay. The idea of transfer in Zionist thinking before 1948. In July 1948, about midway in the First Arab-Israeli War, Britain's Foreign Secretary Ernst Bevin wrote that on a long-term view, there may be something to be said for an exchange of populations between the areas assigned to the Arabs and the Jews, respectively. A few days later, he expatiated. It might be argued that the flight of large numbers of Arabs from the territory under Jewish administration had simplified the task of arriving at a stable settlement in Palestine, since some transfers of population seems to be an essential condition for such a settlement. This is a very European thing to say about how Europeans form their borders. God. Do you like Braveheart? Yeah. I love the historical inaccuracy. It's actually amazing. And I love it how much it triggers the fuck out of military historians. But he then went on to argue that as there were only a handful of Jews living in the territory earmarked for Arab sovereignty in Palestine, there was no basis for an equitable exchange of population, and therefore Britain should pursue with the United Nations mediator the possibility of a return of the displaced Palestinian Arabs to their homes. By this time, 400 to 500,000 Arabs and less than 5,000 Jews had been displaced in the fighting. But the logic propelling Bevin's thinking before he pulled on the reins was highly persuasive. The transfer of the large Arab minority out of the areas of the Jewish state, as of the minuscule Jewish minority out of the Arab designated areas, would solve an otherwise basic, insurmountable minority problem that had the potential to subvert any peace settlement. The selfsame logic underlay the analysis, a month later, of London's Middle East Intelligence Centre, the Cairo based British Middle East Office. The panic flight of Arabs from the Jewish occupied areas of Palestine has presented a very serious immediate problem, but may possibly point the way to a long term solution of one of the greatest difficulties in the way of a satisfactory implementation of partition, namely, the existence in the Jewish state of an Arab community very nearly equal in numbers to the Jewish one. Previous examinations of this problem have always led to the rejection of transference of populations as a solution for the reason that the number of Arabs to be translated from the Jewish state was 40 times as great as the number of Jews to be transferred from the Arab state. But this disparity has for the moment been largely reduced by the flight of Arabs from the Jewish state. Now that the initial difficulty of persuading the Arabs of Palestine to leave their homes has been overcome by Jewish terrorism and Arab panic, it seems possible that the solution may lie in their transference to Iraq and Syria. The project of resettling the refugees in Arab states would have to be launched with the utmost care. If it were put forward at the present stage, the immediate reaction in all Arab minds would be that we had been working for this all along. But if it becomes obvious that through unwillingness on the part of either the Jewish or the Arabs, the Jewish or the Arabs, there's little or no chance of the displaced Arabs of Palestine being reinstated in their own homes. It might be put forward as a solution to the problem as it then appeared. Similar assumptions pervaded American thinking at the end of the war. The Consul General in Jerusalem, William Burdett Jr., no friend of Zionism, advised Washington in February 1949. Despite the attendant suffering, it is felt security in the long run will be served best if the refugees remain in the Arab states and Arab Palestine instead of returning to Israel. Since the US has supported the establishment of a Jewish state, it should insist on a homogenous one which will have the best possible chance of stability. Return of the refugees would create a continuing minority problem and form a constant temptation both for uprisings and intervention by neighboring Arab states. Such was the thinking in British and some American official circles by the second half of 48, when the creation of the refugee problem was well underway. The same persuasive logic pertained already before the turn of the century at the start of the Zionist enterprise. There may have been those among Zionists and genteel philo-Zionists who believed, or at least argued, that Palestine was an empty land eagerly awaiting the arrival of waves of Jewish settlers. But in truth, on the eve of the Zionist influx, the country had a population of about 450,000 Arabs and 20,000 Jews, almost all of them living in its more fertile northern half. How was the Zionist movement to turn Palestine into a Jewish state if the overwhelming majority of its inhabitants were Arabs? And if over the years, by means of massive Jewish immigration, the Jews were at last to attain a majority, how could a truly Jewish and stable polity be established containing a very large and possibly disaffected Arab minority whose birth rate was much higher than the Jews? This is who said that? He's not even saying who said that, is he? Yeah. The obvious logical conclusion lay in Arab emigration or transfer. Such a transfer could be carried out by force, i.e., expulsion, or it could be engineered voluntarily, with the transferees leaving of their own steam and by agreement, or by some amalgam of the two methods. For example, the Arabs might be induced to leave by means of a combination of financial sticks and carrots. This indeed was the thrust of the diary entry by Theodor Herzl, Zionism's prophet and organizational founder, on 12th of June 1895. We must expropriate gently. We shall try to spirit the penniless population across the border by procuring employment for it in the transit countries, while denying it any employment in our country. Both the process of expropriation and the removal of the poor must be carried out discreetly and circumspectly. This was Herzl's only diary entry. Fuck. This was Herzl's only diary entry on the matter, and only rarely did he refer to the subject elsewhere. It does not crop up at all in his two major Zionist works, Der Judenstaat, the Jewish State, and Alt Neuland, Old Newland, nor does it appear in the published writings of most of the Zionist leaders of Herzl's day and after. All understood that discretion and circumspection were called for. Talk of transferring the Arabs, even with Palestinian and outside Arab leaders' agreement, would only put them on their guard and antagonize them, and quite probably needlessly antagonize the Arabs' Ottoman co-religionists who ruled the country until 1917 to 1918. But in private, the Zionist leaders were more forthcoming. In 1911, Arthur Rupin, head of the Zionist organization's Palestine office, proposed a limited population transfer of peasants to Syria. A year later, Leon Motzkin, one of the organization's founders, declared, "The fact is that around Palestine there are extensive areas. It will be easy for the Arabs to settle there with the money that they will then receive from the Jews." For years, the Zionist advocate and novelist Israel Zangwill had been trumpeting the transfer solution to the Arab problem. We cannot allow the Arabs to block so valuable a piece of historic reconstruction, and therefore we must gently persuade them to trek. After all, they have all Arabia with its million square miles. There is no particular reason for the Arabs to cling to these few kilometers. To fold their tents and silently steal away is the proverbial habit. Let them exemplify it now. This was from Rupin and okay. Oh, Israel Zangwill. Yeah. But most advocates of transfer kept their thoughts to themselves or restricted them to private letters and internal Zionist deliberations. Such was the situation in the waning days of Ottoman rule, and so it remained during the first 2 decades of British government. Talking about transfer would needlessly alienate or at least complicate the lives of Palestine's new governors and perhaps put off potential Jewish supporters of Zionism as well. Okay. I can totally see why the misinterpretation becomes a thing already. I think the problem is if you read this with a bit of conspiracy brain, just a bit, not even like it's not difficult to fill in some blanks and assume that there was just this kind of quiet planning happening beneath the surface that became action in 48. Yeah. To be sure, to some degree, the practice of Zionism from the first had been characterized by a succession of microcosmic transfers. This is why he's talking about the inevitable thing. Yeah, the purchase of land and the establishment of almost every settlement, moshava, literally colony, had been accompanied by the legal and usually compensated displacement or transfer of an original Bedouin or settled agricultural community. The displaced Arabs, more often than not, resettled in another part of rural Palestine or moved to the burgeoning towns, though some moved across the Jordan out of the country. One such displacement was graphically described by Chaim Margalia Kalvarisky, a Zionist expert on Arab affairs and a key land purchaser. Interesting. The Arab question was revealed to me in all its seriousness immediately after my first purchase of land here, when I had to see to the first eviction of the Arab inhabitants off their land to make way for the settlement of our brothers. For long afterwards, I did not cease hearing the sad melody of the Bedouin men and women who gathered by the Sheikh's tent that evening before they left the village of Shamasin that is near Yama, which is today Yavniel in Eastern Galilee. I sat in the tent and wrapped up the negotiation with Sheikh Fadul from Delika, and the Bedouin men and women assembled around the fire prepared coffee for me and the rest of the guests. At the same time, they sang sad songs lamenting their bad luck, which was forcing them to leave the cradle of their homeland. These songs touched my heart, and I realized how tied the Bedouin was to this land. Almost fucking Moshe Dayan vibes here. Herzl, Motzkin, Rupin, and Zangwill, of course, had been thinking not so much many displacements, but of a massive strategic transfer. But, however appealing on the practical plane, the idea was touched in most Zionist minds by a measure of moral dubiety. True, at least down to the 1920s or 30s, the Arabs of Palestine did not see themselves and were not considered by anyone else a distinct people. They were seen as Arabs, or more specifically, as southern Syrian Arabs. Therefore, their transfer from Nablus to Hebron or Transjordan, Syria, or even Iraq, especially if adequately compensated, would not be tantamount to exile from homeland. Arabs would merely be moving from one Arab area to another. Moreover, the transfer of ethnic minorities to their core national areas was regarded during the first half of the 20th century as morally acceptable, perhaps even morally desirable. It also made good political sense. The historical experience in various parts of the globe during the 20s and 40s supported this view. The double coerced transfer of Muslim Turks out of Greek majority areas in Thrace and the Aegean Islands, and of Christian Greeks out of Turkish Asia Minor during the early 20s, a byproduct of Greek Turkish hostilities, at a stroke seemed to solve two long standing, insoluble minority problems, rendering future Greek Turkish relations more logical and pacific. This is just such an unfortunate, like, because the birth of nation states just necessitated this, like Poles in fucking Ukraine or like the Polish Czechs or borders. Yeah, just yeah, even the, I guess, Germans after the war. In 47-48 witnessed even larger and bloodier transfers of Muslims and Hindus between India and Pakistan as these states emerged from the womb of history. The world looked on, uncondemning and impervious. Indeed, the transfer of German minority groups from Western Poland and the Czech borderlands to Germany at the end of the Second World War was positively lauded in most Allied capitals. In both the West and the Communist bloc, it was seen as both politically imperative and just. These minorities had helped to subvert the European order and a cluster of Central and Eastern European nation states at a mind boggling cost in lives, suffering, and property. It was just fitting that they be uprooted and returned to Germany, both as punishment, Jesus, and in order that they might cause no trouble in the future. Yeah, even like pretty far, like left leaning historians hold this position. Still, the notion of transfer remained in Zionist eyes, even as Zionist leaders trotted out these historical precedents, morally problematic. Almost all shared liberal ideals and values. Many, indeed, were socialists of one ilk or another. And after all, the be all and end all of their Zionist ideology was a return of a people to its homeland. Uprooting Arab families from their homes and lands, even with compensation, even with orderly resettlement among their own outside Palestine, went against the grain. The moral dilemma posed was further aggravated during the 30s and 40s by the dawning recognition among many of the Zionist leaders, including Ben Gurion and Ziv Jabotinsky, the leader of the right wing revisionist movement, that Palestine's Arabs had brought forth a new, distinct, albeit still Arab, nationalism and national identity. Palestinian transferees might not feel at home in Transjordan or Iraq. For all these reasons, the notion of transfer was something best not mulled over and brought out into the public and to the open in public discourse and disputation. Best not to think about it at all. Zionism might necessitate displacement of Palestinians, but why trouble one's conscience and linger over it? So was Professor Flowers right? Forcibly removing an ethnic group does not count as genocide. Professor Flowers was right about that one argument, but for all the wrong reasons. Yeah. Professor Flowers was right in that removal is not genocide, but the problem is that she would call it genocide if it was happening to a minority, if it was happening to a non-oppressor group. She would call it she would call the Nakba genocide, like 100%, no? But the argument was that, I think, was it over South Africa when people said removal of 6 million white South Africans would not be genocide. It doesn't have to be, but if the idea is that they have nowhere else to go and they don't want to go, then it could potentially lead to, like, usually transfer, you need to kill people to do it. Like, yeah. Vosh argued that forceful deportation is definitely no. In that debate, he said the priors lead to genocide because obviously the Nazi plan, first of all, was to remove the Jews. Once they realized they couldn't remove the Jews, they killed them. That's like the long story short. It's very simplified, but long story short. And he was arguing the same thing in South Africa. He was arguing it would be they want to remove the whites, they can't, so they kill them. Like, yeah, fuck. Like, yeah, fuck, yeah. How would that framing apply to the Crimean Tatars? They were not expelled for the forming of a nation state. They were expelled because Stalin was, first of all, taking revenge for the fact that 10% of the Tatars were pro-Nazi, but also just to consolidate like control over that region because cultural minorities made it harder to like Russify the area. But yeah, that was very one-sided. That wasn't like, yeah, whatever. Professor Flowers didn't advocate for either population transfer or genocide, but got misrepresented as saying that she was in favor of it. I mean, we can find the clip if you want, if we want to still revive. She said she was okay with deporting them in the context of colonialism, which she meant, which they were talking about with South Africa. Let me see. Shall we resurrect it one more time just to double check?
Yeah, okay.
Um, that's it.
And black people in that way for good reason, because it's unhelpful and it's racist.
Just those two things. I'm okay with people deporting people who have colonized them in the context of colonialism. I'm okay with people who are colonized being like, we need to get rid of the people who have colonized us.
So that would be all the white South Africans in her view, right? Because she's not referring to the people who arrived there and did the colonizing and the homesteading and the murdering. She's talking about deporting like millions of white South Africans, right? No? She's okay with that? Okay. No?
Yeah. So right.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
what I said.
Cool.
So with and I
Okay,
think
great. And then also like essentializing things, like I don't think you understand that like in the creation of the white identity,
Oh,
like
and then
that
it's
was
just the justification. Yeah, she's okay. Yeah, she's kind of mental. I don't know. What can you say? God. She could have won that debate if she knew about the folder. Okay. Anyway, whatever. Where are we? The moral dilemma, oh yeah, further aggravated. Why linger over it? Okay. Rather, the Zionist public catechism at the turn of the century and well into the 40s remained that there was room enough in Palestine for both peoples. There need not be a displacement of Arabs to make way for Zionist immigrants or a Jewish state. There was no need for a transfer of Arabs, and on no account must the idea be incorporated in the movement's ideological political platform. But the logic of a transfer solution to the Arab problem remained eluctable. What the fuck is that word? Whoa.
Eluctable.
What? Eluctable. Bro, what does it mean? Avoidable. Unavoidable. Ineluctable. Fuck off. This is a Vosh word. I don't like it. Without some sort of massive displacement of Arabs from the area of the Jewish state to be, there could be no viable Jewish state. The need for transfer became more acute with the increase in violent Arab opposition to the Zionist enterprise during the 20s and 30s. The violence demonstrated that a disaffected, hostile Arab majority or large minority would inevitably struggle against the very existence of the Jewish state to which it was consigned, subverting and destabilizing it from the start. Moreover, the successive waves of anti-Zionist Arab violence, 1920, 21, 29, 36, 39, bludgeoned the British into periodically curbing Jewish immigration. Hence, Arab violence promised to prevent the gradual emergence of a Jewish majority. This was the significance of the British White Paper of 39, which the British delivered up at the end of and in response to the Arab Revolt of 36 to 39, the biggest outburst of Arab violence during the Mandate. The White Paper assured the Arabs, who at the time numbered about 1 million to the Jews 450,000, of permanent majority status by limiting Jewish immigration to 75,000 over the following 5 years, while promising that majority independence within 10 years. Palestine would become an Arab state with a large Jewish minority, whose future status and rights, needless to say, would be determined by the new Arab rulers. Hence, if during the last decades of the 19th century and the first decades of the 20th century, Zionist advocacy of transfer was uninsistent, low-key, and occasional, by the early 30s, a full-throated near consensus in support of the idea began to emerge among the movement's leaders. Each major bout of Arab violence triggered renewed Zionist interest in a transfer solution. So it was with the riots of 29. In May 1930, the director of the Jewish Agency's political department and the chairman of the Jewish Agency Executive in Palestine, Colonel F.H. Kish, proposed to the president of the Zionist organization, Chaim Weizmann, that the Jewish Agency should press the British to promote the emigration of Palestinian Arabs to Iraq, which is in urgent need of agricultural population. It should not be impossible to come to an agreement with an arrangement with King Faisal of Iraq, by which he would take the initiative in offering good openings for Arab immigrants. There should be suitable propaganda as to the attractions of the country, which indeed are great for Arab immigrants, and there should be specially organized and advertised facilities for travel. We, of course, should not appear to be promoting this, but I see no reason why HMG should not be interested. There can be no conceivable hardship for Palestinian Arabs, a nomadic and semi-nomadic people, to move to another Arab country where there are better opportunities for an agricultural life. English agricultural emigrants to Canada. Wow. A few weeks earlier, Weizmann himself had suggested to British Colonial Secretary Lord Pasfield that a solution to Palestine's troubles might lie across the Jordan. Palestine's troublesome Arabs could be transferred across the river. Lord Pasfield observed that he was convinced he would have to consider a solution in that direction, but Iraq might present some difficulties, and they, i.e., the Iraqis, were very difficult people. My reply was, of course it isn't easy, but these countries, Transjordan and Iraq, have to be developed. Lord Pasfield thought this was a wide outlook and one to be taken into consideration very seriously. I then said, supposing we were to create a development company which would acquire 1 million dunams of land in Transjordania, this would establish a reserve and relieve Palestine from pressure. Well, you show the primary source list of this book, the bibliography. I'll just link it to you guys, can I? You just Google birth of the Palestinian refugee problem revisited. But okay. It's like the first thing that comes up. A year later, Kish raised the subject again, saying that the movement had to adopt a clear policy on the matter. Responding, the veteran Zionist official Yaakov Thon wrote that from the movement's perspective, the ideal solution would be a transfer of Palestine's Arabs across the Jordan. But the movement's spokesman, he added, could not say this openly. Weizmann said similar things to Drummond Shields, Pasfield's undersecretary. Transferring Arabs out of Palestine would be a courageous and statesmanlike attempt to grapple with a problem that had been tackled hitherto half-heartedly. Some of Palestine's Arabs might flow off into the neighboring countries, and this quasi-exchange of population could be fostered and encouraged. But before 1936, sporadic talk and thinking about transfer was confined to tete-a-tete, behind closed doors, and to internal departmental memoranda. The outbreak of the Arab Revolt in April 1936 opened the floodgates. The revolt implied that from the Arab perspective there could be no compromise and that they would never agree to live in or indeed next to a Jewish state. Moreover, they were bent on forcing the British to halt Jewish immigration, and this precisely at a time when the Nazis threatened Europe's Jews with an unimaginably appalling future. Never had there been such need for a safe haven in Palestine. To be sure, the Zionist leaders in public continued to repeat the old refrain, that there was enough room in the country for the two peoples and that Zionist immigration did not necessitate Arab displacement. Jabotinsky, the leader of the revisionist movement, had generally supported transfer. But in 1931, he had said, "We don't want to evict even one Arab from the left or right banks of the Jordan. We want them to prosper both economically and culturally." And 6 years later, he had testified before the Peel Commission that there was no question at all of expelling the Arabs. On the contrary, the idea was that the land of Israel on both sides of the Jordan, i.e., Palestine and Transjordan, would ultimately contain the Arabs, and many millions of Jews, though he admitted that the Arabs would become a minority. But I think this is also, if you're talking about pre-Holocaust, at this point, are they not also, they're in a world where the Jewish population is like a third bigger, or you'd say 50% bigger. No, you'd say a third bigger than it was by the Nakba. I think at this point they're still just expecting enough immigration that they'll just become the majority in at least part of the territory. Yeah. But by 1936, the mainstream Zionist leaders were more forthright in their support of transfer. In July, Ben-Gurion, the chairman of the Jewish Agency Executive and de facto leader of the Yishuv, and his deputy, Moshe Sheret, the director of the agency's political department, went to the High Commissioner to plead the Zionist case on immigration, which the mandatory was considering suspending. Ben-Gurion asked whether the government would make it possible for Arab cultivators displaced through Jewish land purchases to be settled in Transjordan. If Transjordan was for the time being a country closed to the Jews, i.e., closed to Jewish settlement, surely it could not be closed to the Arabs also. The High Commissioner thought this was a good idea. He asked whether the Jews would be prepared to spend money on the settlement of such Palestinian Arabs in Transjordan. Mr. Ben Gurion replied that this might be considered. Mr. Shertok remarked that the Jewish colonizing agencies were in any case spending money in providing for the tenants or cultivators who had to be shifted as a result of Jewish land purchase, either by the payment of compensation or through the provision of alternative land. They would gladly spend that money on the settlement of these people in Transjordan. Sorry, I'm being harassed. 3 months later, the Jewish Agency executive debated the idea. Ben Gurion observed, "Why can't we acquire land there for Arabs who wish to settle in Transjordan? If it was permissible to move an Arab from the Galilee to Judea, why is it impossible to move an Arab from the Hebron area to Transjordan, which is much closer? There are vast expanses of land there, and we in Palestine are overcrowded. We now want to create concentrated areas of Jewish settlement in Palestine, and by transferring the land selling Arab to Transjordan, we can solve the problem of this concentration. Even the High Commissioner agrees to a transfer to Transjordan if we equip the peasants with land and money." What document are you reading? I'm reading the full chapter from where Finkelstein got his "transfer was inevitable" quote from. In the first version of this book, this was a 4-page section. Now it's 20 something. Already in May 1936, the British had promised to send a royal commission of inquiry which would determine the causes of the rebellion and propose a solution if the Arabs ceased fire. By October, the rebel bands had been badly ravaged and the Arab population had generally tired of the rebellion. Haj Amin al-Husseini suspended the hostilities and the Peel Commission arrived in Palestine. It toured the country, met outside Arab leaders, and took testimony from British, Zionist, and Palestinian Arab officials. In early July 1937, it submitted and published its report. The Peel Commission recommended the partition of Palestine between a Jewish state, comprising some 20% of the country, and Transjordan, which would absorb most of the remainder, the residue of less than 10%, including Jerusalem and Bethlehem, was to remain in British hands. But even this failed to solve the perennial demographic problem. For even in the 20% of the country where the Jews were concentrated and which was earmarked for Jewish sovereignty, the coastal plain and the Galilee, more than 2/5 of the population was Arab. So Peel further recommended the transfer of all or most of the Arab population out of these areas. The existence of these Arab and Jewish minorities in the respective majority areas clearly constitutes the most serious hindrance to the smooth and successful operation of partition. If the settlement is to be clean and final, this question of the minorities must be boldly faced and firmly dealt with. The Commission pointed to the useful Greco-Turkish precedent in which about 1.3 million Greeks and 400,000 Turks were compulsorily exchanged or transferred in the first half of the 1920s. Before the exchange operation, the Greek and Turkish minorities had been a constant irritant. Now the ulcer had been cleaned out, and Greco-Turkish relations, we understand, are friendlier than they have ever been before. Bro. The fucking ethical hellhole of these considerations. My God. Okay. Formally, the Commission spoke not of transfer, but of a population exchange, involving the removal to the Jewish state to be of 1,250 Jews from the Arab populated areas, and of the removal of 225,000 Arabs out of the Jewish state to be to the Arab areas. But in effect, not an equitable exchange, but a transfer of Arabs with a very small fig leaf transfer of Jews was what was envisaged. All right. The Commission preferred that the Arabs move voluntarily and with compensation, but regarded the matter as so important that should the Arabs refuse, the transfer should be compulsory. That is, it should be carried out by force. Otherwise, the partition settlement would not endure. The recommendations, especially the transfer recommendation, delighted many of the Arabs of the Zionist leaders, including Ben Gurion. True, the Jews were only being given a small part of their patrimony, but they could use that mini-state as a base or bridgehead for expansion and conquest of the rest of Palestine, possibly Transjordan as well. Such at least was how Ben Gurion partially explained his acceptance of the offered pittance. But Ben Gurion had another reason. The compulsory transfer of the Arabs from the valleys of the proposed Jewish state could give us something which we never had, even when we stood on our own during the days of the first and second temples. Ben Gurion confided to his diary, "We are being given an opportunity that we have never dared to dream of in our wildest imaginings. This is more than a state, government, and sovereignty. This is national consolidation in an independent homeland." Ben Gurion deemed the transfer recommendation a central point whose importance outweighs all the other positive points and counterbalances all the report's deficiencies and drawbacks. We must grab hold of this conclusion, i.e., recommendation, as we grabbed hold of the Balfour Declaration. Even more than that, as we grabbed hold of Zionism itself, because of all the Commission's conclusions, this is the one that alone offers some recompense for the tearing away of other parts of the country and their reward to the Arabs. But what is inconceivable in normal times is possible in revolutionary times. Any doubt on our part about the necessity of this transfer, any doubt we cast about the possibility of its implementation, any hesitancy on our part about its justice may lose us an historic opportunity that may not recur. If we do not succeed in removing the Arabs from our midst, when a royal commission proposes this to England and transferring them to the Arab area, it will not be achievable easily, and perhaps after all, after the Jewish state is established. This thing must be done now, and the first step, perhaps the crucial step, is conditioning ourselves for its implementation. The Peel Report had for the first time accorded the idea of transfer an international moral imprimatur. At the same time, its publication triggered a profound and protracted debate in the Zionist leadership. Should the movement renounce its historic claim to the whole of Palestine and accept the principle of partition and offered 20% of the land? Remember when Traveling Israel said that the Zionist movement never said anything about removing non-Jews from the land? What a fucking sleaze bucket. Anyway. At the same time, its publication triggered a profound and protracted debate in the Zionist leadership. Should the movement renounce its historic claim to the whole of Palestine and accept the principle of partition and the offered 20% of the land? The controversy cut across party lines, with Ben Gurion's own Mapai party split down the middle. For the revisionist right, there was no problem. They claimed Transjordan, as well as the whole of Palestine, partition was a non-starter. For the left, represented by Brit Shalom and Hashomer Hatzair, the Peel proposals were beside the point. They favoured a binational Arab-Jewish state, not partition. But for the moderate left and centre, the core and mainstream of the movement, the dilemma was profound. The culminating and decisive debate took place in the especially summoned 20th Zionist Congress in Zurich, August 1937. The revisionists did not attend. Ben Gurion mobilized the Peel transfer proposal in support of acceptance of partition. Oh. This is where Ben Gurion endorses transfer and says it's ethical, right? It's not unethical. We must look carefully at the question of whether transfer is possible, necessary, moral, and useful. We do not want to dispossess, but transfer of populations occurred previously in the Jezreel Valley, in the Sharon, i.e. the coastal plain, and in other places. You are no doubt aware of the Jewish National Fund's activity in this respect. Now, a transfer of a completely different scope will have to be carried out. In many parts of the country, new settlement will not be possible without transferring the Arab peasantry. It is important that this plan comes from the Commission and not from us. Transfer is what will make possible a comprehensive settlement program. Thankfully, the Arab people have vast empty areas. Jewish power, which grows steadily, will also increase our possibilities to carry out the transfer on a large scale. You must remember that this system embodies an important humane and Zionist idea: to transfer parts of a people, i.e. Palestine's Arabs, to their country, i.e. Jordan and Iraq, and to settle empty lands. Bro. This is when he became Heisenberg. Ben Gurion's whole story and his evolution of thought is very fucking wild. Especially with the fact that he arrived in Palestine with this starry-eyed, like Orientalist love of Arabs. He thought they were like really like pleasant and friendly, like big children. Like his kind of like almost fucking reverse racism of Arabs, but then very quickly the changes. My God. When he started as an idealist and then became a realist. Ooh, wow, John Mearsheimer. Let's go. Ben Gurion seemed to suggest that the transfer would be compulsory and that not the British but Jewish troops would be carrying it out. Other speakers at the Congress, including Weizmann and Rupin, spoke in a similar vein, though all preferred a voluntary agreed transfer, and some, such as Ussishkin, doubted that the whole idea was practicable. The British would not carry it out and would prevent Jews from doing so. Many, including Burl Katznelson and the Mapai co-leader, opposed the gist of the Peel package, which was partition, while theoretically supporting transfer. What? Okay. Interesting. Personally, I love the dialogue between Lornabox and Traveling Israel. Shaist, I was about to say we need more talking heads like these two, but then Lornabox called Traveling Israel a sleaze bucket. No, why? I offered to have a conversation with them. Now, the problem is that Traveling Israel, I know because of the way he does it when he tries. I know he is capable. He knows enough facts to be capable of having like a good faith back and forth about the two narratives, but he's just chosen to be a lazy fuckwit propagandist who just spams the same fucking cartwheel of talking points over and over and over and over again. And that's it. Like he's just chosen that path. It's easier for him. It's brought him success. He's happy. It's probably what he believes as well. Like I don't know, yeah. So he wasn't interested, but yeah. I even said from the beginning though, he's definitely one of the more intelligent, like fucking uh Zionist propagandists, but you know, that's what he is. He's chosen that path. It's an ESL thing? No, I don't know. It's a choice. Anyway. Ooh. In the end, after the debate, the Congress equivocally approved by a vote of 299 to 160 the Peel recommendations as a basis for further negotiation. The vote marked an in-principle endorsement of the concept of partition. No specific mention was made in the resolution of the transfer proposal, though it was implicitly accepted as part of the package whose territorial provisions the Zionists sought to renegotiate, i.e., they wanted more than 20% offered. Lonabox, you're going to meet Traveling Israel and have a great conversation together. Bro. That would be so rude. First of all, if it's a big fucking if I went to fucking Israel, how would I meet him? Would I just would I turn up in disguise and ambush him at one of his tours like Steven Crowder does, or do a Sam Cedar? Just book one of his tours. That would be sick drama though, for sure. Just push the camera right into his face and just mog him like a Project Veritas fucking skit. Anyway. Uh However, within weeks, the Peel recommendations were dead in the water. The Arabs, unappeased, renewed their revolt, and the British government, taking fright, secretly voted against partition on 8th of December 1937, and then appointed yet another technical committee, ostensibly to look into the praxis of implementing the Peel proposals, but in reality to bury them. The Woodhead Committee, set up in March 1938, presented its findings in November. It offered a handful of refashioned partition proposals, all with a much smaller Jewish state than proposed by Peel. The committee favored the one with a Jewish state stretching from Tel Aviv to Zichron Yaakov, comprising less than 10% of Palestine's land mass, obviously unacceptable to the Zionists. The committee rejected Peel's compulsory transfer proposal as out of the question, suggested that voluntary transfer was impossible to assume, and concluded that a Jewish state with a large Arab minority would be dysfunctional. Hence, partition was unworkable. But during the months of Woodhead deliberations, the Zionist leadership, unaware of London's secret, in principle, rejection of partition, roundly examined and debated the Peel proposals and the particularities of their implementation. Transfer got a protracted, thorough airing. A transfer committee of experts chaired by Thon, then head of the Palestine Land Development Company, was established and investigated ways and means of implementing transfer. How many and which Arabs could or should be transferred? Where to? With what compensation? The problems were vast and the political circumstances were volatile. An ongoing Arab revolt, a British government whose support for the Peel recommendations was uncertain, a world drifting toward total war, when the problem of Palestine would surely be put on the back burner. No, don't start a fund for me trolling traveling Israel, okay? Because I will not do it, okay? That's just not my vibe. No. Maybe for $10,000 I'll do it, okay? USDs, that's the cheaper currency. Hmm. What's going on here?
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
All right, let's carry on. Fuck. Partition was unworkable. Woodhead. Transfer committee chaired by Thorne, the head of the Palestine Land Development Company, was established. Did I read this already? How many and which Arabs could or should be transferred? Where to? With what compensation? The problems were vast and the political circumstances were volatile. An ongoing Arab revolt, a British government whose support for the Peel recommendations was uncertain, a world drifting toward total war, when the problem of Palestine would surely be put on the back burner. The committee broke up in 1938 without producing a final report. Okay. But simultaneously, the Jewish Agency Executive, the government of the Yishuv, discussed transfer. On June 7th, 1938, proposing Zionist policy guidelines, Ben-Gurion declared that the Jewish state will discuss with the neighboring Arab states the matter of voluntarily transferring Arab tenant farmers, laborers, and peasants from the Jewish state to the neighboring Arab states. As was his wont, Ben-Gurion at the same time endorsed complete equality for civil rights for the Arabs living in the Jewish state. Some executive members may have regarded this as for the record lip service and posturing for posterity. 5 days later, Ben-Gurion laid his cards baldly on the table. I support compulsory transfer. I don't see in it anything immoral. Whoa. When he went full Reddit, God. Usishkin followed suit. There was nothing immoral about transferring 60,000 Arab families. We cannot start the Jewish state with half the population being Arab. Such a state cannot survive even half an hour. I.e., transfer, is the most moral thing to do. I am ready to come and defend it before the Almighty. Bro. Stop speaking Hebrew in the chat. You can have your fucking Hebrew names, but don't speak Hebrew in the chat. Come on. Think we're a British imperial entity. Okay? Stop. Stop. We have no colonizer languages here, okay? Only English. Okay. Werner David Senator, a Hebrew University executive of German extraction and liberal views, called for a maximal transfer. Yehoshua Supersky of the Zionist Actions Committee said that the Yishuv must take care that a new Czechoslovakia is not created here, and this could be assured through the gradual emigration of part of the Arabs. He was referring to the undermining of the Czechoslovak Republic by its Sudeten German minority. Ben Gurion, Ussishkin, and Burl Katznelson agreed that the British, rather than the Yishuv, should carry out the transfer. But the principle should be that there must be a large agreed transferred, declared Katznelson. Rupin said, I do not believe in the transfer of individuals. I believe in the, I remember this one, I believe in the transfer of entire villages. Shit. Elijah Kaplan, the Jewish Agency's treasurer, thought that with proper financial inducement, and if it left impoverished in the nascent Jewish state, the Arabs might agree to a voluntary departure. Eliyahu Berlin, a leader of the Knesset Yisrael religious party, proposed that taxes should be increased so that the Arabs will flee because of the taxes. There was a virtual pro-transfer consensus among the GAE members. All preferred a voluntary transfer, but most were also agreeable to a compulsory transfer, preferring, of course, that the British, rather than the Yishuv, carry it out. In one way or another, Zionist expressions of support for transfer during 36, 37, and the first half of 38 can be linked to the Peel Commission's work and recommendations. Not so Ben Gurion's tabling of a new transfer scheme in early December 1938. Peel was now dead and buried, but in Germany, the Nazis had just unleashed the mass pogrom of Kristallnacht. In Palestine and London, the British, the Arabs, and the Zionist leaders were preparing for the St. James Conference, soon to open in the British capital. The Zionist leadership was desperate to find a safe haven for Europe's Jews and to empty Palestine in preparation for their arrival. We will offer Iraq 10 million Palestine pounds to transfer 100,000 Arab families from Palestine to Iraq, Ben Gurion jotted down in his diary. On December 11th, he raised the idea at a meeting of the JAE. The Iraqis, he said, were in urgent need of manpower to fill their empty spaces and to develop the country. But Ben Gurion was not optimistic. He anticipated opposition from Saudi Arabia and Egypt. He was driven by a premonition of unprecedented disaster. The Jewish question is no longer that which was the question until now. Millions of Jews are now faced with physical destruction. Zionism itself is in danger. We now need, during this catastrophe that has befallen the Jewish people, all of Palestine and mass immigration. Nothing came of these deliberations and plans. In November, the Woodhead Committee had scuppered any possibility of British endorsement of either partition or transfer. The St. James Conference of February 1939 produced only further deadlock. And in May, in a new white paper, Whitehall disavowed its commitment to Zionism itself, in effect supporting a continued permanent Arab majority and Arab rule in Palestine within a decade. Whoa. Man, this 39 white paper would have absolutely slammed the Jews. They literally offered it on a fucking plate. Did you check what I linked in your DMs? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I did. Thank you. Like, what would have happened if Al Husseini accepted that? He probably would have done a call. Yeah. Bro. But the idea of transfer, the golden deus ex machina solution to the Arab problem, continued to captivate the Zionist imagination. When deliberating transfer in the late 30s, the Zionist executives tended to think either in terms of a total transfer, which would leave the emergent Jewish state Arab free, or should that prove impossible, in terms of particular categories of Arabs. Most often, peasants and tenant farmers were mentioned, perhaps because their transfer would entail an acceleration of land and accretion of land to the Zionist institutions. As well, cultivators were seen as highly transferable because their compensated resettlement on land in Transjordan or Iraq would not necessitate vocational retraining or profound cultural acclimatization. Moving the bulk of the Arab townspeople, on the other hand, would gain the Zionist enterprise little of value, only an improvement in Palestine's demography, and would probably be much more problematic on the other absorptive end. This is why they kept on talking about when they talk about transfer, they often refer to the fellahin, right? Like I think that's how you say it, the peasantry. Okay. In the absence of Anglo-Arab Zionist agreement about a blanket transfer, proposals periodically surfaced regarding the selective transfer of this or that Arab religious or ethnic group. In March 1939, the leader of Syria's Druze, Sultan al-Atrash, proposed that the Yishuv buy up the dozen-odd Druze villages in Palestine and that their 15,000 inhabitants be transferred to Jabal al-Druze in southern Syria. The envisioned voluntary transfer would benefit both the Druze and the Jews, and might serve as a model for further population transfers from Palestine, al-Atrash argued. Weizmann responded enthusiastically, launching a series of consultations with American Zionist leaders and French army officers and officials. He reported that the French who ruled Syria were in favor, but Chertok in Tel Aviv was skeptical about the willingness of Palestine's Druze to move and ultimately quashed the negotiation. There, the matter seemingly ended. But a seed had obviously been planted in Ben-Gurion's mind. In October 1941, he formulated a blueprint for future Zionist policy in which he expatiated at length about the possibilities of transfer. He wrote that various categories of Palestinian Arabs were ripe for transfer. The Druze, several Bedouin tribes, and the Jordan Valley and the south, the Circassians, and perhaps also the Matawalis, Shiites living in northern Galilee, would not mind being transferred under favorable conditions to some neighboring country. Bro. I don't know why my throat's so fucked today. I think it's my meds. My massive fucking dry mouth. Bruh. Ritalin, oh yeah. Tenant farmers and landless laborers, too, could probably be transferred with relative ease, he argued. A transfer. Fuck. 1 second. It's okay. I'll just lose my voice as I go. It's okay. A transfer of the bulk of Palestine's Arabs, however, would probably necessitate ruthless compulsion. But recent European history, he wrote, had demonstrated that compulsory transfer of populations was possible, and the ongoing world war seemed to underline the need and practicality of massive transfers to solve difficult minority problems. There would be massive transfers of population as part of the post-war settlement, he reasoned. But the Zionist movement must take care not to openly preach or advocate compulsory transfer of Arabs, as this would be impolitic and would antagonize many of the West. At the same time, he wrote, the Zionists should do nothing to hamper those in the West who were advocating transfer as a necessary element in the solution of the Palestine problem. Ben-Gurion was obliquely referring to the proposal of Harry St. John Philby, an Orientalist and advisor to King Ibn Saud of Saudi Arabia, to establish at the end of the war a Middle Eastern federation of states, with Ibn Saud as its ruler. The plan also provided for a Jewish state in Palestine, transferring most of Palestine's Arabs out of the country, and the payment to Saudi Arabia of £20 million sterling. Both Weizmann and Chertok were initially enthusiastic. Through the war years, Chertok and Weizmann remained steady proponents of transfer, flogging the idea to whoever would listen. One of Weizmann's interlocutors was Ivan Maisky, the Soviet ambassador in London. The two met in London in late January 1941. Initially, they discussed the possible orange exports to Russia. Maisky wasn't particularly interested, and they then turned to a possible post-war settlement in Palestine. According to Weizmann, Maisky said, there would have to be an exchange of populations. Dr. Weizmann said that if 500,000 Arabs could be transferred, 2 million Jews could be put in their place. That, of course, would be a first installment. What might happen afterwards was a matter for history. Mr. Maisky's comment was that they in Russia had also had to deal with exchanges of population. Dr. Weizmann said that the distance they had to deal with in Palestine would be smaller. They would be transferring the Arabs only to Iraq or Transjordan. Mr. Maisky asked whether some difficulties might not arise in transferring a hill country population to the plains, and Dr. Weizmann replied that a beginning might be made with the Arabs from the Jordan Valley. But anyhow, conditions in Transjordan were not so very different from Palestine hill country. Dr. Weizmann explained that they were unable to deal with the Arabs as, for instance, the Russian authorities would deal with a backward element in their population in the USSR, nor would they desire to do so. Maisky's report on the meeting contains a number of differences. Maisky wrote that it was Weizmann who had raised the subject of transfer. Weizmann, according to Maisky, had proposed to move 1 million Arabs to Iraq and to settle 4 or 5 million Jews from Poland and other countries on the land where these Arabs were. The Soviet ambassador had expressed surprise regarding Weizmann's expectation of settling 4 or 5 million Jews on lands inhabited by only 1 million Arabs. Weizmann replied, according to Maisky, "Oh, don't worry, the Arab is often called the son of the desert. It would be truer to call him the father of the desert. His laziness and primitivism turn a flourishing garden into a desert. Give me the land occupied by 1 million Arabs, and I will easily settle 5 times that number of Jews on it, bro." Yikes. Mask off. A few months later, an almost identical exchange took place between Chertok visiting Cairo and Walter Smart, the Secretary for Arab Affairs at the British legation in Egypt. They spoke of possible massive Polish Jewish immigration to Palestine. Chertok said that the land of Israel could accommodate a population of at least 5 million. But how many Jews? He asked. I said 3 million Jews and 2 million Arabs. The Arabs increase thanks to Jewish immigration, which expands the economy that facilitates the absorption of Arab immigrants. But if we evict the Arabs, there will be room for more Jews, and this will also benefit the Arabs. What will you do with them? Asked Smart. Syria, for example, will that country develop with such a small population with its empty spaces? If several 100,000 Arabs from the land of Israel were transferred there, the Jewish people would provide funds. Syria would get an income. The same applies to Iraq. During the visit, Chertok said similar things at his meeting with the American minister, Alexander Kirk. Nothing, of course, came of these meetings, but they give us an insight into the desperation growingly felt by the Zionist leadership as the news of the awful fate of Europe's Jews began to seep out, and into the measures they were willing to contemplate and propound to save their people. And such thinking was not limited to the political leadership. It also characterized many of the officials who ran the yeshuv's state within a state institutions. Yosef Weitz, director of the JNF's lands department and a key land purchasing and settlement executive, was characteristic, if somewhat more articulate and blunt than most. It must be clear that there is no room in the country for both peoples, he confided to his diary on 20th December 1940. If the Arabs leave, if the Arabs leave it, the country will become wide and spacious for us. The only solution after World War II ends is a land of Israel, at least a Western land of Israel, i.e., Palestine, without Arabs. There is no room here for compromises, but there is no way but to transfer the Arabs from here to the neighboring countries, to transfer all of them, save perhaps for the mainly Christian Arabs of Bethlehem, Nazareth, and Old Jerusalem. It's funny that in 1940, even someone said it would be okay to keep them in Nazareth. Yeah. Not one village must be left, not one Bedouin tribe. The transfer must be directed at Iraq, Syria, and even Transjordan. For this goal, funds will be found, and only after this transfer will the country be able to absorb millions of our brothers, and the Jewish problem in Europe will cease to exist. There is no other solution. This is from Weitz, yeah. The guy who tried to do the transfer committee, no? But solving the Jewish problem or the question of Palestine were far from priorities for the Allied leaders and generals during the World War. They had more pressing problems. Transferring Arabs to make way for the Jews was hardly an urgent or indeed attractive proposition. Nonetheless, the news that gradually emerged during the second half of the war from Nazi-occupied Europe about the ongoing Holocaust certainly caused pangs of conscience among Western politicians and officials and underlined the urgency of a solution of the Jewish problem in Europe by way of a safe haven in Palestine. Did these talks of transfer involve the Mizrahi? I don't think they did, no. Pro-Zionist tendencies were reinforced. The executive of Britain's Labour Party in April 1944 adopted a platform endorsing mass Jewish immigration to a Jewish majority in and a transfer of Arabs out of Palestine as part of a Middle East peace settlement. In Palestine, surely is a case on human grounds and to promote a stable settlement for transfer of population. Let the Arabs be encouraged to move out as the Jews move in. Let them be compensated handsomely for their land, and let their settlement elsewhere be carefully organized and generously financed, stated the resolution, which is published in the Labour Party's volume International Post-War Settlement. The publication of the resolution prompted a debate on 7th of May in the JAE. Not so much about the notion of transfer, all were agreed about its merits, if not its practicality, as about how the Zionist leadership should react. Shertok, Israel's future first foreign minister and second prime minister, said, the transfer can be the archstone, the final stage in the political development, but on no account the starting point. By doing this, i.e., by talking prematurely about transfer, we are mobilizing enormous forces against the idea of subverting its implementation in advance. And he continued prophetically, what will happen once the Jewish state is established? It is very possible that the result will be the transfer of Arabs. Shertok was followed by Ben-Gurion. Here he comes. When I heard these things about the Labour Party's executive resolution, I had some difficult thoughts, but I reached the conclusion that it is the best that this remain, i.e., that the resolution remain as part of Labour's official platform. We were asked what should be our programme. I would find it inconceivable to tell them transfer because talk on the subject might cause harm in two ways. It could cause us harm in public opinion in the world because it might give the impression that there is no room for more Jews in Palestine without ejecting the Arabs. And B, such declarations in support of transfer would force the Arabs onto their hind legs. Nonetheless, Ben-Gurion added, transfer of Arabs is easier than any other type of transfer. There are Arab states in the area, and it is clear that if the Arabs of Palestine are sent to the Arab countries, this will improve their situation and not the contrary. Uh-oh. The rest of the JAE members followed suit. Yitzhak Gruenbaum, who would be Israel's first interior minister, declared, to my mind, there is an Arab consideration in favor of transfer. That is, in the increase of population of Iraq by additional Arabs. It is the function of the Jews occasionally to make the Gentiles, Goyim, aware of things they did not until then perceive. If, for example, it is possible to create artificially in Iraq conditions that will magnetize the Arabs of Palestine to emigrate to Iraq, I do not see in it any iniquity or crime. Eliyahu Dobkin, director of the Jewish Agency's Immigration Department, said, "There will be in the country a large Arab minority and it must be ejected. There is no room for our internal inhibitions in this matter." Eliezer Kaplan, who would become Israel's first finance minister, said, "Regarding the matter of transfer, I have only one request. Let us not start arguing among ourselves. This will cause us the most damage externally." Dov Joseph, the JA's legal advisor and soon to be Israel's justice minister, chimed in. "I agree with Mr. Kaplan. Werner David, senator, said, I do not regard the question of transfer as a moral or immoral problem. It is not a matter I would refuse to consider." Ben-Gurion returned to the transfer theme within the following month when he unrealistically proposed bringing 1 million Jewish immigrants to Palestine immediately. The religious Mizrahi Party's Moshe Chaim Shapira said that the matter would compel the Yishuv to consider transferring Arabs. Ben-Gurion replied, "I am opposed that any proposal for transfer should come from our side. But I do not reject transfer on moral grounds, and I do not reject it on political grounds. If there is a chance for it, I support it. With regard to the Druze, it is possible. It is possible to move all the Druze voluntarily to Jebel Druze in Syria. The other Arabs, I don't know. But it must not be a Jewish proposal." If the Second World War and the Holocaust in various ways quickened Zionist interest in transfer, they also, for a moment, resuscitated British support for a settlement based on partition and Jewish statehood in part of Palestine. In 1943, a special British ministerial committee submitted a proposal based on partition, and in January 1944, the full cabinet endorsed the idea. This is with implementation left to the post-war era. In turn, this renewed advocacy of transfer in British and perhaps paradoxically Arab circles. This is quite interesting because it seems to be that when people argue that the British wanted Israel as an imperial outpost, well, that wouldn't explain why they abandoned Zionism in 1939. But if you look at it through the lens of idealism, it suddenly makes perfect sense. Was they abandoned Zionism in 1939 with the white paper, but with the rejection of that and also with the Holocaust, that suddenly made people, I think, a lot more emotionally attached to the idea of a Jewish state after what Europe had done to them. It seems like that must have been from like a idealist motivation. I don't know for sure because I don't know why, if they said why, but it seems to make more sense in terms of the timeline. In January 1943, a senior British Colonial Office official, the Duke of Devonshire, proposed the following trade-off: that Britain establish an Arab state in Libya, just conquered from the Italians, and that the Arab world in exchange acquiesce in the establishment of a Jewish state in Palestine. It was untrue, he added, that the Zionists had over the years displaced Arabs from Palestine, but in any case, the Arab population in Palestine might be dealt with by an offer of assistance to migrate to Libya for those families who find conditions in Palestine unendurable. Hard on the heels of the end of World War II, another prominent Englishman, General John Glubb, the Arabophile commander of Transjordan's army, the Arab Legion, became a prominent advocate of transfer, alongside partition of Palestine between a Jewish state and Transjordan. In July 1946, Glubb penned a memorandum entitled "A Note on Partition as a Solution to the Palestine Problem." In it, he recommended partition because no other scheme offers any possibility of success. He envisioned a Jewish state encompassing the coastal plain, the Jezreel Valley, and the lower Jordan Valley. Glubb was uncertain how to solve the problem of Jaffa, a large Arab town in the middle of the Jewish coastal area. One possibility, he wrote, was the transfer of its population somewhere else over a 10 to 15-year period. As to the other Arab inhabitants in the Jewish state to these areas, Glubb rather hesitantly recommended transfer. What a name. Glubb. Imagine being called Glubb. Like, no, who would take you seriously? We're almost done. Glubb. The best course will probably be to allow a time limit during which persons who find themselves in one or the other state against their wishes will be able to opt for citizenship of the other state. Some might, of course, opt for citizenship without desiring to move into and reside in it. The great majority, however, would probably wish to move. A small proportion of these minorities could move by direct exchange, but a large balance of Arabs would be left in the Jewish state. The Jews would want to get rid of them and would soon find means of making the Arabs wish to move. It is not, of course, intended to move Arab displaced persons by force, but merely so to arrange that when these persons find themselves left behind in the Jewish state, well paid jobs and good prospects should be simultaneously open for them in the Arab state. John Bagot Glubb. No way. Was he called Bagot? Look at him. He looks like a glub. His face is like a glub. If glub was a noun, it would be his face. Holy shit. John Bagot Glubb. Glubb seemed to be speaking of a voluntary transfer reinforced by a number of tempting carrots, but in a follow-up note written apparently a few weeks later, Glubb appeared to move towards an acceptance of some measure of compulsory transfer as well. When the undoubtedly Arab and undoubtedly Jewish areas had been cleared of all members of the other community, work would begin on deciding the actual frontier. In the frontier belt, every effort would be made to arrange exchanges of land and population so as to leave as few people as possible to be compensated for cash. Did he get shot in the face in World War One? I don't know. Did he? A shattered jaw. Oh, is that why his jaw looks like that? Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes more. I thought it was just a old manny jaw. But it got shattered in World War One. Bro. What a unit. John Bagot Glubb took a bullet to the fucking face and just his face just chewed it up. Fucking Man of Steel. God. Making fun of a disabled guy, disgusting. Yes, we are. Look at him. Anyway, sorry. In January 47, as the United Nations partition resolution drew closer, Glubb refined his scheme. The Arabs in the Jewish designated areas would have to be brought out and settled elsewhere, he wrote. But he added, the proposal for partition put forward in previous memoranda did not involve the forcible transfer of any of the population. Those wishing to move to the other state would be compensated. HMG or British troops will not be concerned with moving anybody, certainly not their forcible evictions from their homes. It is inconceivable that British troops be used to evict Arabs from their homes. Such things can be done by Germans or Russians. British troops are not capable of being frightful enough, but to attempt forcibly to transfer large blocks of Arabs by using Jewish troops would lead to civil war, and troops of the Arab states would refuse to do it. The inevitable conclusion, therefore, seems to be that large blocks of population cannot be moved, and hence that the only frontier which can in practice be implemented is one running approximately along the existing demographic front line. Oh. He glubbed up the bullet with his huge man jaw, which he must have had before that bullet hit him. Wait, where are we? In effect, what Glubb was saying was that partition between a Jewish state and Transjordan was the only solution. That for partition to work, there would have to be a transfer of the Arabs out of the Jewish state, as of the far smaller numbers of Jews out of the Arab areas, and that the transfer would have to be voluntary and compensated because a compulsory transfer by British or Jewish or Arab troops was inconceivable and or would merely lead to widespread hostilities. Well, he knew. He was a smart man. But it wasn't only Zionist activities and British officials who, during the early and mid 40s, swung around to acceptance of partition, accompanied by a transfer of Arabs out of the Jewish state to be. So did senior Arab politicians, or at least that is what generally reliable British officials recorded them as saying at the time. In December 1944, Nuri Said, Iraq's senior politician and sometimes prime minister, told a British interlocutor that if partition was imposed on the Arabs, there would be a necessity of removing the Arabs from the Jewish state. Thought it could be done by exchange. Said said that the settlement would not provoke a violent Arab reaction, but supported the idea, a small Jewish state in Palestine and transfer, only if it provided finality to the problem. In a follow-up conversation, the British official heard some similar things from Iraq's foreign minister, Arshad al-Umari. Arshad repeated what Nuri had said, over, i.e. regarding probable Arab reactions, and also the necessity of removing the Arabs from the Jewish state. Nuri had put his position still more forcefully in a conversation with Alec Kirkbride, the British resident in Amman. Provided the partition was effected on an equitable basis, it might perhaps be best to lose part of Palestine in order to confine the Zionist danger within permanent boundaries. Nuri Pasha said that the only fair basis could be the secession to the Jews of those areas where they constituted a majority, while the Arab section of Palestine would be embodied in Transjordan. In Amman, there was an understandable sympathy for a partition of Palestine between the Jews and Transjordan, and it quite naturally led to acceptance of partition's corollary. At a meeting in Jerusalem in February 1944 between Sir Harold McMichael, the High Commissioner, Lord Moyne, the Minister Resident in the Middle East, Kirkbride, and General Edward Spears, head of the British political mission in Syria and Lebanon, there was general agreement that partition offers the only hope of a final settlement for Palestine. And according to Moyne, Jordan's Prime Minister Tawfiq Abdul Huda and Egypt's Prime Minister Mustafa Nahas Pasha both recognized that a final settlement can only be reached by means of partition, though the Arab leaders, it was said, would not say so publicly. Abdul Huda had informed Kirkbride directly of his position at two meetings, on December 3, 1943 and January 16, 1944. At the second meeting, Abdul Huda, according to McMichael, had said that he did not see any alternative to partition. 2 years later, in July 1946, Kirkbride cabled London about meetings he had just had with King Abdullah and Transjordan's new Prime Minister Ibrahim Pasha Hashim. Abdullah is for partition, and he feels that the other Arab leaders may acquiesce in that solution, although they may not approve of it openly. Hashim said that the only just and permanent solution lay in absolute partition with an exchange of populations. To leave Jews in an Arab state or Arabs in a Jewish state would lead inevitably to further trouble between the two peoples. Ibrahim Pasha admitted that he would not be able to express this idea in public for fear of being called a traitor. He said that the other Arab representatives at the discussions would be divided into people like himself who did not dare to express their true views and extremists who simply demanded the impossible. A month later, Kirkbride commented, King Abdullah and Prime Minister of Jordan both consider that partition followed by an exchange of populations, meaning as all understood a transfer of Arabs out of the Jewish state to be, is the only practical solution to the Palestine problem. They do not feel able to express this view publicly. Yo, only 80 likes. Damn! Like the stream, assholes. Doesn't cost you anything. Okay, hang on. 2 more pages. 3 more pages. What emerges from the foregoing is that the Zionist leaders from the inception of the movement toyed with the idea of transferring the Arabs, or a substantial number of Arabs out of Palestine, or any part of Palestine that was to become Jewish, as a way of solving the problem posed by the existence of an Arab majority, or down the road, a large Arab minority that was opposed to the existence of a Jewish state or to living in it. As Arab opposition, including violent resistance to Zionism, grew in the 20s and 30s, and as this opposition resulted in periodic British clampdowns on Jewish immigration, a consensus or near consensus formed among the Zionist leaders around the idea of transfer as the natural, efficient, and even moral solution to the demographic dilemma. The Peel Commission's proposals, which included partition and transfer, only reinforced Zionist advocacy of the idea. All understood there was no way of carving up Palestine which would not leave in the Jewish designated area a large Arab minority, or an Arab majority, and that no partition settlement with such a demographic basis could work. The onset of the Second World War and the Holocaust increased Zionist desperation to attain a safe haven in Palestine for Europe's persecuted Jews, and reinforced their readiness to adopt transfer as a way of instantaneously emptying the land so that it could absorb the prospective refugees from Europe. The bouts of Zionist reflection about and espousal of transfer usually came not out of the blue, but in response to external factors or initiatives. In the early 30s, Zionist mediation on the idea of transfer was a byproduct of Arab violence and the frustration of efforts to persuade the British to allow Zionist settlement in Transjordan. In the late 30s, it was triggered by the Arab Revolt and the Peel Commission's recommendation to transfer the Arab population out of the area designated for Jewish statehood. During the early 40s, thinking about transfer was stimulated by proposals by St. John Philby for a Middle East federation, and by the dire need for a relatively empty and safe haven for Europe's decimated Jews. And in 1944 to 45, the talk was triggered by the British Labour Party executive's decision to include transfer in its blueprint for a settlement of the Palestine question. By the mid-40s, the logic and necessity of transfer was also accepted by many British officials and various Arab leaders, including Jordan King Abdullah and Prime Minister Ibrahim Pasha Hashim, and by Iraq's Nuri Said. Not the Holocaust was the uppermost in their minds. They were motivated mainly by the calculation that partition was the only sensible, ultimately viable, and relatively just solution to the Palestine conundrum, and that a partition settlement would only be lasting if it was accompanied by a massive transfer of Arab inhabitants out of the Jewish state to be. A large and resentful Arab minority in the future Jewish state would be a recipe for most probably instantaneous and certainly future destabilization and disaster. Let me see. 1 second. The United Nations Partition Resolution of 29 November 1947 did not provide for population transfers and indeed left in the areas designated for Jewish statehood close to 400,000 Arabs, alongside some 500,000 Jews. Once battle was joined, it was a recipe for disaster and for refugeedom for the side that lost. As it turned out, the Jews won, and the great majority of the Arabs who had lived in the areas that became Israel fled or were driven out. What then was the connection between Zionist transfer thinking before 48 and what actually happened during the First Arab-Israeli War? Arab and pro-Arab commentators and historians have charged that this thinking amounted to pre-planning and that what happened in 48 was simply a systematic implementation of Zionist ideology and of a Zionist master plan of expulsion. Old school Zionist commentators and historians have argued that the sporadic talk among Zionist leaders of transfer was mere pipe dreaming and was never undertaken systematically or seriously. Hence, there was no deliberation and premeditation behind what happened in 48, and the creation of the refugee problem owed nothing to pre-planning and everything to the circumstances of the war and the moment, chaos, immediate military needs and dictates, whims of personality, and so on. My feeling, and here's the big part, I guess, is that the transfer thinking and near consensus that emerged in the 30s and early 40s was not tantamount to pre-planning and did not issue in the production of a policy or master plan of expulsion. The Yishuv and its military forces did not enter the 48 war, which was initiated by the Arab side with a policy or plan for expulsion. But transfer was inevitable and inbuilt into Zionism because it sought to transform a land which was Arab into a Jewish state, and a Jewish state could not have arisen without a major displacement of Arab population. And because this aim automatically produced resistance among the Arabs, which in turn persuaded the Yeshuv's leaders that a hostile Arab majority or large minority could not remain in place if a Jewish state was to arise or safely endure. So he's saying it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy that Jews are going to have to, at the very least, evict Arabs, which they did with the land purchases. Arabs will get angry and fight back, and then because of the violence, Jews will feel like that they can't coexist with Arabs because they're too hostile. Yeah, okay. By 1948, transfer was in the air. The transfer thinking that preceded the war contributed to the denouement by conditioning the Jewish population, political parties, military organizations, and military and civilian leaderships for what transpired. Thinking about the possibilities of transfer in the 30s and 40s had prepared and conditioned hearts and minds for its implementation in the course of 48, so that, as it occurred, few voiced protest or doubt. It was accepted as inevitable and natural by the bulk of the Jewish population. The facts that Palestine's Arabs and the Arab states had rejected the UN partition resolution and, to nip it in the bud, had launched the hostilities that snowballed into full-scale civil war, and that the Arab states had invaded Palestine and attacked Israel in May 1948 only hardened Jewish hearts toward the Palestinian Arabs, who were seen as mortal enemies and, should they be co-opted into the Jewish state, a potential fifth column. Thus, the expulsions that periodically dotted the Palestinian Arab exodus raised few eyebrows, and thus the Yeshuv's leaders, parties, and population in mid-war accepted without significant dissent or protest the militarily and politically sensible decision not to allow an Arab refugee return. It was at this point in the context that some Yeshuv leaders occasionally looked back and reflected upon the connection between what had already happened by autumn 48, some 400 to 500,000 Arabs had already been displaced, and the transfer thinking of the 30s and 40s. In my opinion, there is no need to discuss a return of the refugees so long as a renewal of hostilities is possible, said Yitzhak Gruenbaum, Israel's Minister of Interior, in September 48. In the past, we had a plan that were we able to transfer the Arab population to neighboring Arab states, we would have been ready to participate in the expense of their resettlement with assistance and financial help. Now, too, I see nothing wrong with this plan. Isn't he supporting Twinkelstein's point here? The problem is that Twinkelstein doesn't have a point. Finkelstein, in his original attacks on Benny Morris's takes, in his original critiques, is, where was it? This one? Is it? Is again that he thinks it was, where is it? Was it overt? Hang on, where does he say about policy? Yeah, here, like Finkelstein's take is that he's using that quote to argue that that those quotes from those leaders are indicative of pre-planning for the Nakba even before the war started. In the wake of Israel's declaration of independence, however, this constraint was to a large extent, but not altogether, lifted. Yeah, because he breaks it up into two phases. It seems to me that Finkelstein's opinion is that the expulsion policy was covert before the Declaration of Independence and then overt afterwards, which is such a strange way to divide the timeline of flight because hundreds of thousands of people were already fleeing before, like a couple of months before the declaration. But between the partition resolution and I think March, there was one village, I think, that had an expulsion that wasn't ordered from the top down. And the rest of it was like between sort of like 30 and 50,000 Arab upper class people leaving, like middle and upper class people fleeing, not being expelled. But yeah, I don't know why he counts that as covert expulsion. But yeah, that's what he's saying here is like this diplomatic breakthrough enabled the Zionists to pursue with virtual impunity a policy that, as we shall see presently, was openly and relentlessly bent on expulsion. Yeah, he believes that so he uses that Morris quote because I guess he doesn't have the actual hard evidence to say that Morris also believes that it was policy. General Zionist policy. And then he just uses a bunch of all the evidence from Morris. Yeah. The fact still remains that such an expulsion policy was formulated. Yeah. And then there'll be the misreading of Plan Dalit, I'd imagine. But then he moves on to de facto. I don't know. It's just trying to inject yourself in a conversation when you don't really have anything. I feel like I'm reading all of this in his voice now. The record Morris has assembled evidently belies his central thesis that the vicissitudes of war, not an expulsion policy, accounted for the flight of Palestinian Arabs during these months. Yet it is not only Morris's evidence that works against his thesis, his own arguments work against it as well. There are a few places here where he also tries to argue that Morris incorrectly labeled village's cause of flight as something other than transfer. And there's one, I need to maybe find it, but he changes one of the causes for transfer to an expulsion without adding any evidence. I don't know. So that's why I think he's taken it out of context. But it's quite complex to explain why the lack of context matters, because I think Finkelstein doesn't even need to say what he means by this sentence. Morris knows what he means when he's using this sentence, and that's why it maybe looks like he's shadowboxing a bit. Who knows? Well, that was good to read all of that. Think it makes sense. Because when he's talking about transfer, he's talking about transfer that takes on different characteristics all the way through, right? Like one characteristic is initially one characteristic is the evictions, which was obviously something that was inbuilt to Zionism. And then the other ones were proposals by Brits and Arabs that they wanted to happen but didn't happen. And then you've got 48, which is the war. So like transfer throughout constantly took different characteristics and different visions for how it would be implemented. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's still true that there was no policy announced. And like transfer had already happened before the partition plan. So yeah, fuck. But I think it was also equivocating. Am I using it properly there? Between the 48 war expulsions and transfer that happened before 48. Yeah. What are your takes on streamers tickling 18-year-olds' tummies? I don't give a fuck. That drama sounds ridiculous. I don't know it well enough to comment, so to comment further. It does sound ridiculous, but okay. Not enough people are talking about that. Okay. Also, I need to get some VODs out soon. We've got a huge back catalog forming now. Fuck. All right, hang on. Right. Glub up. I do need to glub up. I want to watch something. What can I watch? What's good drama content? H3H3? Didn't he shit on Second Thought again? Maybe watch that? Was it this one? Oh, please be timestamped. Let's go. What is any more Finkelstein? Not now. Glub. Glub. Monsieur Glub. Was there not a Second Thought segment here? I feel like I watched it. Fresh and Fit. TikTok getting banned. It's about here then, right? Wild Reddit accusations. It's around here, surely. Let's just do a bit of browsing.
I don't know.
Ramadan, Muslim fan, Reddit.
If you glow
I love that noise when you fucking spam through these things.
and just their saying people are.
Where the
So again,
fuck? Was
just
it not
saying
here?
after seeing this,
I thought he was
Reddit
fighting with
saying
Second
thank-
Thought in this thing.
is that
Zionism.
that YouTube are
Zionism.
leaking?
Let's go.
His name is obscured. So
The TikTok logo in the corner.
there's this video of I don't know if we can show it to you guys yet because I don't know if she's
Is
okay.
it early? Oh,
There's a
there it
video of
is. It's earlier.
Oh, also
Okay.
a little quick. Oh, also as you guys
Not the longest segment. Anyway, I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to change the title of the stream, and then we'll do that. Okay. H3H3 versus Second Thought. Also, I got donors to read. A couple of them from you guys. Thank you very much. Wow. Shit. Keep the mic on. No. Fast and Bulbous, thanks for $5. Really appreciate that. Money, I agree. Average Barbarian, thanks for the 5. I don't know what CHF is. I always forget. Fuck. Currency. It's Swiss francs. Thanks for this 5 Swiss francs. I really appreciate that. A friend of mine recently compared the situation in Gaza to the Troubles. Thoughts? That's really dumb. Red Olympus, thanks for the $2. Applies to the freed slaves who colonized Liberia. Okay. Short Stack Goblin, thanks for the 50 Swedish. For the Troll Traveling Israel Fund, can we make it a donation goal? And Short Stack Goblin, thanks for the 50 Swedish. Can we get to, we can get to 10K, right, chat? Who's with me? Think of the content. Hashtag Troll Traveling Israel. I don't know if you're going to get to 10K to get me to Troll Traveling Israel in person, okay? Noah did another video. I know, but I don't give a fuck, man. Why? Why do I need to care about this? Look at it. What's he going to say? He's going to say, Israel limited aid to starve people in the north. Then they let one aid truck in to lure all the starving Arabs in and then shot them, right? And it was all part of the plan.
In its onslaught on Gaza since the October 7th Hamas attacks, Israel's onslaught and destroyed by the United States halted all complete siege on the Gaza Strip. There will be no electricity, no food, no Gaza
quotes
per day. The current average,
they didn't
no
do that though. This actually didn't become the policy, but okay.
No food. Israeli citizens are routinely protesting at the border crossings and blocking aid trucks from entering Gaza. They sit in front of the trucks, laughing, they celebrate, they dance, they proudly display their babies, pointing them in the direction of the Palestinian babies that they are starving to death. Are not
effect that its military forces do not commit any of the aforementioned acts.
They aren't exactly helping their provisional measures listed by the ICC. That order, remember, was a Court of Justice's order.
wanted us to get in.
All of these actions are in direct violation of the International Court of Justice's order for Israel to let aid flow through to Gaza. That order, remember, was a part of a group of legally binding provisional measures listed by the ICJ that Israel must take to avoid committing acts that fall under the Genocide Convention.
The court further considers that Israel must ensure with immediate effect that its military forces do not commit any of the aforementioned acts.
They aren't exactly helping their case here, are they? Experts from human
Well, that would mean that the court's going to probably issue more provisional measures because they've been given the report. And if the court finds that their failure to establish aid corridors in the north constitutes an act of genocide, then you would have to. That would come out quite soon, I'd imagine.
Human rights organizations and the United Nations have repeatedly stated that the only way to avoid the looming explosion of preventable child deaths is by fully letting this aid through. But Israel won't do it. On top of all these elements of intentional starvation, there's one particularly bone-chilling strategy that Israel has begun to employ consistently as a way to escalate this famine. That strategy is the use of lethal force, which brings us to Israel's starvation massacres. At dawn on February 29th, as thousands of starved Palestinians huddled around fires waiting for food, one humanitarian aid convoy was granted passage into Gaza, standing
Shows there's all
Side street by
soon after drivers searched it on Twitter. The massacre being exposed to that over an entire and
I still have to
changing their
look at all
story.
the details of this one.
Then
I
admitted
remember looking at it. Shireen Abu Akleh, okay.
that an investigation would lead to anything other than no, we didn't. In this case, though, they've started the process. There was an IDF report released a few days ago reviewing the incident, and would you look at that? They found no wrongdoing. Dozens of people headed towards nearby IDF troops, reaching at a distance of several meters from them, and thereby posed a real threat to the forces. At this stage, the forces fired cautionary fire in order to distance the suspects. As the suspects continued to advance towards them, the troops fired precisely toward a number of the suspects to remove the threat. Fired precisely. They shot almost 1,000 people. They expect you to buy this. They think that you are the stupidest people in investigations.
The killing.
If the United States uses an undetermined but likely large supply of F-35 and F-15 into Gaza. This so too do the Americans. Where before March 12th, there have been 17 recorded instances of Israeli troops attacking civilians at aid convoys with guns, airstrikes, and tank shelling, all of which have resulted in serious injuries or deaths. On January 25th, Israel killed 20 Palestinians.
Did they shoot 1,000 people? Not since I read it. What was the number of people with bullet wounds in them? 760 injured. Oh. Has he counted every death and injury as shot by the IDF? Officials from 3 hospitals reported treating over 100, 142, and dozens of people with gunshot wounds. He's counting every death as a gunshot, even though people were run over or trampled. And he's also rounding up. Okay. Dude. Bro, I haven't even looked into this fucking story. I haven't done enough. Like, he could be right. He could be that they, whatever he's saying, that they intentionally starved them in the north, and then they intentionally allowed one aid truck in to lure them in to shoot them. I don't even know if he said that, but I don't know what the implication is otherwise. Where did he say that? Unless something's changed. Where's the precisely part? Fuck. Yeah.
Stage, the forces fired towards them. The troops fired precisely toward a number of the suspects to remove the threat. Fired precisely. They shot almost 1,000 people. They expect you to...
He said almost. I think he's assuming that every death and injury was a gunshot. Okay. But officials from the hospital said... Okay. Not that. Yeah, well, what can you do? Or whatever, really. It's so... Because again, there is actually a pretty, like, important conversation to be had here, which maybe I'll go into because I was planning a video on this with the Biden Netanyahu thing. The actual problem is that Israel is not doing enough to establish aid corridors in the north. And the fact that they're trying to focus on Rafah instead is actually going to make things worse. That's the problem. Like, they're not doing nearly enough to establish aid corridors in the north. Not there's an intentional starvation campaign, and apparently under orders, because it would be, if we're talking genocide and shit like that, people are like allowing people to scramble towards the single aid truck that comes in just so that they can shoot them. I don't know. No, it has to. It's not like the hunger plan. No, apparently it is. It's the Nazi hunger plan. Somewhere in the cabinet, there's a quota for what number of Palestinians they expect to starve to death, like the hunger plan. Yeah. Anyway, I don't care. Fuck it. Not engaging with that bullshit. Let me get like, I know what that is. That's just us watching someone who is watching a war for the first time. God, you know what? I was because I went back to looking at Ukraine stuff for that video and just comparing the. This isn't to downgrade the suffering of like people in Gaza, because obviously they are suffering pretty fucking horribly. But the way people ascribe the kind of intentions that people ascribe to the IDF, and with the evidence that they have, comparing it to the behavior of Russia in some of these wars and some of these battles and these war crimes. Because I think right now it's at like 1,000 documented war crimes that are being filed against Russia. Like, it's so many. Like looking at the bodies of people who were killed in massacres and thrown into mass graves, and like the fact that people are told not to try and exhume bodies to give them proper burials because the Russians are planting explosives inside the corpses, or them digging up a bunch of bodies in Izium. And was it Izium where they dug them up? I don't know, somewhere. I think it was, they might have dug them up, but finding bodies in Izium and like a bunch of them have their fucking genitals cut off and shit like that. Or in Bucha, where it's not like odd camera angle, there's a clip in between, and then someone gets shot, and it's like, oh, it must have been because like just like an assassination of an innocent family or something. It's like in Bucha, the footage you have is just like straight camera footage of people blindfolded and kneeling next to a wall, and then the troop comes up to them and goes poof, 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 and just shoots them all. Like but for some reason, people like who just never said anything about that war. How many are dead in Ukraine? Well, I don't know how many are dead in total, because the military have separated themselves quite effectively from the civilians. But I think in Mariupol alone, the estimates are between like 25 and 75,000. But again, the problem is with Russian occupied towns and villages, we can't count the dead because the Russians won't let anyone count the dead. Like, the only way that we know about Mariupol and the way that we can be fair to assume that the number of casualties is so high, of death is so high, is by aerial photographs of mass graves emerging around the city. But yeah, Associated Press estimated that it could be up to 75,000. Anyway. I need to go bathroom, and then I'll come back and do this H3 thing. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Okay. Let's see how things are going for poor Ethan. Poor Ethan.
Everybody enjoyed. We had on Monday a really fantastic, successful
Hello, Harley.
clickbait title, and
Yeah.
I wanted to congratulate everybody.
Give it up.
The views were tremendous. The people they were coming in, and we really got them good.
Oh, hi progressive. I need to DM you. Well,
Actually, we got some of these people too good. If you go to Twitter,
Twitter's a rat hole.
you'll see some people are just a little too eager to make themselves look dumb.
Celebration, man.
I'm not on Twitter though. So people they think they can say whatever they want about me there, which is
Angry?
true.
Yeah, I don't think you being there would stop that, to be honest.
Right? No, not much.
Yeah.
Sneeko says smoking that Zionist pack. Well, keep puffing, buddy, because if you think some silly fucking some bullshit chatter on Twitter is going to keep me from doing the show, then you're about to learn what it means to prevail as a diaspora Jew. We prevail no matter what, bitch. That's what the fuck I'm doing.
What a speech.
I'm diaspora as shit, bitch.
Hell yes.
What's up now?
Oh, am I about to see the view count climb because I'm doing React content instead of reading?
Sneeko, yeah, smoking that Zionist pack. I think he thinks that he.
I think he thinks he killed you by asking you to
killed
do those
me.
push-ups.
What the fuck is this? Did someone make fan art for John Glubb? For John Baggett Glubb? Him catching a bullet with his jaw. That's really good. For those of you who don't know, because you weren't here for the fucking based epic reading session, John Baggett Glubb was the British guy who was kind of like an Arab lover or whatever, like an Arab, what do they call him? An Arab file? I don't know. Yeah. He was basically an Arab dude, a British dude who led the Arab Legion, Jordan's army. And he got shot in the face. John Baggett Glubb got shot in the face and had his jaw shattered in World War One, and survived with a strange looking jaw. He was hated by everyone in the Jordanian army. Based. They probably shot him a bunch of times, but he just kept on chugging, right? And this is him catching the bullet with his with his jaw and smoking it. That's so good. All right.
You
Right,
actually had a heart attack and just died.
The 10 push-ups is what did me in. Of course, this got 10,000 likes. Even Keemstar, the newsman himself, still pushing his journalistic credentials. No way did Sneeko get H3 to retire? You're right. No way.
No, there is no way. Yeah, that didn't happen.
I go, people go, this doesn't make sense. This is crazy. It's like, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yikes!
Because it's,
Yikes.
yeah, you're right. It
Yeah.
doesn't make sense. So, yeah, Sneeko got me to retire. But continuing, JT Chapman, second thought, is this socialist or communist? Communism, socialism is kind of the same thing, right? I mean,
Oh my God.
no,
Had this
listen, I'm not
conversation.
getting into
Oh, no,
debate, but
Ethan.
I get confused.
Don't be
'cause
silly,
I see them
Ethan.
using interchangeably.
Sometimes they're used interchangeably, but it is generally. Think socialism is the bigger umbrella term. Think of it that way.
Okay.
No, they're not talking. They're just it's an online spat.
There
No,
are
but-
other forms of socialism. than
Like
communism.
all squares are rectangles.
Of course, second thought wouldn't fucking argue with someone who disagrees with him. Why would he do that? He would never talk. He would never have a fucking debate with a non-Marxist Leninist. I don't know.
Yes, actually, that's a good way to.
Okay, so all
Very
socialists are commies.
No, the other way around.
All commies. All
communists would be socialists, not all
Yeah,
socialists
yeah,
are communists.
Not all
And
socialists
really,
are
that's a
communists.
pretty big oversimplification too. But I'm trying to keep this.
Well, anyway,
let's not get derailed.
This is the guy. He's
trying to
I
make
think
it soft on your little brain.
He's under that umbrella. He's on the spectrum. He's on the commie
he is
spectrum.
certainly on the spectrum.
Who I right after on October 7th, this guy ran to his podcast and was like laughing. Before Israel ever responded, he was like, "Oh yeah, there's no such thing as settler. There's no such thing as
There's no such thing as Israeli civilians." That's what he said. This is the guy who called me evil for being a decent human being and standing with Palestine. Another detractor turns out to be a bad person who could... Bro. Why did people... Again, it has to be intentional. You have to be an intentionally dishonest piece of fucking cum slut. Like, fuck me. You can't sit there and say, all I said was I'm standing with Palestine. No, you fucking didn't. You said that no Israeli is a civilian. You didn't actually stand with Palestine at all. You actually encouraged an action from Palestinians that resulted in a lot of Palestinians dying. Like, fuck. Even if you exclude the Israeli response, the inevitable Israeli response, you also forget that Hamas killed Palestinians as well. Palestinians who live in Israel were killed in October 7th as well, like 30 of them. Bro. It's like, all I did was say Palestinians deserve to live. It's like, no, you didn't. Like, 90% of your content is why Israelis deserve to die. Like, okay, fuck.
innocent settlers. And he was basically like tap dancing on the graves of like literal slain civilians. And so I called him evil for that, which I stand by.
Oh, shit.
But he's also smoking that Zionist pack. This is the guy who called me evil for being a decent human being and standing with Palestine. Again, not why I called you evil.
Hmm.
And frankly, could do a little more research. Another detractor turns out to be a bad person.
Okay, since you've said it like 8 million times now, AF, Finkelstein is selective in his quotes as usual. Morris even describes in the preceding pages how the transfer consensus among the Yishuv was a reaction to Arab violence and other factors. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Who could have guessed? Oh.
That's all Finkelstein does. He is a clip sniper. Yeah, he's a clip chimper.
Another person. Okay.
He even somehow, I don't know, he somehow managed to clip chimp resolution 242 in that debate. Which is so short, it's almost unclip chimpable. Where was it? Yeah. He clipped this part, the saying it's very simple, the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war, but missed out the very important part about the withdrawal being left deliberately vague of which territories in particular and how and under what conditions. It's just so dumb. He clip chimped resolution 242 of all things. God.
What does that have to do with me quitting, by the way?
Yeah, it's so weird.
Oh, I know why. Because this girl, Schizarella, is just blatantly fucking just lying. Like actual defamation. I don't know what to say. Like, I don't know if I... Like,
wait, was that all he said about Second Thought? Was that the whole exchange? Or does he come back? He comes back. Okay.
I'll show you guys. Ethan Klein announces an indefinite break after facing criticism for insensitive statements. She just made up a headline. Well, where's here? Yeah, here's the original one. Is this the original one? It's kind of messy.
Someone told me there was drama.
Where's the
Did they just see it like one of the frames?
Well, this one's cut off.
Oh, shit.
The top. Ethan Klein announces an indefinite break after facing criticism for insensitive statements. Ethan's wife is missing from the live announcement. Like, holy fuck, dude. These
She's
people are
dead.
I'm sorry, but this is psycho posting. Yeah,
Is she dead? Perhaps.
But well, the
Did he kill
implication
her?
being that
Ethan
Hila.
Klein killed his wife.
No, the implication being that she's hiding in shame because she's Israeli.
This is big news.
And we will never hide in shame of that fact. It is what it is. Oh yeah, no, let's not forget Dark Viper of 16 Pages fame.
Excuse me.
14
some respect.
14 pages.
I'm so sorry.
14.
It's 14
Dude,
pages.
all the fucking haters. You guys are so dumb. Yo, look how dumb y'all are. You're so desperate to believe something that is like so obviously not true. If you just literally flick the surface of it, it really exposes just how pathetic you are and how easy it is to believe, how willing you are to believe fake shit. Fake news? Yeah, JT Chapman's like actually such a fucking pathetic weasel. I just want to say that about him. Yeah, Dark Viper says, it's sad that Ethan Klein's announcement of taking indefinite break from H3 was clickbait. Oh, well, this moron actually... Wait, didn't he do one that wasn't...
Oh, did we miss the initial one?
Yeah, wasn't there an initial one, or
Might have
was
deleted.
this the one?
On page 14.
But he says, it's a shame that Ethan is not leaving the internet. As someone who has been incessantly harassed by him for years in front of thousands, he is one of those truly deserving of being driven off the internet. A bully beloved
Dark
by boys.
Viper.
Bro, most of my fans don't even know who the fuck you are. Bullying? Bitch, I've only talked about you like one time on my private channel. And the only reason people know about you is because of the 14 Pages meme, and that's it.
But I don't have time for that.
And
It's a
by the way,
14-page document.
this dude, go to his channel. He literally just rants and raves and bitches about other creators. And
Based.
well, and what I would describe.
What's wrong with that? That's content, you know, you double the viewers.
As way harsher terms, like talk about being a fucking bitch baby boy. Dark Viper. 14 brain cells, more like.
Wow.
What a moron.
It's 14.
14 brain cells.
Brain cells.
Bro. Here's another one.
Is that a good one? I don't know if that's a
Of
good
Dark
one.
Vipes. Shout out to the Vipe. He said,
"Where my Vipes at?"
I'm curious what the clip is.
It's 14 pages.
Where my Vipes at?
It's 14.
Wait, was he including a video of me talking about Teddy Fresh? Like what?
14 pages.
Oh, no! It's the bully compilation. Wait, now I have to watch this.
He's being bullied.
The answer is 14.
14 pages. It's 14
Oh, he's saying using that soundbite is bullying.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man.
You are a baby.
It's enduring.
14
Baby,
pages.
you need a fucking bottle. Talk about smoking that pack. 14 pages of fat Cuban cigars wrapped up and glued with fucking Viper's tears.
Wow.
Smoking that fat pack. Go ahead and cry. Listen to this.
Pages.
Second thought not come back at all.
That's right.
The bowling is unreal, man.
14 pages.
14 pages.
yeah,
I'm calling
me
you out.
too. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, brother.
Because one of my favorite people on the internet, Dark Viper, 14 pages. You remember this guy?
Why would he post this?
dude,
Come on, this is funny.
And like, frankly, we should. Do you mind if we use this? Well, I mean, it's my content, so I can. But he put a lot of work into grabbing all these examples.
Right.
Certainly, that was no small feat.
Yeah.
I wonder if he tried to send this to YouTube as evidence that I'm bullying him.
Pages on page 14.
Well, he wrote 14 pages.
It's a 14-page
if you want me to consider
This is
your
funny.
thesis.
Wait, did Brittany Vent? I thought I saw these videos, but there were two, weren't there? There was a two-parter of Brittany Venti against BPF, and she's done two more. Oh my god. They're like basically kind of the same title almost. Fake Christians to the right, the fakest Christians on YouTube, the fakest Christians on YouTube can't stop lying. What the fuck? She's lasering in.
I need another 14 pages on this.
I don't want to do Venti stuff again. This is BPF shit. No.
I want to take it seriously.
By the way, Hasan doesn't even know what I'm
His
talking about because it's such an underground meme. But now everybody knows.
It's 14.
If you guys don't know, he wrote a manifesto.
How long
about-
was it?
about it was 14 pages.
But I don't have time for that. It's a 14-page document.
He wrote a manifesto about reaction content.
Oh no.
And how it's stealing, which
I've noticed that other creators are doing this as well, though, is they find a motif, they find a feud, and they just keep going. Like, Willie Mack's actually really good at it. Look at this. Fucking Vosh, Vosh, Vosh. Like, it's basically the same thumbnail. It was 4 lines, 4 of Hasan in a row. A connect 4 of Hasan content. Wow. Are you going to react to the latest Lex podcast? I just did. I did it yesterday. Do you want me to add Vosh to the thumbnail? Yes. Stick him in. Put Vosh in there. Put Hasan in there. Let's go. For the Mearsheimer vid. Yeah, obviously. Good plan.
which is like something that I do agree with. However, his approach, I don't remember exactly, was super just mean and douchey. I don't remember exactly what. But the thing that was so funny is he kept shouting, I wrote 14...
The VOD is in this stream channel. Just go to fucking playlists and go to live VODs. It's there.
whole pages. I was like, bitch, that is not a fucking...
It's not that impressive.
That's a pamphlet, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's
at best.
14-page, meticulously argued document.
It's awesome.
He's just a fucking idiot, bro.
He compared React content to rape?
Based.
Right, because it's non-consensual.
So
Jesus,
based.
man. Yeah, he did something like way
Giga
over the
chat.
top that got me like a little bit.
Well, and also I remember the video you were explaining the difference, like what fair use is and how that works here in the States, which, to be fair, he's not from the United States, so I guess can't
What the
be
fuck would
expected
you
to
know,
understand.
bitch?
Well, don't expect the whole world to obey by our.
Well, if he's
law,
going to
but-
criticize people for stealing content, you should know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yes,
Most of these people he's calling out are in America.
Right.
Or North America.
I was away from my computer. I just got here, and I was listening back. I'm like, no way this guy made a compilation.
He did us. He did it for us.
Oh man,
Thank
we need a new category at the Steamies, like Pussy of the Year or something. 'Cause that
Baby.
is insane.
But this is so funny. I'm really enjoying watching it.
14 pages.
That's what it's
14 pages!
This is good content.
Pages.
14. It's 14 pages! It's 14 pages!
How embarrassing. It's even more than that.
Ridiculous.
It's 14-page, meticulously
Bro, you
argued
are so
document.
funny for this.
Books.
It's 14 pages!
Comical books.
Bro.
14 pages.
It's 14 pages! On page 14.
Clearly, you've read the 14 pages.
It's 14 pages!
Just 9, actually.
Or who have had active diarrhea
so
within the
many.
previous 14 days.
He might have all of them.
14 days.
14 pages.
It's 14 pages!
14
This is fan
pages.
behavior. He's got to be trolling.
This is not trolling.
He was trying to get his funny video on the podcast by baiting us into.
You
playing.
think he's a fan?
It's also showing, like, wow, Zach is so quick with those sound bites.
Really well timed.
Thank you, dude. I appreciate it.
I mean, I'd love to continue watching it. There's another minute 10. I mean, because it's very funny, but we have so much to get to today. But
we get the idea.
He responded. He said,
It's 14 pages long, literally.
he said, it would be different if this was a wholesome meme as we try and use it. But Ethan and his fans clearly don't.
Bro, there's this whole debate now going on in the Vosh Discord about whether or not the Holocaust was policy. The fuck's happening? Bro, are they trying to turn it around on me and saying that I said it wasn't policy? There's no way. Fuck that.
See it that way. And yeah, we're making fun of you.
Yeah, that's
like,
true.
That's the express stated purpose of
You are
it.
But I don't
embarrassing
have
and
time for
cringe.
that.
This is irresponsible.
We are doing it to make fun of you.
Yeah, sorry.
But Ethan and his fans clearly don't use or see it that way. In general, Ethan has never understood the difference between jokes and mockery. Well, they overlap at times, certainly. And in this time, I believe it's doing both. I am both joking and mocking you for being an idiot. And now also being a crybaby. So congratulations. You added a new one to the roster.
It's 14 pages.
He views insults as jokes because he finds joy in hurting
It's
others.
14 page.
Okay,
Bruh.
But what's interesting about this whole...
Was it policy? Yeah, of course it was. Yes. I don't know how it couldn't be. Like, even if you don't know anything about it, about how it was actually ordered and carried out from at the administrative level, how could it not have been? How did they have like 5 different death camps in different parts of the country and trains all getting like diverted to it and units set up and guards set up to the fucking orders? How could that not be policy? What the fuck? Okay, sorry. Jesus.
Thing is, everybody's
Whatever.
coming out the woodwork because there's so much like, oh, Ethan's a Zionist,
mistake,
he hates
Drew.
Arabs, he hates Muslims, he is taking an indefinite break because the whole internet hates him. That everybody's coming out the woodwork and believing the nothing immediately for the express purpose of dogpiling on me. But they're such idiots, they can't even do that. That's Vipe, my boy Big Vipe. This post got community noted, which is pretty funny. Ethan Klein's taking a break for the upcoming birth of his third son. Ela Klein does not usually appear on H3 TV. This is not a unique situation. Ooh, community noted. Oh, and then now leads us to the next part, which is
No, that's the problem, don't. It's not the same as the Nakba. That's the entire point. It was not a verbal non-policy, just get rid of them. No, it was not that. No. The Holocaust was... All right. Let's just do it. Because I knew people would do this. People try to say it's the same as the fucking... Like, it was not the same at all. Like, that's one of these was... This is why one of these was policy and the other one was not. Like, there's a difference between a non-policy and... Let's read it, okay? Let's go. Let's figure out what happened. The Wannsee Conference. In late September 41, Hitler had authorized the Reich railroads to transport German, Austrian, and Czech Jews to locations in German-occupied Poland and the German-occupied Soviet Union where German authorities would kill the overwhelming majority of them. The final solution was the code name for the systematic, deliberate, physical annihilation of European Jews. At some still undetermined time in 41, Hitler authorized this European-wide scheme for mass murder. Heydrich convened the Wannsee Conference to inform and secure support from government ministries and other interested agencies relevant to the implementation of the final solution, to disclose to the participants that Hitler himself had tasked Heydrich and the RSHA with coordinating the operation. The men at the table did not deliberate whether such a plan should be undertaken, but instead discussed the implementation of a policy decision that had already been made at the highest level of the Nazi regime. Christian Vargas, there was no genocide before 41, according to you then. Yes, well done. Yes, welcome to the real world. Welcome to the world of actual historians who actually care about the meanings of these words and actually know the facts of what happened and know the difference between pre and post 41. You fucking moralizing, degenerate piece of shit. Fuck you. All right. You don't understand that argument. You never will. Because all you hear when you hear genocide is it's bad. Bad things. State does bad things to people at genocide. That's all you hear. That's why that argument is so shocking to you. At the time of the Wannsee Conference, most participants were already aware that the Nazi regime had engaged in mass murder of Jews and other civilians in the German-occupied areas of the Soviet Union and in Serbia. Some had learned of the actions of the Einsatzgruppen and other police and military units, which were already slaughtering tens of thousands of Jews in the German-occupied Soviet Union. Others were aware that the units were... None of the officials present at the meeting objected to the final solution policy that Heydrich announced. This is what people mean when they say policy. You have no real response. That was the response. What are you talking about? Do you want me to show you the examples of historians saying that the genocide started in 41? That's quite actually normal? Hang on. If I can show you one example of a historian saying 41, Christian, would you admit that that's actually not a pretty controversial take to have? Like a mainstream historian, not just some random goon? One is an anecdote. No, what if it was two?
actually not funny and is super insidious and fucked up. This other girl, Schizzarello, who's like basically
Also, referencing like a Holocaust museum or a historian is not anecdote. Anyway.
on a defamation speed run. She says she's a journalist in her description, so I do.
It's a lie. She's a troll.
Well, so
Oh.
I thought she was a troll account, but like when it comes to talking about me, there's no sense of irony. She's just straight up lying.
Sure, yeah, but
Like there's no.
her bio and everything is she's trolling to the extent that I guess the New York Times made a statement or like put out a thing disavowing her because so many people were asking.
Okay. Well, regardless of her employment status, she is a just straight defaming me. She says, if you were wondering what Ethan would do on break, he's been actively removing any posts that wish
This is
happy
from
Ramadan on his sub.
Okay, here's one. This is from the Anne Frank house. Decision made somewhere, the decision to resort to genocide they're referring to, decision made somewhere in the second half of 1941. And so the final solution to the Jewish question took the form of genocide. Okay, that's 141. Another one. In 1941, the Nazis' persecution of the Jews became a genocide. Just under 4 years, millions of people were deliberately murdered at the hands of the Nazis and their collaborators. Their mass murder became known as the Holocaust. Let's have a look at, maybe you want someone, a historian saying it? Jewish history guy? Also, Christian, if you don't actually take the L on this afterwards,
Hello, fellow
then I'm going to ban you because I need to see your reaction to just having facts shown right in your face and how you can handle it. Let's see. So now you're changing the word. Genocide and Holocaust are different words. Some people use them synonymously. Some people use it to refer to the entire persecution. Okay, don't try to stop. Why are you trying to do that? Why? How fucking like? Who do you think I am? You think this is my first rodeo? The fuck? No, AF, we can only find traces. There are literally thousands of documents from the fucking Wannsee conference alone and from as it was being practiced all the way through. Like people ordering different train loads of Jews to go in different places, orders for Zyklon, orders, like, yeah, what are you talking about? Traces.
Say.
Why is everyone becoming a fucking Holocaust denier now to try and equate it with the Nakba? It's so weird.
Here you see an aerial photograph of Birkenau, not to say about how we will, which refers to the date in which Germany invaded Poland. Does one say that the Holocaust begins with the beginning of hostilities on September 1st, 1939, which refers to the date in which Germany invaded Poland? And there are some good reasons to argue for that as well. However, it is important to understand that the Holocaust and the Second World War are overlapping phenomena, but they are not identical phenomena. I think a very good argument can be made, and I hope to make it when we
When did the death pit start? 41, no?
get to this part of the history, for the beginning of the Holocaust really to date from June 22nd, 1941.
Wait, what's that he said? Christian, this is a historian here, right?
And I hope to make it one phenomena. World argue for that as well. However, it is important to understand that the Holocaust and the Second World War are overlapping phenomena, but they are not identical phenomena. I think a very good argument can be made, and I hope to make it when we get to this part of the history, for the beginning of the Holocaust really to date from June 22nd, 1941, which was the onset of something called Operation Barbarossa.
Damn, Holocaust denying Jew, based. Christian, is it shocking to you that people would say the Holocaust started in 41, that the genocide of the Jews, started in 41? Is that really shocking? Is that denial to you? Or have I just managed to find Holocaust denial on probably one of the biggest Holocaust libraries in the world? This is actually where there are archives for it, and from the Anne Frank house, and from a Jewish historian on YouTube. Why was it so easy to find all these Holocaust deniers just running around in the mainstream Holocaust websites and museums? Why is that difficult to find? Why did I just find 3 like in the space of a couple of minutes? Do you know something these guys don't? Saying it started, I'm not asking you about starting before. Okay, you're getting banned. You are. Oh God. You need to check yourself in somewhere. Hang on. Tell them show them your chat history, okay? Just find a way to consolidate your chat history in this channel. Like they do on Twitch. Just do that, bring it to any institution, and just be like, just show it to them. They'll say a word. And they'll be like, oh. They'll like ring the little bell underneath. I'll be like, Charles. Dr. Charles. We got a code R here.
Subreddit, and here she posted is this just the only image of this one? Ethan Klein is now removing, because that one has a lot of likes, so I kind of wanted to show it.
Oh, apparently he's still fighting with Redditors over the Zionist stuff. Okay.
Or is that a different folder? I don't know.
I got you. I'll pull it.
Because there was a ton of...
there is a...
When did the Allies government know that the Holocaust was happening and how bad it was? They got indications that there was a plan to exterminate the Jews around September 40... No, was it early 42? It was like March 42 or something, yeah. Was it not because of people who escaped the Warsaw Ghetto? When did the Allies... I think it was March 42, if I remember correctly. Or was it Polish? Was it Polish government in exile?
Loner box.
Polish dissidents.
You smarmy cuck bastard.
March 42 on the Jewish Virtual Library. Yeah, they found reports of details on methods, numbers, locations. The first was a dispatch from the Chilean consul in Prague, written in November 41. They found out fairly early then. They found out pretty quickly. Well, less than a year. Yeah, the Red Cross did not perform. The Red Cross did a pretty fucking oopsie. Yeah, they just said the camps were fine or whatever. Yeah. The first massacre was September 30th. Was that Babin Yar or I don't know.
Different. The
Yeah,
tweet
okay.
is in the doc at 4.
Okay, yeah. Ethan Klein is now actively removing posts mentioning Ramadan from a subreddit. She's linking to a post.
Weren't the SS killing in the fields pre-41? Yeah, but that's the difference between, that's exactly what I tried to say, between the difference between policy and things that you're allowed to do, or things that are kind of like unofficially encouraged. Because when the Nazis went into Poland in 39, Hitler was giving speeches literally about how Poles deserve to die and their subhuman filth and all that shit. And he was obviously saying stuff about Jews as well. And when the Nazis invaded Poland, they committed a lot of massacres, and a lot of Jews were killed. A lot of Poles, like 60,000 Poles, were shot in post-conflict massacres. But those were not government policy. That's the difference. Where's the top-down extermination order? I'm not saying, like, the top-down extermination order is the Wannsee Conference, and it's implied also through circumstantial evidence surrounding Nazi meetings that didn't have any minutes recorded for them. There's a bit of this, it was somewhere in the middle of 1941, which is where most people agree that it happened, that the order was given, but it was given orally. And we know that because of the words of other leaders who are all very much agreeing that this has been sanctioned by the top, right? That's how we know. And obviously that when it was happening, there was no objection from there. I don't know. I don't understand. People denying the Holocaust to try and for Palestine. I don't understand. Stop doing it. Stop doing it.
Post on the Snark subreddit. A post with well wishes for Ethan's boy Abdullah was removed immediately. I'll talk about that in a second as I get there. She continues, Ethan claims there will be no peace in Palestine. People don't stop criticizing. Of course, that's sure.
Shortstack Goblin, thanks for the 50 Swedish. Fine, not bullying traveling Israel. Can I pay you to help me bully your chat? Check new art in DMs. Oh, okay. Which DMs? Oh, was it the, oh. What the fuck is this? Is this, I don't know what this means. What's the, what does that mean? I don't understand this. Okay. Thanks.
A fair assessment of what I said. She continues, here's Ethan and Hila rolling their eyes after receiving slight pushback from their only Muslim employee. Ethan may be bullying his employees as Abdullah bravely defends Aaron while appearing visibly terrified.
Someone in Vosh's Discord is saying you defend Israel because you're a Mennonite. Did they confuse Mennonite with Maronite? Bro, where are they? Give me them. Tell them they can come on here. If anyone has a contention, they can fucking say hi. Jesus. Mennonite. No fucking way. Dude. It is truly baffling the extent Lonerbox sticks his neck out there in favor of the Israeli narrative, if not outright does Zionist talking points. It apparently has something to do with his Lebanese Mennonite Christian background. Oh, God. Since those guys' militant groups are allied with Israel and the IDF. Okay.
And again, there's a clip here which doesn't show any of that. She's really, I think a retraction's in order from her, and this is me
I'm sure you'll
public.
get it.
Well, she might consider it after she sees what I'm about to post because
Okay.
When you get something wrong and a retraction is requested, then you might open yourself up to legal exposure. So here's when this gets really fucked up and not funny. Here's this post on the Snark subreddit that's been going viral, not just on their subreddit, but now all over Twitter, as proof that I hate Muslims and Arabs. The mods of the H3 subreddit are deleting posts about Ramadan. Here's a post. It says, Happy Ramadan to AB and Muslim H3 fans. And then it says, sorry, this post was removed by moderator.
That's
blurred
weird
out.
that's blanked out. That's
The
so
subreddit's
weird.
blanked out. And
Why would you blank that out?
Moderator removed post from feed for variety of reasons, including keeping community, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so...
You should read some of the top comments. Good stuff.
There's no way for mods to explain this one without getting real
There's
racist
no
with
way.
it.
It's not possible.
I wonder what instructions the clients gave them. The saddest part about this is the fact that AB would probably be okay with the removal because it's too much of a coward to confront the mod crew member with that delete. Nice. I like how they come for you like... they're on one hand, you're the victim, but also fuck him too.
Yeah, I'm not sure where I line up in this.
By the way, that's the moderator of that subreddit.
Yeah, so the Snark subreddit, well, I'll get to all this, but yeah. Listen to this. Yeah, it's super bizarre. I remember last year on the pod, they discussed AB and Lena celebrating Ramadan, so suddenly it's off limits. Yeah, they talked about Ramadan starting and fasting on the show today, too. So literally zero chance they can use that as an excuse.
Right. No, that's a good point. Follow that thought a little bit further.
We'll get to that. Oh, God, there's so many. Oh, where's the next top comment? Starts here.
Follow that thought just a little bit further.
And then this one says, would they delete a post if it said Happy Hanukkah or Merry Christmas? Seems like they disdain a very specific group. Yikes.
Yikes.
I looked, and there are multiple Merry Christmas and Happy Hanukkah posts from this December. So this definitely feels specific.
Damn, that's so true.
They will never beat the Islamophobia allegations. Posting from a throwaway because I don't... Oh, this was the OP. The original poster said in the thread, posting from a throwaway because I don't want to get banned. Okay, whatever. So as you guys can see,
I'm just literally watching him do Reddit drama. Okay, I'm gonna have a little discussion. Maybe I'm gonna have a little. Mennonite, aren't they like American?
clearly we have
Mennonite.
removed this post because we hate Islam and Muslims and Arabs. I mean, and so here is this psycho Misha, who's posted. Or wait, isn't there a folder of it? Of all the, there's been like a ton of tweets about this post going viral as proof that I am, hate Palestinians. But regardless, well, when I saw that, I was like, what is this about, you guys? I don't understand. And this is the tweet that went viral, by the way, and it has 15,000 likes, 1.3 million views. And she usually gets like a few hundred, I think. So pretty good for her. But yeah, if you look it up, you'll see how many posts there is. So here's the thing about it. It's
why am I full screening? Fuck me.
That post never happened. There's
you guys need to soy out when I full screen over a fucking clip. Stop doing
record
that.
of it. It never happened.
Didn't happen.
It was not deleted.
Sorry, I'm just fighting in Vosh's I'm fighting in Vosh's Discord. Stop.
Because it was never posted.
Chill.
And what's fucking real interesting to me is that these morons, again, like all these other idiots on Twitter, are so happy to believe anything now. This poster says, hey, I just created this throwaway account. Let's look at this user. The user of this, God damn it. The user of this post, the poster of this post, here they are, have one post and one comment. It was created on the 7th of May. Wait, no. Well, March 7th, sorry. That was last
5
week.
days ago.
Yeah. So this person was zero post history. Post a fake, by the way.
Fake.
100% not in the log. It's not there. Never happened. Fake screenshot to the snark page. And now it's going viral on Twitter as proof that I hate Palestinians. And it's genuinely causing me distress, and it's causing me, frankly, this is causing, putting strain on business relations. And so, like, at this point with the snark subreddit, the harassment and just like the nasty fucking disgustingness that comes from there is getting to the point where they're like promoting defamation. They're brigading subreddits. They're brigading sponsors. And like the fact that this is allowed on Reddit.
He's claiming it was a typo. Yes, the QWERTY keyboard tends to confuse Mennonite with Maronite. It happens all the time.
And I've tried to notify Reddit, and they just don't fucking care. And actually, what's interesting is, if anything, they have greenlit it because, once again, it was removed. It was mysteriously brought back after one day. And then our mod, who reported 3 posts that were in blatant violation of their rules, was permanently banned. Like, Dan, I don't know if there was more, Dan, that made you feel like the game is cooked on this one.
No, it was just that incident. It was bizarre. Yeah, one of our mods compiled a bunch of site-wide rule breaking that that was taking place on there, reported it, the sub was closed, and then that was reversed, and that mod was banned from Reddit. With no appeal. He appealed, and they said, nah.
I don't want to get into it, but like, these people are brigading and harassing crew members and their family members. They are doing things that are fucking insane. They are... Yeah. Can I say the thing or no?
Probably shouldn't, but
The thing is, it needs to stop. And if Reddit isn't going to do anything about it, after I've gone through every venue possible, I'm going to have to, I don't know what to do. I'm going to have to start holding people accountable at Reddit, because this for sure is not, I can't believe that this is following their site rules. I can't believe it. And if it is, then they're doing stuff that's so fucked up, you guys, that people don't want me to talk about it for reasons, which is fair. That being said, this is honestly, if you just go browse the subreddit, you can see people how saying Jim's unhinged racist, but like, and how
yeah.
fucked up and vile and just evil these people are. So again, I've gone through every avenue possible with Reddit. I've gone through every possible available channel, and like I said, if this doesn't get taken care of, then I'm going to have to start holding Reddit accountable for allowing this kinds of behavior. It's fucking
Whoa.
crazy. Just this one was like the final straw for me, because it was going so viral.
He's
on
on a
Twitter,
serious arc now.
that it's just fucked up. Like, it's affecting my business now. It's affecting my well-being, seeing this like straight up defamatory lie spread around. It affects the crew too. Like, look at them harassing AB because, like, apparently he's a coward for not defending a post that never existed.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it when that
it's
happens.
So, I never go on.
What's going on?
I forget
I don't know what's happening.
why I did recently, and just the mix. It was so weird. It's because like some of them are like so defensive of me because they hate you so much, but then in the same thread, it's like saying the worst shit possible about me and my family, and just random stuff. I don't know. It's so insane.
The way that's super fucked and twisted about it is how they go after people's families. Like that's what they do. It's if it's about me or the crew, then they start talking about extended family, not public figures at all. And it's actually quite disturbing. I don't know if a Reddit, like, I wonder if we made a snark subreddit.
Okay, well, it's good to know that if I just change the title to some drama bullshit, we get an extra 500 viewers. That's refreshing. But the second thought thing is kind of done. I don't know. I think I'm going to be talking potential. I don't know. Never mind. I won't go into that just yet. I want to watch the Hasan reaction. You want me to watch the Hasan reaction to the debate? The 12-hour reaction, bro. Thoughts on Noah's starvation video? Don't care. Not watching it. Like, I can just go and read the Al Jazeera story about it and go from there, right? It's insane. Just 5 minutes at least. The longest reaction in Twitch history. Okay. What are some of are there not any highlights of it? He pasted himself over Destiny. Oh, to get away with the Twitch thing. Oh, God. Let's see what we've got here. Boeing. Oh, yeah. Boeing planes have problems. They're basically all whistleblower found dead. I don't know if that's their problem, but anyway. Son Morris Finkelstein. Where's the Hasan react? Okay. Debates Rabbi Shmuley. Wait, where the fuck is the... Where's the Hasan react? What the fuck? These are all Lex clips. And then Destiny. Why is Hasan not coming up? Is he getting shadow banned by the McCarthyist cabal? What's the VOD called? Douglas Murray brands Norman Finkelstein a psychopath. Based. Okay, whatever. Douglas Murray is also a stuck-up ad homer. Like, he's not as crazy as Finkelstein, but he does ad hom to fuck. Me versus Norman. What? Search by most recent. Oh. The Vanguard? Okay. Gets even worse. Oh, this is part of it. So it's 3.5 hours there. Okay. Oh. Longest stun lock ever. Which one of these do I want? Destiny gets destroyed. The second one. This one. Gets worse.
How close is the 2004 advisory opinion gotten the
He's 100% so cooked. This is the fundamental flaw in arguing from a liberal position that is completely empty, completely devoid of morality. The only people that will consider you to be a brilliant intellect.
What's this? Livestream fails. Oh, I don't care about this. Is the whatever.
Person are people who are too stupid. One day, I hope that we will look back at this and shudder, and we will have a hard time comprehending the inhumanity of the statements that this is making. Let's get back to Mr. Bonarelli. So at this point, the debate is taking a pause. I do want to talk about like the amount of coverage, the amount of back and forth that occurred so far on October 7 versus
why am I doing
the
this?
amount of time that was spent on Gaza before a break took place. Important for people to remember that like the death toll when they're talking about October 8th and onwards is infinitely higher than the much discussed October 7 here. There's a little bit of an imbalance there. It's partially because of, I think, Norm's stubbornness, I think, for sure, but just important. Yeah, this was one of the top comments underneath the video, which I think is really
infinitely. Every propagandist has their own key words that they use for editorializing every sentence possible, right? Yeah, with Muin Rabbani, it was overwhelmingly. Was it the ICJ case that the judges found that the case was overwhelmingly plausible? Bro, kill me.
Funny.
Or that the judge even the judge who said that he doesn't think that it's even plausible that the war is genocidal, he still voted in favor of the measures because he was overwhelmingly convinced by the statements. I'm like, bro, it's not what he said. Just like the use of the word overwhelmingly, but okay.
Just showing all of the timestamps.
So Hasan's one is infinite, I guess.
Norm brings up very different names for Mr. Bonarelli.
By your solicitude for international law.
You should try learning it sometime. It would help you sort out a lot of the civilian deaths.
I was disappointed in Norm for this one. I am not.
Oh, I will say, sorry. Just this is done. Okay, this is settled science. What I'm about to say. Everyone who claims to hate debate bros actually loves debate bros. As long as it's being done by their side to someone they don't like. As long as that's it. Everyone who claims to be anti-debate bro culture loves having someone on their side who is belligerent, who doesn't make points, who doesn't engage with points, who doesn't respond to doesn't think on their feet or respond to what's actually happening, who ad homs, who throws personal insults. Yeah, they love it. They love it. That is settled science. From now on until the ends of time, now we know.
Disappointed in Norm at all. It would take a lot. I have been disappointed in Norm in the past, especially as it pertains to like contemporary domestic American politics and like Paul or whatever, but when it comes to Gaza, he is the authority. Okay.
Fortunately, 15 judges disagree.
You could keep citing the judges. You should actually try reading the actual statements.
This is tiring. You've invited us to a tiring session.
I found it interesting how Destiny's community didn't share any clips of him reacting to this or even reacting to your react. I wonder why. Yeah, because they love burying. They love burying when Top Dog gets actually abused, okay, and humiliated, to act like it doesn't exist. They try to wipe it out. So they will immediately move on to the next thing, which was me reacting to it, to be like, oh, he's such a piece of shit. Let's try to get him banned for reacting to this, for reacting to this debate. But, I think a lot of people are watching it and also arriving at the same conclusion that we have in this community, that he also recognizes that he got humpstered and dumpstered, because of course he was going to. What? It is not for Norm to dismiss completely incorrect statements from a man who actively has read through Wikipedia pages to keep up with the situation. He needed to shut up and actually let qualified people talk. Yeah. Tiny thinks he understands international law better than the 15 judges in the International Court of Justice. It's absolutely incredible. Imagine being that arrogant without any qualifications at all, but reading a
They don't. There's Mike from PA. Mike from PA. Oh God. I'm sure Mike from PA knows what the judges meant when they. Okay. It's so funny because like. Finkelstein is the one who has reinterpreted what the 15 judges voted for, what they actually signed off on, but okay.
Wikipedia page. Yes. And
yes.
They'll move on to
I'm not going to react to this with like factual or argument. I'm not going to do it, okay? I'm just going to watch and enjoy. That's what I'm going to do.
Nation of Norm as well, I think. Most likely, because this is the way that you operate. You're like, I don't talk about the debate, talk about my interlocutors and how they're wrong. If you can't clip them out of context and like consistently pump that narrative, then move on to other shit, like, dox them or find things from their past and like talk about how ridiculous they are. And I'm sure they're doing that already, desperately trying to pump and dump, and investing themselves into changing the narrative desperately away from the fact that their top dog got absolutely owned. So he'll just keep flailing until people forget about it.
There are major things to discuss here, not just what some court is doing and going to judge in 2 years' time.
Yes, okay. So what you just said is one of the reasons why I feel so strongly about this particular conflict is because there are really important things to discuss, but they will never be discussed.
They're not being
We're not going to
discussed
talk
yet,
about Area A, B, and C, or what a transference of territory. Instead, we're going to talk about apartheid. We're not going to talk about the differences in how do you conduct war in an urban environment where people use. We're just going to talk about genocide. We're not going to talk about what's a good solution for the Palestinians. We're just going to say ethnic cleansing.
Possible to be productive over the next 2 hours and talk about solutions.
About solutions, I have no idea what to say. I mean, I don't see any solutions on. If you wanted a positive end to this discussion, which is what you said at the beginning, I can't contribute to that because I'm pessimistic. I don't see any way forward here.
But the lack of the solution is easy. The reason why the solution is hard is because the histories and the myths are completely. There's a different factual record, right?
One of the things would be.
Yeah, no, he is right. He's right on this. Mr. Bonarelli is right. There is the real, accurate historical record who my contemporaries...
The one that that kid was thrown in the oven at Dare You Seen. That real one. Oh, God. Dan, thanks for the $10. Really appreciate that.
Such as Benny Morris will also reckon with. And then there's Israel's lack of historical record. The reason why there is such a deviation, a diversity of ideas, is because of the Zionist interest in
Does Hasan not know about the pervasiveness of Arab propaganda on the conflict as well? Because if he's saying Benny Morris will reckon with, because Benny Morris goes against, rightly so, the mainstream Israeli narrative, but is he not aware that of all the fucking myths and falsities and like propaganda that comes from the Arab narrative as well? Does he not know that? I guess he doesn't because he believes some of it. He believes half of it. Yeah.
not parsing through the historical...
He's shrill because he's doing a Finkelstein impression. That's why he's...
facts. It is a deliberate attempt at whitewashing Israel's history. On page 514
Bastard
in my
cuck.
18th book on Gaza,
He thinks Benny Morris said there was pre-planned transfer in 48. policy. He doesn't even know what Benny. No, I saw that as well, and yeah, this whole when people say, "Oh, Benny's changed," he's changed in the way that he's definitely lost. He's lost a lot of empathy, I think, for the Arab side. That's like 100% true. But as for his general position on the history and the like what happened and who is to blame for this and that doesn't seem to have changed at all. Not from what I can see. And I also just don't think he's as good at communicating his ideas orally as he is in his books. He probably, I don't think he's ever worked on a way of taking, like, say you've written a 20-page chapter on something. I don't think Benny Morris has really spent much time thinking, like, how would I condense the crux of this argument in the fairest way into like a 1 minute, into a 60-second blurb, right? I don't think he's very good. He hasn't really figured that part out, it doesn't seem. Or at least not in a debate. Yeah. L impression. The impression's good. What are you talking about? Don't let hate cloud your mind, okay? Hasan's bad for other things. I don't think his impression of Finkelstein is particularly bad.
Detailed. I've dedicated 38 pages exclusively of footnotes detailing the many instances where the Israeli government has lied. Mr. Boyardee, you will not find this on the Wikipedia.
Wikipedia. He did the
So
fail.
perhaps-
He lost a point there for mispronouncing Wikipedia.
That is the reason you are unfamiliar.
Good to talk about solutions when the future is going back in all the times it has failed. So every time.
But even at that, we're probably not going to agree. He's going to say, you could write that, I can predict the whole line. He's going to say from 93 to 99, he's going to say Israel didn't adhere to the Oslo Accords ever. Settlement expansion continued. Raids happened into the West Bank, that there was never a legitimate, that Netanyahu came in and violated the...
I like that he's like predicting what Norm Finkelstein is going to say, because like, yeah, you're predicting that because that is what happened. Like, yeah, I'm predicting that Norm is going to give an accurate retelling of all the events that actually transpired in this time frame. Yeah, okay, exactly. Your prediction is
But
accurate.
the problem is that they're going to leave out the fact that the Palestinian end of the Oslo Accord wasn't fulfilled either. That Arafat did not make the efforts that he committed to when it came to containing terrorism, when it came to containing the worst, like the most violent excesses of the movement. He didn't do any of that. So really, that goes both ways. And I think, but I find it's so rare, I think, when you see people, I think it's so rare to find someone who will talk about the Oslo period, but admit the faults on both sides. Even if you think Arafat bears most of the brunt of it, I think he does, but the build up to Oslo and even how Oslo came about, it does not really put Israel in the kindest light either. What's this? Better Finkel impression. Start watching. Reservoir and Nina.
What we do about gamers. Nina, I don't know what we do about gamers, but if Gaza has taught me anything, we should not put them in an open-air prison of their own design.
So we shouldn't have pronouns. Is that what you're saying?
Pronouns are something I have never concerned myself with.
Uh-huh.
I am tired.
Why should Palestine agree to anything? It doesn't go both ways. Should Ukraine accept splitting Crimea? If they say no to splitting Crimea, is that on them? They're different situations. The borders of Ukraine were recognized by Ukraine and Russia in 1991. Israel and Palestine, those two national groups who have lived in that region for over 100 years, have never agreed on what the boundaries should be of a partition. Neither of them want to share a state with each other. They definitely don't want that. But they also have never agreed on a border. Also, for Ukraine, if Ukraine has no feasible way of ever getting Crimea back, and it continues for the next 75 years, and all Ukraine can do in Crimea is occasionally send a few fucking gooners in to go and suicide bomb themselves in fucking Sevastopol or in one of the little towns, then yeah, they probably should give it up, because what the fuck are you gonna do? Like, anyway.
Accurate, because that is exactly what happened. Like, if you don't have a counter argument,
If you think Palestinians should give up should not give up an inch of historic Palestine, then that's fine. You're very brave. It just also means that you want the war to continue until the Palestinians all die, because that's the only thing that would happen if they pursue that goal. That's why most of their leaders moved off of that position like 30 or 40 years ago. So anyway.
To it, all you can do is, I'm predicting this is what he's going to say. Okay, yeah, it is predictable, because if one party is making an assessment, or rather repeating events that transpired, and the other party has no counter to it, all you can do is just basically say, well, I'm predicting this is what he's going to say. Okay, how about you predict a counter to some of that?
The Y memorandum, the transference, he's going to say all of this, and he's not going to bring up anything on the Palestinian side. And then for Camp David, he's going to say that, that Arafat was trying, that the maps and the territorial exchange wasn't good enough, that they were asking Palestinians to make all the concessions that Israel would have, like, it's, yeah.
Well, lay it all out. Lay it out.
You do talk quickly, you know?
Yeah, I know, yeah.
And yeah, my future book should interest you guys.
Oh, what are you working on?
No, not working on. It's actually going to come out. It deals with Israeli and Arab atrocities, war crimes, I call them, in the 48 war. That's
Oh,
my
really?
new book, yeah. Just deals with that subject.
Is this because I know
Bro really is about to write another book about like Deir Yassin, only to be like, and it was actually justified. He's gonna do a.
Benny Morris has never said Deir Yassin was justified. Okay.
He's gonna do an accurate.
Okay. Yeah. Wait. Has Hasan never read Benny Morris? Okay, probably not. Okay.
He's gonna do.
How does Hasan has liked my video on Deir Yassin, where I used Benny Morris as a source to show that it was an atrocity? What? Hasan knows that Benny Morris doesn't support Deir Yassin. Or he forgot, I guess.
Do an accurate retelling of the horrifying war crimes committed by Israeli terror cells, and then and slap on a conclusion at the end of it, like, well, it was good. It was for a higher cause.
you've also talked about the closure of the archives and stuff.
Well, it's marginal. They do it deals with that as well, but they have tried to seal off documents which had already used and seen.
So
now they don't let people see them. That's happened, but it's marginal in terms of its effect on.
Were the British
production of
archives
historiography.
useful for you for this new book?
Well, for this list, it's mostly Israeli archives. The British and the Americans and the UN did deal with these subjects, but not as well as Israeli documents.
What's your casualty count for Deir Yassin?
It's about 100. I think there's agreement on that by Israelis and Arabs. 100, 105.
Because before they were.
They used to say 245 or
Yeah.
254.
Yeah.
Those were the figures the British and the Arabs and the Haganah agreed on at the beginning.
Because
It was
the Red
nonsense.
Cross, I think, was the one that first put out that number.
I don't remember. Maybe it was, what's his name,
Thought it
Jacques
was the
de
other-
Reynier, or
something
maybe.
other, yeah.
Yeah, maybe he came up with that number. But it was just, he didn't count. They didn't count bodies. They just threw the number out, and everybody was happy to blame the Irgun and the Lehi for, killing more Arabs than actually.
Well, and they put it to good use as well.
Well, they said that it helped precipitate more evacuation, so they were
I think
happy.
Begin in his
Yeah.
memoirs.
They also
goes
used that
into
number.
this.
Yeah, sure.
By the way, this is again. I was watching the conversation that took place between three very knowledgeable people and also a cake streamer. Oof. Mike Malak, everybody, also known as Hey Big Mike.
How's everybody doing today? Thanks for having me on.
All right, let's get.
So
back
first
to
of all,
Mr.
thank you for that
Balotelli.
heated discussion
Lex
about
is
the
loud.
present.
God.
I would love to go back into history in a way that informs what we can look for in by way of hope for the future. So when has in Israel and Palestine have we been closest to something like a peace settlement, to something that where both sides would be happy and enable the flourishing of both peoples?
Well, from my knowledge of the 120 years or so of conflict, the closest I think the two sides have been to reaching some sort of settlement appears to have been in the year 2000, when Barack and then subsequently Clinton offered a two-state settlement to PLO Palestinian Authority chairman Yasser Arafat. And Arafat seemed to waver. He didn't immediately.
This is going to be good because this is like finally we're talking about actual facts and not just like a shit slinging competition.
Facts.
Reject what was being offered, but ultimately he came down at the end of Camp David in July 2000. He came down against the proposals, and Clinton, who said he wouldn't blame him, later blamed Arafat for bringing down the summit and not reaching a solution there. But I think they're on the table. Certainly in the Clinton parameters of December 2000, which followed the proposals by Barack in July, the Palestinians were offered the best deal they're ever going to get from Israel, unless Israel is destroyed, and then they'll just be a Palestinian Arab state. But the best deal that Israel could ever offer them, they were offered, which essentially was 95% of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, half of the old city of Jerusalem, some sort of joint control of the Temple Mount, and the Gaza Strip, of course, in full. And the Palestinians said no to this deal. And nobody really knows why Arafat said no. That is, some people think he was trying to hold out for.
Nobody knows why he said no, bro. No, people definitely know why he said no. He very openly said it too. It's not even. He didn't even say no. That's the other thing.
He said no at Camp David. He absolutely said no. He said no and fucked off. Is that what we're talking about? Hang on.
He said it. No.
5% of the West Bank. But the best deal that Israel could ever offer them, they were offered, which essentially was 95% of the West Bank, East Jerusalem, half of the old city of Jerusalem, some sort of joint control of the Temple Mount, and the Gaza Strip, of course, in full. And the Palestinians said no to this deal. And nobody really knows why Arafat said no. That is, some people think he was trying to hold out for.
Nobody knows why he said no, bro.
Why did he say no? I feel like the reason changed quite a lot. One was to do with airspace and like sovereignty over water. Then another time he would, I think he's talking about East Jerusalem. I don't know. Yeah, but again, it's hard to tell why he said no because he didn't give a counteroffer. So.
No, people definitely know why he said no. He very openly said it too. It's not even. He didn't even say no.
Why did he say
That's
no?
the other thing. He did openly state that a major point of contention would be that he would get assassinated.
Or slightly better
But
terms.
he had no capacity to say no.
But my reading
yes.
is that he was constitutionally, psychologically incapable of signing off on a two-state deal.
So we don't really know why. Okay. Interesting.
Acceptance of the existence of a Jewish state. This was really the problem.
Of Israel or of a Jewish state?
Of a Jewish state, the Jewish state of Israel. He wasn't willing to share Palestine with the Jews and put his name to that. I think he just couldn't do it. That's my reading. But some people say it was because the terms were insufficient and he was willing, but was waiting for slightly better terms. I don't buy that. I don't think so. But other people disagree with me on this.
He doesn't buy that. No water rights, no states' rights, no standing military. And also Jerusalem is given unconditionally to the state of Israel, a thing that he had no right.
Jerusalem? Is he talking about Haram al-Sharif? What is this source even saying? This is just the Clinton parameters, isn't it? He's just listing the first page of the Clinton parameters. Is this when you just throw a source up to make it look like you've got a source? Okay. What's this supposed to be serving?
Right to say yes to, by the way, which was part of the contention that it was not within his grounds to say yes to the permanent annexation of Jerusalem.
I think the thing that he said wasn't in his grounds to say yes to was the Haram al-Sharif. Because he argued that, not because he argued, but he did argue that there was no Jewish temple underneath the dome. That's why he rejected the proposal from Ben Ami, which was that the Palestinians get the top and the Jews get the bottom. Where can I find that part? That part is so interesting to me. Hang on. Is it from Pressman? Second Intifada? Yeah, Palestinian failures from Visions and Collision. Whoop. Come on, why have I not already logged into JSTOR? Thought I was. Again, I don't like having one that I can't get the fucking word search on, but okay. But yeah, he didn't have the authority to say that there was a Jewish temple, like, on there, yeah. So I think that is why he said it wasn't his place, right? Because because the Muslim world leaders didn't believe that there was a Jewish temple there. Rejection of Barak's generous offer. I think this is probably one of the most balanced writers I've read on the Oslo period. Lack of a Palestinian response. Right to exist. Oh, wait, will this let me find words? Oh. Well, why won't it? Why is it not there? The fuck? This the wrong... Oh, did I get the wrong thing? Is it this? Hang on, whatever. I'll just look at it later.
Because he said this is a historically and religiously significant land that is far beyond my or your powers of recognizing belongs to as belonging to one side. He very famously said that because I think Bill Clinton tried to sweeten the deal by Clinton offered him like a nice house overlooking I think El Aqsa or something, and he was like, it's great, like you're offering me a nice house that I will be assassinated in, like you're out of your mind, they will kill me.
What do you think?
Well, just briefly in response, Arafat formally recognized Israel in 1993.
Yeah, totally.
I don't think actually that in 2001 a genuine resolution was on offer, because I think the maximum Israel was prepared to offer, admittedly more than it had been prepared to offer in the past, fell short of the minimum that the Palestinians consider to be a reasonable two-state settlement, bearing in mind that as of 1949, Israel controlled 78% of the British.
Yeah, this was it. Although the Israeli offer at Camp David was not generous or complete, on two issues, the Palestinian representatives could have been more constructive. First, they rejected several compromise formulas for the Temple Mount, Noble Sanctuary, in part because the Palestinian delegation claimed that it did not have the authority to make such compromises on behalf of all Arabs and Muslims. In addition to supporting compromise formulas on the Temple Mount / Noble Sanctuary, as a whole, Israel asked for a prayer corner on the site, which the Palestinians rejected. In post-summit talks, Ben Ami suggested that in exchange for Palestinian sovereignty over the Temple Mount, the Palestinians would agree not to excavate on the site because it is sacred to Jews. The Palestinians refused. Palestinian opposition is not surprising given the claim by some Palestinians that Jews have no tie to the Temple Mount sanctuary. Arafat has asserted that there never was a Jewish temple on the site. The historical inaccuracy of such claims undermines Palestinian credibility. So I feel like Hasan should probably say why he doesn't have the authority, like, because it's kind of important.
British Mandate of Palestine, the Palestinians were seeking a state on the remaining 22%, and this was apparently...
What was the deal with the interview 18 months after Taba when Arafat claims he accepted the deal? He accepted the deal 18 months later, like after it was done, after Clinton was gone, after Barak was gone, Sharon was in power. Yeah, it was done. Yeah. He accepted it when there was no one on the other end to accept it, which is interesting. That's again just a very strange I don't know. I don't think he was ready to accept. Does that not undermine the whole deal was shit? It might have been. I don't know.
Too much for Israel. My response to your question would be...
Wait, they were being offered something like 22 or 21%.
They were being offered, I think, less then a withdrawal to the 1967 borders with mutual and minor and reciprocal land swaps and the just resolution of
The refugee problem was one of the
question. Yes. I work.
Hasan, do you have any book or reading recommendations on this?
For no.
The refugee problem is part of the question is a great way to frame it. And let me tell you, okay, the refugee problem is only a problem if you have an interest in maintaining a demographic majority Jewish ethno-state. You're framing it in the most insane way possible.
Number of years with International Crisis Group, and my boss at the time was Rob Malley, who was one of the American officials present at Camp
recently
David.
thrown out of the State Department, whatever.
The point I want to make about Rob was he wrote, I think, a very perceptive article in 2001 in the New York Review of Books. I know that you and Ehud Barak have had it.
Rabbani does a phenomenal job throughout this entire process. I feel bad that I'm like covering his face a little bit here because for obvious reasons. For those of you who don't know, if you weren't here yesterday, I'm covering it because like while there are 3 individuals who are relatively knowledgeable, even though they have obviously ideological disagreements, and maybe sometimes Benny Morris can be like a historical from time to time, there's a third person, there's a fourth person involved in this, an iPad kid, if you will, that is banned from this platform for very good reasons. And therefore, I am trying to do my very best to make sure that I am not like engaging in ban evasion, a terms of service violation, considering that he's not the focal point of this conversation in any meaningful capacity.
Isn't it interesting that Lerner never agrees with Hasan's valid points? If he makes one, I will agree with it. I don't agree with the idea that you can just hand wave the refugee problem as Jews being too racist to not allow an Arab majority to exist in Israel because of refugee return. If you think they are motivated by the same things that motivates like white people to be afraid of like the Muslim population in the UK turning to 7 or 8%, if you think these are the same thing, then you're just fucking delusional. I'm sorry. Like, and you know this, everyone knows this, because if the Jewish population in Israel was able to double through like a massive fucking aliyah of all the world's Jews, and Jews in historic Palestine, West Bank, Gaza, and Israel all combined outnumbered the Palestinians like 3-1, then Palestinians wouldn't accept one state. They'd be right not to accept one. Because they would fuck living as an ethnic minority with people with the same people we've just been at war with for 75 years. Yeah, anyway. And honestly, I actually don't think it's possible to have that argument with people with far left people, because I just don't think they get it. I don't think they can compute. I thought you were getting one state pilled. Yeah, but I don't think one state would involve a return of 6 million refugees. I think one state would work if it was like about what it is now between the river and the sea, which is 50-50. Maybe slightly more Arabs. You'd have to have a pretty impressive constitution and probably some wacky gerrymandering going on, but the fact is they don't want it either. The Israelis and the Palestinians don't want to live as ethnic minorities in the other person's state. Like neither of them wants that. So,
and this is more so a 5-hour debate on a ongoing geopolitical conflict that is very important to my commentary and everything I talk about. I think it's like valid to watch it, but I'm also doing my very best to ensure that, I'm trying to, not engage in ban evasion.
To debate with him, but I think he gives a very compelling reason of why and how Camp David failed. But rather than going into that,
he wrote that together with Hussein Ara.
Hussein Ara, yes, who was not at Camp David.
Yes.
But in response to your question, I think there could have been.
I think I need to order food again. It's already 9:00.
A real possibility of Israeli-Palestinian and Arab-Israeli peace in the mid-1970s in the wake of the 1973.
I love hearing from a guy who just doesn't know anything about Twitch streaming against a guy who's been Twitch streaming professionally for 6 years. Thank you, Sussy Chris. Everything you just said is the exact opposite. For the record, it's stupid. The rules are stupid. But everything you said is the exact opposite in terms of ban evasion. That would be direct ban evasion under Twitch terms of service. Also, thank you for recognizing. All right.
October War. I'll recall that in 1971, Moshe Dayan, Israel's defense.
I think Palestinians would be much more open to it. You think Palestinians would be open to living in one state where the it being one state where the Jews were a substantial majority? You think the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank would be okay with that? Like, you're delusional. I don't fucking. I think if they wanted that, they'd be wrong to want to accept that. Fuck that. They want their own society that is not the same as like a fucking as the kind of society that would come from a Jewish majority state. I'm getting Professor Flowers now. They don't want to live with the people who colonized them. That's just true. Facts. At least they'd have self-determination and be part of an actual country. Anything's better than this. I don't think you you don't understand. Anything was, you could say, like, you could even say what was happening in the 2000s. Anything's better than this, but they rejected that. Or you could even say, like, before October 7th, anything's better than this. But, like, hang on. Let me find the polling, one state, two people. I think before October 7th, because that's probably more, when people have more fucking clarity to do polls, I think it's more valuable. I think if you look at these polls on the three forms of state solution, yeah, this was the one that just absolutely fucked me. Support among. Where's this? Yeah, the equal democratic state is the green one. And this is in 2022. 8% in the West Bank and 8% in Gaza. An unequal and undemocratic state is 12 and 13%. I think the highest I've ever seen a one-state solution for two people get was like 20% or 23%. But that was, again, pre-October 7th. Like, they don't want that. They stop projecting. They don't want it.
Minister at the time, full of triumphalism about Israel's victory in 1967, speaking to a group of Israeli military veterans, stated, if I had to choose between Sharm el-Sheikh.
Obviously, I will always say this: if there can be incremental advances between now and some future point of a final settlement, attitudes can change. Of course, they can change, but we're not talking about what. But we can't predict how they would change based on improvements that are made now. Which is why I think like one state as a final end goal, as like just as a first principle, doesn't make any sense.
Without peace, or peace without Sharm el-Sheikh. This is referring to the resort in Egyptian Sinai, which was then under Israeli occupation. Dayan said, I will choose for Sharm el-Sheikh without peace. Then the 1973 war came along, and I think Israeli calculations.
Do you think the Arabs in Israel would rather be in Gaza? No, I never said that. The Arabs who live in Israel are generally, I think, are okay living in Israel. I don't think they want to live in like the West Bank or Gaza. Maybe if there's two states, they would maybe want to go to the second state. Some of them, I don't know, but that's what we're talking about. Israel doesn't need to make a deal with the Arabs in Israel. They already have a deal with them. They have a social contract. They're citizens. They need to make a deal with the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. So good straw man. Nice one.
Began to change very significantly. And I think it was in that context that had there been a joint U.S.-Soviet push for an Arab-Israeli and Israeli-Palestinian resolution that incorporated both an Israeli withdrawal to the 1967 lines and the establishment of a Palestinian state in the occupied territories, I think there was a very reasonable prospect for that being achieved. It ended up being aborted, I think, for several reasons. And ultimately, the Egyptian president, Anwar Sadat, decided, for reasons we can discuss later, to launch a separate unilateral initiative for Israeli-Egyptian rather than Arab-Israeli peace. And I think once that set in motion, the prospects disappeared because Israel essentially saw its most powerful adversary removed from the equation and felt that this would give it a free hand in the occupied territories, also in Lebanon, to get rid of the PLO and so on. So, and you ask when were we closest? And I can't give you an answer of when we were closest. I can only tell you when I think we could have been close, and that was a lost opportunity. If we look at the situation today, there's been a lot of discussion about a two-state settlement. My own view, and I've written about this, I don't buy the arguments of the naysayers that we have passed the so-called point of no return with respect to a two-state settlement. Certainly, if you look at the Israeli position in the occupied territories, I would argue it's more tenuous than was the French position in Algeria in 1954, than was a British position in Ireland in 1916, than was the Ethiopian position in Eritrea in 1990. And so, as a matter of practicality, as a matter of principle, I do think the establishment of a Palestinian state in the occupied territories remains realistic. I think the question that we now need to ask ourselves, it's one I'm certainly asking myself since October 7th.
This is where he gets silly. What, Hasan? I want to see Hasan talk.
And looking at Israel's genocidal campaign, but also looking at larger questions. Is it desirable? Can you have peace with what increasingly appears to be an irrational, genocidal state that seeks to confront and resolve each and every political challenge with violence, and that reacts to its failure to achieve solutions to political challenges with violence by applying even more violence, that has an insatiable lust for Palestinian territory, that a genocidal apartheid state that seems increasingly incapable of even conceiving of peaceful coexistence with the other people on that land. So I'm very pessimistic that a solution is possible. I look at, I grew up in Western Europe in the long shadow of the Second World War. I think we can all agree that there could have been no peace in Europe had certain regimes on that continent not been removed from power. I look at Southeast Asia in the late 1970s, and I think we're all agreed that there could not have been peace in that region had the Khmer Rouge not been ousted. I look at Southern Africa during the 1990s, and I think we can all be agreed that had the white minority regimes of that ruled Zimbabwe and South Africa not been dismantled, there could not have been peace in that region. And although I think it's worth having a discussion, I do think it's now a legitimate question to ask, can there be peace without dismantling the Zionist regime? And I make a very clear distinction between the Israeli state and its institutions on the one hand, and the Israeli people, who I think, regardless of our discussion about the history, I think you can now talk about an Israeli people and a people that have developed rights over time, and a formula for peaceful coexistence with them will need to be found, which is a separate matter from dismantling the Israeli state and its institutions. And again, I haven't reached clear conclusions about this, except to say, as a practical matter, I think a two-state settlement remains feasible. But I think there are very legitimate questions about its desirability and about whether peace can be achieved in the Middle East with the persistence of an irrational, genocidal, apartheid regime.
God, I'm doing a hard job watching Hasan do a hard job now.
Particularly because Israeli society.
How long has he gone without saying
Rabbani's
anything?
so good, dude. He's so brilliant. He is so brilliant. Yeah, it is a very well formulated and well informed answer. Like, incredible. I don't know what else to say other than no notes. Incredible.
Is beginning to develop.
I'll say this what did I say? I told you that this guy, his delivery, his voice, he's basically just said he's very warm to the idea that there can be no peace with Israel, that Israel needs to be destroyed. That's what it's more or less what he was saying in a roundabout way for the last 2 minutes. That's why they like that, but okay.
I get exactly why Norm wanted him to be a part of this. He is like almost a perfect counterweight to Norm in many respects. Like, obviously they're both correct, but their styles are very different. And
too bad Loner can't compliment Rabbani. I complimented Rabbani all fucking day yesterday, you fucking retard. What are you talking about?
He is.
But he did just go in a very roundabout way saying that there can only be peace if Israel's destroyed because you can't negotiate with a crazy terroristic apartheid genocidal white supremacist colonial state. That's what he said. I was like, okay, that statement needs a bit of unpacking. You know, if that's your opinion, then like, what the fuck do we do? Wasn't it earlier in the debate when Rabbani was saying that if Hamas had just gone to occupy kibbutzim, then that would have been fine. As long as they didn't kill the civilians, if they just went and occupied the kibbutzim, that would have been fine. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what kind of absolutely ridiculous prescription is that? Like, the fuck?
He's brilliant.
Many extremely distasteful supremacist, dehumanizing aspects that I think also stand in the way of coexistence that are being fed by this regime.
So if you look back into history, when we're closest to peace.
How is that different from Israel saying it about Hamas? Because Israel is a state, you can change the governments. Hamas is not even a government; it's a de facto government. There can still be a Palestine without Hamas. There can't be an Israel without Israel. What? If people essentialize Palestine as Hamas, that would be a problem. Yes. Can there be Israel without the oppression? Yeah, of course there can. If you think that's impossible, then yeah, bring in the solution. Bring in the fucking way to get rid of that.
And do you draw any hope from any of them?
I feel like in 2000, I feel like the deal that was present, at least at the end of the Taba summit, I think in terms of what Israel, I think, had the appetite to give and what the Palestinians would have gotten, would have definitely been the most agreeable between the two parties. I don't know if in 73, I'm not sure if the appetite would have ever...
I took him as saying Israel government as it stands now, my sweet summer child. I'm pretty sure he said state. Okay.
Been there for the Arab states to negotiate alongside the Palestinians. I know that in Jordan there was no love for the Palestinians after 1970, after Black September. I know that Sadat had no love for the Palestinians due to their association with the Muslim Brotherhood, attempted assassinations in Egypt.
Sorry, which? PLO and the Muslim Brotherhood?
Sadat was upset because there were attempted assassinations by people in, an assassination. It was a personal friend of his, Yusuf al-Sibai, I can't pronounce that. He was assassinated in Cyprus by a Palestinian
Killed by the Abu Nidal organization.
Sure, yeah. Admittedly, yeah, he says as much, belongs to a Sunni group, not PLO directly, but I think that there was a history of the Palestinians sometimes fighting with their neighboring states that were hosting them if they weren't getting the political concessions they wanted. The assassination of the Jordanian king in 50.
That's crazy.
51 might be another example of that in Jordan. It feels like over a long period of time, it feels like the Palestinians have been kind of told from the neighboring Arab states that if they just continue to enact violence, whether in Israel or abroad, that eventually a state will materialize somehow. I don't think it's gotten them any closer to a state. If anything, I think it's taken them farther and farther and farther away from one. And I think as long as the hyperbolic language is continually employed internationally, the idea that Israel is committing a genocide, the idea that there is an apartheid, the idea...
Oh, I didn't realize it was actually not like Israel's genocidal actions that are moving everyone away from peace. It's actually the hyperbolic language being applied. Damn. dude.
This is
excuse
amazing.
me. I didn't realize.
This is such a good react.
I didn't realize the Palestinians
You guys
and everyone else.
You guys don't understand the entertainment factor of Hasan, okay? I'm not even gonna argue. I'm just gonna watch. Okay? I'm just gonna enjoy it.
Lives and their worldview and their deaths. It's actually other people correctly saying it's the Human Rights Watch.
Hakeem, come in Discord. I'm going to ban you. You have 10 seconds. 10? Just say yes or no. All right? It's a very long time to say yes or no. What is Discord? Oh, God. I'll take that as a no. Whew. Okay. I'm gonna. Who's this? Oh, I'm gonna actually no, I'm gonna go somewhere else. Hang on. Give me a second.
Okay, that seems to have actual understanding of the subject. It's nice to have like snappy, easy, quick answers to things rather than doing a lot of other work because that is cringe. Kind of like why people want, like a fad diet or a fad workout program rather than just like going to the gym or eating less food or changing how you eat. I think people are always drawn towards that kind of stuff. And then there's the added thing now that everything also has to play into whatever worldwide ideology you have. Like every single part of your life is now a part of your fucking political ideology. It feels like that's different than it used to be. I'm trying to think if I'm like recent biasing this or not, but I feel like back in the day, every single thing you did wasn't like a reflection of your political ideology. Like if you went to the gym, that didn't necessarily mean you were a Democrat or Republican, or it didn't necessarily mean you were a soy boy or a conservative alpha male. Like it was just like different people, different things. But now it feels like every single fucking thing in your life has to play in your political ideology. I don't know why, but maybe it used to be like that. I feel like it's gotten worse, but I don't know. Hi, what's up, babe?
Okay. Hi. How are you?
Pretty good.
Okay.
Are you still streaming?
Yeah.
What have you guys been doing on stream today?
Reading that Benny Morris chapter where you get the transfer was inevitable sentence from. I just read the whole chapter. Watched some.
Do you finally understand that it was Weizmann and Herzl that said at the very beginning that every single Arab Palestinian will be transferred out of the mandatory area? You got through that? You finally understand?
I got into a pretty wacky debate over the whole transfer policy. Yeah, there were occurrences. There were claims made. Do you know about this?
This in what, like the transfer or that chapter, or
no? I thought it was on your Reddit, but yeah, it led to a pretty big debate about what transfer policy means and how much premeditation and planning there was, and it just took some strange turns. Sorry, I'll just send you it privately. Okay, you can just.
Well, send it if it was on my subreddit. Wait.
On your Discord. Oh, it is, but
Oh, you're lucky I haven't hard blacklisted President Sunday yet. I heard you talked to him. Was it last night?
Yeah. I think.
Wait, hold on. What is this comment? Wait, I'm sorry. Is this am I allowed to read this? Because you DM'd this to me.
It's on your Reddit. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So President Sunday says, you mean when he claimed that the Holocaust was official Nazi policy? It wasn't. That's why people don't point to it, arguing with the Nazi apologists who downplay the Holocaust. But that transfer wasn't Zionist policy because it wasn't in print. Yeah, good job, Lonerbox. So the extermination of the Jewish people was a really big part of the Nazi policy, such that I'm pretty sure that even when they were like taking over territories in other countries, they were having conversations with leaders about how they were going to transfer or kill their Jewish population or move them to other camps or whatever. What does he mean?
No, I think he's confusing. He was confusing official with public.
Oh.
I mean, it was also in print. There were documents all over the shop. There wasn't a document directly from Hitler all the way down, but there was.
Yeah, that's what people point to.
Even then, like with enough circumstantial evidence, it's very clear that it was just given by word of mouth at some point, because there were a bunch of meetings where no minutes were taken, and after
this is such
at some period after what? Yeah, it was just. But I don't know. It was just. It just became a weird semantic debate about policy. So
one thing that's very frustrating to me when I do 2-on-2 debates is there are times when I want to ask a question and force an answer, but I can't hold people to it on a 2-on-2 because either my partner wants to talk or the other person wants to talk. But like the thing, if I was screaming at this person in a one-on-one debate, the question would be, okay, can you point out to me where the Nazis were willing to live with huge populations of Jewish people? And I would want an answer to that question. Because if there's no answer to that question, then how do you compare that to Jews and Arabs? There's no comparison. I don't understand how, even in the debate with Muin and Finkeldick, because neither of them would answer this question ever. Well, Muin did with a jokingly horrible answer. My question was, how do you have Jews accepting a partition with 500,000 Jews and 400,000 Arabs living in one area if Jews never wanted to live with Arabs and wanted to expel them all? Finkel retard never answered. Muin said that, oh, well, they would eventually just expel them all because they're brown and nobody would care.
It's inbuilt into you being European and the colonizer. Yeah.
But there's no evidence on there's ever Arabs accepting anything like that ever. And so, what?
Yeah, no, it's like, I was going to say, I think, I feel like Benny Morris has never really gone through the process of summarizing what he's written in a 20-page chapter into like a 1-minute soundbite, because I feel like the answers he was giving to, now having read the section they're talking about the transfer was inevitable, I feel like his answer to it wasn't really that clear. Like he was just kind of, I think he kept on trying to move the conversation onto the Arabs started the war and that's why it happened. But like the transfer was inevitable part of the chapter. It's quite easy to just summarize it in saying that transfer was inevitable to some, like but the way it was advocated for took different forms. The first transfer, which absolutely was inevitable, was buying farmland and kicking farmers out. Like that was inevitable. They were
Yeah, but
always gonna do
that's
that,
a
right?
word
But-
game that the pro-Palestinians play, because when they talk about transfer, they might retreat back to that. But that's not Billy. But the real transfer they're talking about is the Nakba.
Yeah,
And when
that's
people talk about
and
the
that's why
Nakba,
you would
they're not
you would
talking about
hold
the
him to it.
Star
Yeah,
purchase.
yeah, that's why you would hold him
exactly,
to it. Yeah, so you would just say like, yeah, transfer took different forms at different times among Zionist leaders. Even in the like 30s, the transfer that they were talking about then would have been an agreement between the British, the Jews, and the Arabs, because Arab leaders like of Iraq and all that were talking favorably about transfer agreements as well, because they didn't want the Arabs to be stuck in a Jewish state. Like but then obviously in 48 it takes on like an active war, and then but that's not what they were talking about in the 30s and 40s, so or early 40s. Yeah. It's just it's the problem with having like an actually like more nuanced opinion on it, because the cop out from the right wing Zionist end is to just say that they never like they asked Arabs to stay. They never ordered anything for expulsions top down. But then the problem is that it's very clear that so many of them wanted transfer to happen, and they were very happy to let it happen during the war.
Exactly. Yeah.
But that's
but
not
that's like a
obviously the
really
same as-
hard position for people, because people really want this to be very binary, very black and white. Of like, did the Jews set out initially to top down transfer? Blah blah blah. Like the reality is, like, of course they welcomed it. Obviously, of course they, if the scenario would have presented itself, but like they would have always had to deal with the realities on the ground, and like how much friction that would have caused is always going to be a consideration. But then the issue is, yeah, the Arabs always made it really easy for them to get exactly what they wanted. Wait, give me 32 seconds. Hold on a second.
Why are you guys disagreeing with 2004 Morris? We just read 2004 Morris today when he says the exact same shit. Like, I'm just going to talk to you guys. They're not getting my filler. The problem is it's not disagreeing with 2004 Morris. It's disagreeing with cherry-picked sentence from 2004 Morris that's been commentated on by someone else. That's kind of the problem. Ooh. Was that a joke about Weitzman? I didn't make a joke about Weitzman. Where's Glub? I want my pictures of Glub back on the screen. George Baggett Glub. I feel like if this was 2006 and I was in my mid-2000s teenager humor, this is when you had a meme and you just changed your profile name on everything, on MSN, Bebo, to John Baggett Glub. But I feel like I can't do that now. I can't do it on my Twitter and my YouTube channels. That would just be weird. The millennials know. Wow.
Okay, long 32 seconds. I'm here.
Hi.
Oh, is there anything else you want to talk about that, or?
No. Do you know who Glubb was from the 48 War?
No, I don't think I've even heard the name.
John Bagot Glubb is his name. He was the
Is he a
kind of
British
like
guy?
British guy who kind of led the Arab Legion in the 48 War.
I might have read the name once.
He was
but I
like
don't-
a whatever the word is for Arab lover, like an Arab file or whatever. Even though the Jordanians kind of hated him.
Okay.
I didn't know that he got shot in the jaw in World War One and survived.
Okay.
People were just built differently back then. I don't know.
Oh. Yeah. Well. Okay. Second Red Bull. Let me go through our list of things. Okay, I need to figure this shit out. Okay, here's like a quick question that's not directly related, but what would be good questions you think to ask Shlomo Ben Ami if I bring him on stream to chat with him?
How do you feel having one sentence from your entire book getting ripped out of context by the propaganda machine?
Sure. Talk to him about that privately, but we can talk publicly too. Sure. The quote. What else?
I feel like I don't know Ben Ami that well. He spoke about negotiations. Is that like does he think he was a negotiator, right?
Yeah, and he was the is it foreign diplomat or foreign? Fuck, what's the name? From 99 to 2001.
Foreign minister?
Yes, I think that's it. Yes. No. Yes. Minister of Foreign Affairs. Yes. From 2000 to 2001. Okay.
Questions about the negotiations. I feel like I'd want to ask how much, because he mentioned there's one comment, it's not made by him, but it's in reference to him, was when he's trying to offer a settlement on the Temple Mount with the Arabs get the top, they get the dome, but they don't get to excavate because that's where the second temple is, right? And Arafat says no, because I can't do that on behalf of the Arab world because there's no Jewish temple actually there. I know that historians are often a part of these negotiations, right? Like there's a historian on Rashid Khalidi was part of the negotiations around the same time. I wonder how much just like historical debate had to play a role into these negotiations, because if they're trying to talk about a resolution on a particular issue, how difficult would it be for the fact that they just don't agree on any of those historical issues are, like what caused the refugee crisis, or is there actually a Jewish temple on the Mount, and like, yeah, how much of an issue how much of a barricade he thought that was.
Okay. Anything else?
I'd want to know if he because again, I just can't find writers saying anything about it, is if he thought the delegation that was supplanted by Arafat before Oslo, if he thought there could have been more chances of getting a resolution with them, with I think it was Hanan Ashrawi and one other guy's name I can't remember.
Okay. Anything else?
What would a two-state solution look like now? Would the parameters be massively different from Clinton? That's probably another one. And probably just if he could name or give his opinions on various Palestinian leaders and which ones he think would be the most capable of coming to a final settlement, whether it's like Barghouti or Mustafa Barghouti or like one of the Washington delegates. That's probably all I got now.
All right. Anything else?
No, but I can think of more because that's just off the top of my head.
Okay. If anything else comes up.
This fucking Jeremy Presman dude. I feel like I can tell you maybe things that I have from what he's come up with, but he writes a lot about the Second Intifada and about Camp David and Taba. And I feel like he gives a pretty balanced, maybe overly balanced take on who's to blame and where. but I'd be interested to see what Ben-Ami thinks about what he had to say about it. Because I think, for example, when he talks about Palestinian failures in the mid-90s period, he's talking about things like the unwillingness to curb violence within the movement, to get to arrest terrorists, or to keep the number of militants low, or to stop illegal arms imports and things like that. And then on the Israeli end, he points very much to things like the delaying of the redeployments. I think you've had that debate before as well, right? Like when there were supposed to be 3 redeployments before Camp David. The first one was done. The second one was split into 2 halves and then delayed. The third one was withheld until Camp David because Barak
When you're
wanted
talking about
more bargaining
redeployments, are
power.
you talking about the West Bank stuff? Are you talking about
Yeah.
Hebron and like the Y memorandum, or?
I don't know exactly. Yeah, that relates to them. Yeah, but there were supposed to be 3 redeployments out of the
Okay.
West Bank, and then one of them just didn't happen by Camp David, even though it was supposed to. And I don't know. I guess if he just thinks like if Israel had just done all that, would that have made much of a difference? Yeah. Or do you think that it was a good decision based on Arafat's like lack of fulfillment?
Okay.
Oh, actually, one more. Do you know much about Marwan Barghouti's role in the Second Intifada?
Wasn't he like a leader coordinator guy in charge
Yeah.
of a couple of the attacks on like civilians? I'm pretty sure.
His
right?
his whole thing was that he believed that negotiation and confrontation were not mutually exclusive. He kind of believed in his own version, I suppose, of the South African thing, and where the violence never really stops until the genuine 2-state solution is arrived at, even while they're negotiating. Like they never formally call it off. So I think Barghouti believed, probably based on the outcomes of the First Intifada, that if there was resistance happening and confrontation happening during the negotiations, that would pressure Israel to concede more and push Israel to accept what they consider to be a genuine 2-state solution. Obviously, that didn't happen because the Second Intifada involved suicide bombings, like almost every other week. But I wonder if they had done that in a more disciplined way that didn't involve targeting civilians, could that have had any effect?
Okay.
Or should the stance have just been completely stop violence while they're negotiating? Yeah, I don't know.
Is it reasonable to expect Palestinians to stop all violence during negotiations? Would it matter if it was just violence against military targets? Okay.
When are you talking to him?
I don't know. I had a phone call with him like last week, just a preliminary chat, and then he just wanted me to email him questions and everything. He said it was ideally before the 18th, but it's too late for that now, because he's apparently going somewhere for a week. But I'll just email him and we can chat after that.
Cool.
Oh shit, he's traveling until March 30th actually, so whatever. That's okay. We'll talk to him after that. But yeah, yeah. Benny Benny emailed me this morning, and he was like, where was it? He said, Stephen, how are you? How do you like the air debate? I was sorry it begins with a long, boring speech by Finkelstein, but people tell me we came out okay, Benny. He's such a like boomer when it comes to email. It's kind of funny.
He seemed to enjoy himself.
Yeah,
I
sure.
often
He thought it was
I've often noticed when he's sometimes doing lectures and things like that, if he gets kind of heckled, he sometimes gets a bit flustered and like stumbles a bit, but he actually did really well in that, I thought.
Do you think does he? I saw one where he got heckled recently.
He said he'd rather
He
be
had
a
an
racist
epic-
than boring.
Yes,
Yeah.
What a great epic Destiny quote.
God.
I thought that was funny, but
Yeah, that was pretty funny. I was getting very like Frodo and Bilbo Baggins vibes when the camera was on both of you, but you both have the hair as well. But
true.
There was something he said at the end when they said you shouldn't, like, if you don't think international law matters, you can't complain about October 7th. And I think Benny Morris said, where did I complain? I just said they acted like barbarians, as if to say, where did I complain? As if to say, like, bring it. Because I guess that's the point, though, is like, if you renounce international law, then the problem is that that especially around conflict, then the problem is that, well, that's fine for Israel because they just win. It's not fine for Palestinians.
Well, I think the issue is I think here's the issue: is international law has never really helped or been favorable to Israel ever. It's never protected them or helped them or assisted them in any way, size, shape, or form, really. So it probably feels kind of shitty that, like in 48, when everybody was attacking, nobody cared about international law. In 47, you know, the Arabs rejected the partition plan. No one cared about UN resolutions or international law. In 67, in 73, like when they're getting attacked, it's not like people are like, oh, international law, don't do it. Like they're all still fighting. So once they've lost so many wars over and over and over again, and then later on, they're like, okay, guys, well, now we need to adhere to international law. Israel's probably like, well, fuck this. Like, what the fuck does international law matter? It never helped us in the past. So why are you guys allowed to invoke it now to end your disagreements with us? Skiller S, thanks for the 93 viewers. I think it's probably the issue, yeah.
I know that Norman is kind of known for the clip chimping thing. I actually finally figured out. Do you know how when he constantly says that in 2004 the ICJ said that that all of the 6-7 borders basically along the Green Line is all occupied and it all needs to be dropped by Israel. I didn't know
Came from
that.
a 2004 advisory opinion.
Yeah, but the advisory opinion, I noticed the advisory opinion never says that. It talks about the wall, and even the judges are dissenting on why the fuck is the wall like the crux of the issue. And then there's often but it turns out that all he's referring to is he's just reaffirming 242 because and that's why it makes sense now, because what he's doing is he actually clip chimped, even though it's like less than a page long, it's like a couple of paragraphs, he clip chimped 242. Did you not know? Because he keeps saying that it's the inadmissibility of the acquisition of territory by war, right? He's just ignored the part where it says withdrawal from territories, not the territories or all the territories, and he's just left out the part where the drafters of the resolution deliberately made it that way because they didn't think the 6-7 borders should be religiously held to.
They just wanted to leave basically room for negotiation in the future. Yeah, I mean, I kind of tried to bring that up, but it didn't matter. He didn't want to talk about it. Like Finkel wouldn't talk about anything I brought up. So
yeah,
but no, that is true. Like the Resolution 242 is a very weird thing to harken back to when 242 came right after territory that had been acquired in combat was acquired by somebody else in combat, right? Because we're talking about the West Bank of the Gaza Strip and the Golan Heights, although the Golan Heights was Syria's before. So that's one weird thing. And then two, right after 242 came the Khartoum Resolution. So the Arabs didn't want to recognize 242. They didn't give a fuck. And three, 242 never like specifically refers to like a Palestinian state or what like a final resolution to that problem would even look like. It's very vague. And it was incorporated under Chapter 6 of the UN Security Council, which means that there's not even like a military or sanction commitment behind it. They just want all the parties involved to resolve things peacefully. So it's kind of a toothless resolution, but people really, really, really harp on it.
Yeah, but I get that's why Finkelstein probably refers to 2004 because it's more people just know less about it. But what I've noticed that when he's referring to 2004, all that have in regards to withdrawal from territories is they just reference 242 a bunch of times. They just reaffirm it.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Even when they say that like the occupied territories are illegal or whatever, there's like one paragraph in there. There's not like an extensive legal analysis done. It's just kind of like stated as is, and then it's whatever.
Yeah. Because I know, like the Soviet Union, actually, they wanted it to be clear. They demanded that 242 would involve a unilateral withdrawal from everywhere up to the Green Line, but obviously they didn't get what they wanted. And actually, I noticed that Benny was wrong about this as well in his book. He buys the line that the French version removes the ambiguity around the territories because I guess he didn't understand how the translation works. So he does that in his book as well.
Yeah. Although I think the weird or confusing part about that is that technically, because of how proud the French are and everything, all that bullshit, the French version of anything coming out of the UN is supposed to be just as strong. It's not like a translation. It's supposed to be just as de jure in effect as any of the primary like language, English or whatever too. So
yeah, that's why every treaty has a French version on the that still doesn't, the translation itself though, like the actual French wording of it doesn't translate to the territories. It doesn't. It's just
true. No, you're right. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So managed to catch up Benny. I'm going to quote it to him next time if I ever see him.
Sure.
I'll come armed and ready.
Okay. If there's
how do you feel about the fallout from that whole debate? Like all the responses. It's quite busy on the internet.
I think I feel pretty good. I've been digging around in a lot of different parts of the internet. I feel like there are a lot of people in the middle. They're hard to find right now because of how brigady a lot of the far left spaces are, especially as they're amplifying a lot of the Nazi attacks via Hasan and everybody. So it's hard to see it, but I think a lot of people who watched that saw that Finkelstein was super unhinged. I think that came across really well. I know that a lot of people wanted me to be more aggressive. I definitely felt like after the debate, I felt really bad about not being as aggressive. But when I rewatched the whole thing, because Lex and Benny both told me it went fine, and then I thought they were just helping me cope or whatever, but they were trying to comfort me or some bullshit. But then after I watched it, I was like, you know what? Actually, I think there was a decent amount of pushback. I let Norm lead on everything. I'm glad that you saw Norm be as unhinged as he was, and you still see people defending him, because I think it really illustrates that there's like no value or no principle on the other end of the conversation. And there were a couple of good questions I had. The fact that he didn't know, like for instance, I think that. And if it would have been me that fucked this up, by the way, everybody was hard. Keep in mind, too, this is a funny thing, too. If I would have gotten a single factual thing wrong on this, I would have been crucified on this. So I was in a 5.5 hour debate with people who are ostensibly some of the most educated people on this, and I don't think I made a single factual mistake. I don't think there was one, which I think is like decently impressive. Given the length of time, the span of issues we talked about, and everything going on, I think that was pretty impressive. And then also the fact that like there were a couple things. Finkeldig not knowing that Dolus Specialis is pretty astounding. Ignoring the fact that he's written about genocide for how many decades and doesn't know that, but also the fact that he claimed that he read that ICJ report 4 times, and they use that term in there 4 times, and it's a really important part of genocide. It is 1/2 of the components required for genocide. So for him to not know that, it's pretty surprising. I'm glad I got that.
He said it was the same as mens rea, which it kind of
really
is, but it is a form of mens rea. It's just different from any other mens rea. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you're studying genocide, you would like. I haven't read the full genocide conventions. I haven't studied genocide as much as other people, and I've seen this term several times pop up. And if for nothing else, it popped up in that ICJ thing that I read, before the debate. So I don't know how you could have read it 4 times and missed that, or you just saw it and you didn't remember it, or you saw it and didn't think it was important. But yeah.
Yeah. I've kind of realized that people who claim to hate debate bros actually love debate bros. It just depends on whose side they're on, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because that's where the viral clip came from, right? The one with him saying that you were uneducated or whatever. It was right after he had misinterpreted 242. That was where that clip came from. I noticed.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and then he does the debate. He starts screaming, "Do you even know what chapter 6 is versus chapter 7?" and blah blah blah. Yeah, but
so really, I don't know. I've been kind of. I was really tempted to just go through a bunch of Finkelstein's footnotes to, basically find out.
Right.
Like, yeah, I did a few. The
if
problem is that.
Oh, go ahead.
I kind of went through a few in regards to there was an essay that he wrote in the 1990 about the 48 War, challenging Benny Morris, and yeah, he just does this thing where he's saying like, oh, Benny Morris says that it wasn't policy to expel people in the 48 War, but here's like this and this happening, all quoted from Benny Morris, and then he's saying like Benny Morris is like wrong about this and that. Here's evidence it definitely was, and it was all planned and all that. But then right at the end of the essay, he's like, so de facto policy, and I was like, oh right, so you've just changed the definition of policy for the to like fit it in. But I just feel like there's so much of it is like it's not often I could find was like factual problems, but just almost like an inarguable kind of like way of being wrong. There are points where he lies as well. He deliberate, like he misquote. He quotes Morris saying like describing massacres or atrocities as nudging, but then I look at the original book and the word nudging just isn't there. He actually just says excesses and then lists all the atrocities. So it's like
he does that.
He does things like that.
Even in our debate, I think he added a word. I wish I could remember what it was, but I think it was in the first 2 hours where he said, "You said this," and then Benny was like, "I didn't use that word," and Finkelstein was like, "Well, whatever." Yeah. Fuck, I wish I could remember what the exact word was, but yeah. I think that if you
add the extra embellishment for a word, yeah, he does that with when he quotes. He'll quote like a kind of discredited or not taken very seriously historian, but in his footnote he'll say this person, a highly regarded historian in Israel, but they're like, okay, is this guy highly regarded? It's like he's not. No one uses his work. Yeah, he does that as well. Yeah,
yeah, that's a really weird thing. He does that when he talks about how the Iron Dome has been completely and totally taken apart by ultra highly regarded researchers, and it'll be a guy who's published like 1 paper, and I'll be like, wait, what?
I think Muin does it as well with he uses the word overwhelming to use for things that aren't overwhelming. Like he said that the Judge Nolte voted for the provisional measures because he found the plausibility of intent like overwhelming. He didn't say that at all. He just said that like genocidal intent has come from people in Rwanda saying cut down the tall trees. You can be very euphemistic with genocidal intent.
Yeah.
So that's why it's good to have a low standard. And I think he even said it with the plausibility thing, a different debate. I noticed him saying that South Africa has decided that the ICJ has decided that South Africa has brought us an overwhelming, convincing plausibility. Like he was just trying to find the right word to inflate the meaning of plausibility.
Yeah. Yeah, it was pretty dumb. I think there's like a reward maybe if somebody wanted to do it. I thought about this, but I'd have to take months off of stream probably. But I feel like somebody could write a counter book to that Inquest into Martyrdom and Inquest into its Martyrdom, the Gaza book that Binkelstein has written, because I don't think it's an exaggeration to say probably 50% of the annotations are just dead wrong. Every single chapter that I've been pointed to read anything in that book, the underlying material has been incorrectly cited, or it's horrendously biased material. It was true with the Iron Dome stuff. It was true with the flotilla stuff. It was true with stuff relating to that the beach killings, I think, is in that Gaza book. In relation to whether or not the rockets have improved or are better, like the bottle rocket. Like there's so much stuff in that book is just factually incorrect. I really wish somebody would write a response book to it.
I'm not going to do a book, but I was thinking of doing a video on it, or just on him in general, because I've seen I've got plenty from even this one essay I was reading today. I can see at least 4 or 5 examples of where he is just very obviously lying.
Yeah.
One
And
example
it's
where he's
bad.
like,
It's like a bad use of underlying material. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, like one example where he says that Morris is wrong to class this particular village as people fleeing because of fear, not expulsion. But I read through this paragraph of his disagreement, but he didn't actually say why he disagrees. He just changed one village like for no reason. He didn't add anything. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, he didn't even add a different historian saying something different about it. He just changed it.
Yeah.
But it's kind of like it happens through a whole bunch of rhetoric, and I guess you maybe wouldn't notice if you were just reading it. Yeah, I don't know.
One thing that I have a really hard time with that's irritating, I've been so tempted to tweet this out just to bait the fights, is I think that if you know how if you get academic, you can start making arguments that like we can, on an academic level, we could construct the argument that Zionism is racism because Zionism demanded the displacement of some people that were going to be brown from a particular territory. Therefore, you can say like Zionism is racism, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I feel like if you're in that headspace, if you're using that form of analysis, I feel like you can pretty easily construct the argument that anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. Because it feels like a lot of the people that I argue with that are staunchly anti-Zionist are 100% in favor of the disassembling of the state of Israel, meaning that it would be a one state with infinite right of return, where Jews would be a minority, again, in an Arab majority state that would almost for sure lead to some form of like pogroming or expulsion of like hundreds of thousands or millions of Jews from Israel, which I feel like if they were a different colored people would say like, oh, obviously that's racism or whatever.
Yeah, I guess the problem is that people just don't believe that would happen.
What, dude? I've never had anybody honestly engage with it. Usually they avoid it. Did I ask Moeen that? I don't know if I've asked Moeen that, but I've asked other people, like, what do you think would happen if, like, all of the Arab population, was the majority and now Jews were a minority again, given what's happened in the history of every single one of these other countries? Like,
well, what you think? You think Arabs are barbarians? You think all they want to do is just kill all the Jews? Like, yeah, it's a pretty easy response. People would just give to that. Yeah. But no, it would.
But then I feel like, couldn't I just easily say, like, well, I don't think they're
legitimate grievances. Yeah, like.
Yeah, I would say, well, they're not barbarians. They're just responding to the history of violence that the oppressors have enacted upon them. Like, wouldn't we expect, rape to be the language of the unheard or pogroms to be the language of the unheard and the oppressed?
Yeah. Yeah, fuck. Okay. Are we talking about the thing?
Yeah. Okay. I'm still trying to figure out, like, what I would want the scope of this to be, because I feel like the more I think about this, the more it would be, like, really good, almost like documentary type stuff, but I don't know if I'm going to pay people to like make it into something like that. I'm not sure. So we're still like on the thinking of what we would want this to look like. I agree with vegan gains. The browner you are, the more likely to support you. Thanks, Lawson. So I guess right now I just want to flesh out. I'm looking at the list that I made above for important things, people who could potentially be involved, and then I'm looking at goals. So I'm looking at the, let's focus on the goals part. Okay. Okay. If we were going down, we would want to have, in terms of video content, interviews with people. I'm thinking of like 2 styles of interviews that we could do. Okay.
Okay.
One would be like short form, is it called like man on the street type stuff? And the other would be like long form, sit down and chat for anywhere from 15 to 60 minutes, I guess, depending on the type of person you're talking to.
Okay.
For short form, man on the street stuff, what do you think are appropriate questions that we could ask? How would you divide these up? Like questions for Israelis, questions for Arabs, questions for...
Yeah, if it's on this, well, you can usually... No, actually, there are some questions that you can only ask Arabs and some ones that you can only ask Israelis. You could... For Israelis, I mean, you could ask probably how October 7th, has it changed your view on, Palestinian statehood could be one. You could ask about, obviously, if you're in the West Bank talking to settlers, you could ask them about how do they feel, do they think they're stealing land? That's a pretty good question because you get pretty varied answers to a question like that.
Okay. How would we... Help me organize this in my brain.
Questions for Palestinians, questions for Israelis, questions for both, right? There probably aren't many questions for both. Actually, I can think of a few.
Why does it start at 2? What the fuck? Don't know. I don't care. All right.
Oh.
Holy shit. Kill me. Okay. So we would have Israelis. Well, hold on. Let's think. We would have Jewish Israelis. We would have Arab Israelis. We would have, do you think, should we try to talk to like Bedouin or?
Yeah.
There's one other big minority that gets talked about a lot, right? Oh, Druze?
Druze, yeah.
Bedouin, I don't know how to spell these.
I mean, if we're going more specific, it'll also be like very religious Jewish communities as well, right? The difference between them and the more secular ones.
Okay, so Bedouin, Druze. For Jewish Israelis, you think we would break it down into very religious and secular?
But if we're talking about questions, I feel like most of the questions you could just have across Jews and Arabs, like Jews and Palestinians. But you could, if you're going to introduce them as a specific demographic, like one of the Palestinians is like a Bedouin, then you could just say that, right?
Yeah, possibly. I'm just thinking because I think there might be some questions that are interesting, but they'd only be interesting to ask certain people.
Okay.
And then the way that you group them would be interesting.
Oh, well, if you're doing Jews, then Mizrahi and Ashkenazi is a good split.
Is that going to be accounted for in terms of like religious versus secular Jews, or do you think that's going to be like split on those lines as well?
I don't know, because no. That's confusing, but no, yeah.
Okay, I don't think I'd care that much about dividing like Ashkenazi versus the other ethnic Jewish groups, because realistically, we're not going to be talking like 1,000 people to figure every single thing out.
Yeah, well, Ashkenazi and Mizrahi are quite different politically. Mizrahi are quite right wing, and the Ashkenazis are less so. And they obviously have different opinions on like the history of Israel, because Mizrahi people felt treated quite badly at the beginning of the state compared to Ashkenazi. And there's also inequalities as well.
Okay, we can have questions about that. Arab Israelis. Do we sort these into any big groups or?
Probably not.
Okay. Do Bedouins get sorted into any big groups?
They're usually counted. If you're talking broad questions, they would probably just be Arab Israelis.
Okay, Bedouin are going to fall under Arab Israelis. And for Druze people, do these tend to be?
I actually don't know.
Yes. Okay. Druze and Bedouin. Would both of these be Arab Israelis generally or chiefly? Or do you think it's a little bit more
think
fuzzy than that?
Druze probably would be, but I think it's harder to say for Druze because they have a very complicated relationship with Arabs.
They have a complicated relationship with Arabs. Okay. Is there a big group of secular Arab Israelis? Or do you think they all tend to be Muslim?
The less
or Jewish, or I don't know how many even.
Secular in their lifestyle probably would be in the cities, right? Like in Haifa.
84% are Islamic, 8% are Christian, 8% are Druze.
Yeah, there will be Christian Palestinians as well, yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
But if you're in like Tel Aviv or Haifa, especially Haifa, if there are Arabs there, they're probably going to be probably less religious than the ones who live around the villages. And the Christians in general are more secular.
Okay. Bedouin and Druze are going to basically all be Arabs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 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 Shorter questions, longer questions. I'll just put this like this. What?
Do you want to know about all the splits for Jews for religiosity?
No. Do I care? Is
Yeah.
okay?
Yeah, you want the Haredi Jews? That's like a religious group. You've got like anti-Zionist religious Jews. They're kind of a unique little group. That would be Satmar, I think is what they're called. I think.
Fuck that. We're not, listen, because we're going to get to a point where we're going to interview like 1,000 different people if we break it down to every fucking thing, okay? Hopefully, we should be in enough places that we encounter a variety of these people and we can get opinions. And we'll note it when we talk to them, I think, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'll just break them into religious and secular, and then hopefully we find different religious sects. Okay. If we're thinking short form questions, what are things that we would want to ask? Well, actually, first, let's start with hold on, boom. Goals. Interviews with people. Questions for interviews. Okay, what are things that we would want to ask everyone?
Questions that you can apply to both people.
Questions that all people, anybody in the area that we might be interested in asking questions.
Let's leave that one for now because that might be harder. Let's try ones for just Palestinians for now because I've got a few in my head.
Really? What do you mean that might be harder?
I'm just thinking, so if you're asking both groups, for example, like, I guess one thing you could ask them is Israel committing a genocide in Gaza? Because probably the Palestinians might be more likely to say yes, I don't know, or the like more left-wing Israelis some of them might say yes as well.
Yeah, I think those are good questions.
Okay.
Are committing apartheid in the West Bank,
Yeah.
or committing genocide in Gaza? I think a good question is, what do you think happened on October 7th? I think that's a good question. Seriously? Okay. What do you think happened on October 7th? Is Israel committing a genocide in Gaza? Is Israel committing apartheid in the West Bank? I think the obvious of like two-state or one-state solution or something else.
I feel like if you asked both groups, how do you decide, just in general, how do you decide who deserves what piece of land?
Okay. What kind of resolution would be fair? It's like a sub-question, I think.
Oh, when I say land, I mean like how do you decide whether a land belongs to a particular group or not? Like which group
Oh.
has the most right to a land? Is it people who were? Is it if they're born there? Is it if they won it through war? Is it if they
Okay.
like
So
generational? Is it like an ancestral thing? Yeah. How do you decide
who has the
generally?
most? Yeah. So who has the most right to a land? So we can do historical, and we can do like Kingdom of David, verse Ottoman Empire, and then we can also do like more modern. For instance, was the arguments over Sheikh Jarrah, did that have to do with a place where Jewish people had been expelled out of that after the 48 war, and then
yeah.
after 67 they started going, yeah. For instance, Sheikh Jarrah.
But the Arabs, I think, were able to show that they had property rights from the Ottoman Empire before the Jews were there, or some shit.
Yeah.
Or something to do with the ambiguity of the Ottoman documents. I can't remember what exactly happened there, but it was It was weird.
Let's see. What is the most important thing to you for a just resolution? Is it territory percentage, holy sites like the Temple Mount, Jerusalem division, refugees, or borders / military control? Let's see. Can you think of any other questions that you would just in general ask like everybody?
I'm trying to think. If you ask, if you have like Muslims or, I'm trying. I don't know how you have to change the wording for different groups, but like does your religion have more in common with Christianity or like Judaism or Islam, depending on which group you're asking?
Really?
Yeah.
Is your religion more similar to Christianity or Islam, Judaism?
Yeah. I know. I only say that because people from my Lebanese family would give very interesting answers to questions like that. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to stick that under specific questions. Is your religion more similar to Christianity or Islam? And then for Arab Israelis, it would be, is your religion more similar to Christianity or Judaism? Do people try to argue, like, does this give you, like, rights to something if you can...
Nothing to do with rights. I think it's just, like, exploring kind of, like, the differences between religions. Because I think a lot of people will say that Christianity is, like Judaism and Islam are a lot more similar than either of them are to Christianity. But obviously, the way that plays out for the conflict is that both sides will side with Christians at different points, but they won't really side with each other, you know?
Okay. Seriously? Jesus. Okay. Okay. I threw a question of: do you think that Israeli/Palestinian should resolve this on their own, or should the international community or other countries be involved? Okay. That's all I have for general questions.
What should happen to Gaza after the war, assuming Hamas is gone? Right.
Oh. What should happen with Gaza and Hamas after the war? Ooh, how about who should represent the Palestinian people?
What's the best way to end the war?
Ooh. Was Hamas justified in attacking on October 7th? Was Israel justified in attacking Gaza after October 7th? Okay.
I have a
Anything
feeling
else?
that as soon as we do one interview, a bunch of
Mhm.
new questions are going to pop up as well,
Yeah, it's
based on what
possible.
they
But
say.
it'd just be nice to have like the
Yeah.
contours of what we'd want to
Yeah.
ask.
I mean, that's
Like I
12
think
for everyone,
if
right?
depending on if we do like short on the street interviews, if we're able to talk to, let's say theoretically, in if we sit out there for like 8 hours, if we're able to talk to like 200 people, it's not like hardcore data science or anything, but it would be really interesting if over the course of talking to like 200 people, say like 100 Israelis all say that like 94 of them think that Israel Palestine should resolve it on their own, and then when you ask like Arabs. Or you go to the West Bank and ask Palestinians or whatever, it's like completely the opposite. I think it would be interesting to see like total opposite, and then ask why they think that too. I think would be interesting.
Oh, you could ask both groups if they feel like the international media has their side.
Oh.
Or the rest of the world.
Do you
Yeah,
feel
you can go
like
broad with that.
the international community is on your side? Okay.
Okay.
Oh shit, hold on. I have a question for one state thing. Hold on. Okay. Would you live in a one-state solution as a minority? I think Jews and Arabs would give probably way different answers to that. The Arab Israelis already kind of do, so yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions for everybody or no?
None for the moment.
Okay.
What's next?
Okay, what would we ask in particular Jewish Israelis?
If they think peace is possible, and if that opinion is different from what it was before October 7th.
That sounds like a good question for everybody.
Yeah, sorry.
Fuck yeah. Don't be sorry. No, I'll add that. Hold on. Is a peaceful resolution possible? Did October 7th, well, I'll say, did the Second Intifada change your opinion on this? Because I think it did for a lot of people. And then did October 7th change your opinion on this?
Oh, do you think there would still be a conflict if neither side was religious?
I think that's a good question for everybody.
Yeah.
Does religion play a heavy role in this conflict?
Okay, let's see about Israelis. Okay. So Jewish Israelis.
It's not necessarily bad if like, I expect the majority of our questions would be good for everybody. I only put the other people there in case they're like specific questions.
Yeah, because this is another thing you could ask to both sides is, do you have any interest in getting to know the other side? Like,
do you feel like you understand the other side's perspective? Would you care to learn more about the other side's perspective?
okay. For Arab Israelis, a very particular one I would ask is if there were two states, 67 borders, would you move to live in Palestine? Would you want to?
Sure. Fuck. I think actually all of these just might be good for everybody.
How are you going to ask that to everyone? Okay.
Because if there were two states, would settlers move back to Israel or would they stay in Judea and Samaria if it was controlled by Arabs?
Okay.
If a two-state solution happened along the 67 borders, would you move back to the other state? Would you stay where you are?
You can ask all sides what caused October 7th. Like, why did it happen?
I feel like that's kind of covered in our other questions. Is Israel committing a genocide? Is Israel committing an apartheid? And then, was Hamas justified in attacking on October 7th? I feel like
Okay.
people will talk about in that sense, yeah.
Okay. Oh. For religious Jews and Arabs, would you be okay like worshipping alongside the other side at the Temple Mount?
Don't they all go to different places anyway? Like Arabs are
Yeah,
never
they
gonna
have
go
like
worship at
yeah,
like the
slightly
West
different
Wall.
segments.
And...
Yeah, but would they be okay just like sharing it? Like they can just kind of go through it to get
Because right now I think that well, would Jews ever go inside like Al-Aqsa?
No, but is it, like there's a different kind of like place that they go, like a different way to get to each prayer place. But nah, it's too fucking technical. Whatever. All right.
Maybe not, because wasn't there a big deal about how to get to one of the places? Was it Netanyahu or was it Sharon who dug underneath the additional tunnel to get to some fucking
Tunnel
place?
riots. That was Netanyahu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did that have to do with that? The securing the
He was.
pathway?
Yeah, he was digging under it to have a more streamlined pathway to the wall, I think. But it opened up into the Muslim quarter and also destroyed it like damaged a few properties that were Arab.
So maybe I think a good question might be like, do you think religious restrictions should be loosened around the Temple Mount so that other people can walk? Yeah.
I want to know how both sides feel about Jerusalem as an international city as well. It's like an open city.
Wait, the Temple Mount itself is what is holy. The Western Wall is only holy because it is close to the Temple Mount. I thought that the Western Wall was holy because it was supposed to be the last standing wall of the Second Temple or whatever. Is that not true?
I mean, it's holy enough for them to put their fucking hands on it and pray. So,
yeah,
but I don't think the wall in itself is supposed to be is considered like a holy wall. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how that works. Doesn't make any sense to me, but that's how they say it.
It is a portion of ancient limestone wall in the old city of Jerusalem that forms part of the larger retaining wall on the hill known to Jews and Christians Temple Mount, just over half. It's believed to be begun. Maybe it wasn't part of the temple then. Maybe it was just part of the old. Because the holy place where Jews are permitted to pray outside the Temple Mount. It's a presumed site of the Holy of Holies. Okay, gotcha. It's like a representation. Gotcha.
You could probably ask both sides. What does Free Palestine mean?
Oh, that's a really good one. Hold on. What does from the river to the sea? Oh, wait. Or what do these popular sayings mean? And it would be from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It would be the occupation. What other one would there be?
The occupation, Free Palestine, river to the sea.
Palestine, sure. Okay. One edgy question is, do you think violence is acceptable to, I guess, further your political ends? I think that would be one probably just for Palestinians. I don't know, because I feel like every Israeli is going to give this. Fuck, I gotta give me everyone. Is violence, is armed resistance, is armed struggle a legitimate means to achieve a political victory? And then the sub-questions would be, is it effective? And then even against civilians. Okay.
Oh, intifada. That's a good word to ask both Jews and Palestinians what they think it means.
Intifada. Okay.
Armed resistance. Even that, what does that mean? That means different things to different people.
Fuck that one. The other four I think are good.
Another both sides one. If you can ask Israelis who they think the best Palestinian, do they think who the best Palestinian has been since the beginning of the conflict?
Who is the best Palestinian leader?
Yeah,
Okay.
leader or representative or delegate or whatever. Yeah, like just any figure.
And then who is the best Israeli leader?
Yeah.
Maybe?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, what do these popular things mean? Zionist, I think, is a good one.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, I think what happened with the, what was the Nakba? I think it's a good one. We should sneak in a question like, have you ever helped Hamas carry out a terrorist attack?
True.
Just kidding.
When they're at their most vulnerable.
True.
I feel like it sounds like a silly question, but I feel like you'd get a good answer to it, or you get interesting answers. Do you feel like your side has engaged in terrorism, or engages in terrorism?
Do you feel like your side has engaged in terrorism? From before 48, from 48 to, I'll say it's to 73, and then from the 1980s onwards, just in case we had older people. A lot of, keep in mind too, not to jerk ourselves off or whatever, but my guess is we probably would know more about the history than probably a lot of the people there, because I doubt all of them obsess over like all of this history. So if you start like asking like hardcore technical questions, or even like kind of technical questions, a lot of people just be like, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, they have to be broad.
Yeah. It'd be like coming to America and being like, do you think that Andrew Jackson in 18 blah 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 wrote this about it? Like you just it'd be like people I don't fucking know. Although to be fair, American history is a lot longer too, but
yeah, it's not going to be like massively in depth, I don't think. Yeah.
For some people, though, it will be. Especially, I think older people will have a lot of really interesting things to say on this, because a lot of the older people have lived through like some of these wars, you know. So,
let me think. I'm trying to think about people from the West Bank as well.
Yeah. Hold on. What? Oh, yeah. There's a lot of good questions there. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna do something real quick. Hold on.
Because I know there's this whole thing people like to bring up about. It would only be a question for West Bank Palestinians, probably, maybe Israeli ones as well. If they even know about Haj Amin al-Husseini, because I've heard that the common response people will get for a question like that is, I think the consensus amongst Palestinians in the West Bank is just like, he was a good leader, but we just don't know anything about what he said or did. It's just like a kind of general feeling that he was a good leader. You could ask, is there an occupation? I think that was already mentioned, wasn't it? Ask about the Holocaust. So, as mean as it is, asking Jews what they think about the Holocaust, you're not going to get any interesting answers. It's going to be very standard. Asking Palestinians about the Holocaust might be interesting. Yeah. You might get some variety there. Or even Hitler, but that's just baiting. I don't know. Ask if there was a policy. Ask them if they've ever heard of the opinions of my friend, President Sunday. Yeah. Ask them if they watch One Piece, obviously. I want to ask Palestinians, and this is so spiteful. I want to ask Palestinians if they think there is such a thing as an Israeli civilian, because I feel like not many of them would say that there are no Israeli civilians. I don't think that Hamas doesn't even say that publicly. That's just a white tanky opinion. It'd be really funny to illustrate that. That is just baiting, though. Yeah. How would you even ask it? I feel like they wouldn't even know what the question means because it would be so alien to most of them. Hamas did say there is no Israeli civilians. In their statement on October 7th, they didn't. They said that we would never kill Israeli civilians. That's an affront to Islam. Some people died in the crossfire. Some people were collateral. Some people were killed by the Israelis. That's what they say. They don't say, well, technically, there's no such thing as that because they're they don't do that. No. Ask about Bushnell. Oh God. Okay. Actually, maybe. I would be interested to know what Palestinians think about that form of protest happening in America on their behalf. Hmm. How would you feel if one of your relatives converted to Judaism or Islam? Yeah, maybe. Would you be okay if your relatives, if one of your relatives married a Palestinian or Israeli? I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of questions. I'm trying to not think of questions that have already been done by that Corey dude. He asks a lot of religious questions, which I don't give a fuck about. But there's one question he does ask that I think is good, though. I would be happy to steal his question about asking Palestinians in Israel if they live under occupation and why. Hmm. Ask them their opinions on gooning. True. Do be careful, you'll be accused of cherry picking interviews regardless. I think there's a way around that, isn't there? If you can I know, because obviously with surveys and all that, you can give raw data and everything. But for interviews, if people are skeptical of that, couldn't you just? Is there a way to give like raw footage, like footage that didn't get used or something? Yeah, I don't know.
All right, I'm here.
Hey.
You think more questions?
Yeah, a bunch. I've forgotten half of them. All right, let me think.
Write them down. What the fuck?
Would you, to both sides, would you be comfortable? There's just kind of like two questions, but you could probably ask them in the same interview. Would you be comfortable if if you're like a relative, like a loved one, maybe like a child or daughter, whatever, are converted to the religion of the other side?
Interesting.
And also, if anyone's like a parent, how would you feel if your child married an Israeli or a Palestinian?
Okay.
Oh, these are all, some of these are kind of like bait questions, but I think they might be interesting anyway. If I want to ask Palestinians if they think there's such a thing as an Israeli civilian, or if they're all military targets.
Jesus.
I guarantee none of them will say that there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian. That is a white opinion. That's a white communist opinion. Arabs don't think that. Anyway, at least that's my bet.
Okay. Anything else?
Oh, fuck me. Just what do you think of Aaron Bushnell? To both sides.
Okay.
Loner box.
Okay, those are my
bastard.
shitlord questions. We've already got what is Zionism. You'd probably get good food takes from them if you care.
Good one. What's your favorite One Piece character?
Yeah, obviously. Like, if you could get the other side to change their minds on one thing, whether it's like a fact or a like to give up one thing, whether it's like a territory or violence or anything like that, what would it be?
Okay. Seen Noah Samson's new video? No.
What is the most important thing about your side that the other side doesn't understand?
I feel like that's going to be basically the same question.
Yeah.
Because if it's the most important thing they don't understand, then you're probably going to be asking.
Yeah.
You want them to change it, right?
No, but like about you, or so what you want the other side to give up is different from what does the other side, what do you think they should learn about you that they don't understand? Right? Yeah. I think they're slightly different, but you can ask them in the same interview.
Anything else? We also don't have to do all of these right now. We're just going to get a general outline.
Yeah.
Because the next question I think I want to sort out right now. There's two more.
What?
Let's see. Oh shit, hold on.
What's the biggest thing you would give up to end the conflict? Or just what would you give up to end the conflict?
Okay. Okay, I think it would be okay.
Loner box. You
For
smarmy, cuck bastard.
For known figures that we can interview, I'll just write down people that, basically any famous person or well-known person we would know. Benny Morris, obviously, I'm guessing we'd be able to chat with him. As long as it seems like Shlomo Ben-Ami would probably be down as well. I think we've got connections we've heard now for like the mayor of Jerusalem. If we could talk to like the director of like Bet Salem. Somebody related to, or director, person related to Haaretz would be cool. Is there anything, is Tablet a big publication in Israel, or is that just outside of Israel? Do you know?
I don't know how big it is outside, but I know people know it. Like, yeah.
Okay.
Well, you got Haaretz, Tablet, Times of Israel.
Is Times of Israel big in Israel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jerusalem Post as well.
Jerusalem Post. I have a guy that wants to do a profile on me from... Oh, shit. A freelancer. Publication are you writing for? It might have been for the Jerusalem Post. I'm pretty sure we can get ins with all of these people.
I want to ask Mizrahi Jews how they feel about Arabs, or being called Arab Jews, or anything like that. Like, yeah, what their opinions are on just Arabs in general.
Okay. Did you say Druze?
No, Mizrahi Jews.
Oh. How do Mizrahi, I don't know how to spell this. Jewish Mizrahi. Jews feel being compared to who?
No, how do they feel about Arabs, just in general? Because, you know how people, I noticed that Muin was doing that. He kept on calling Mizrahi Jews Arab Jews, because they're Jews who came from the Arab world, right? Jews who came from Middle East and North Africa. Oh God, I feel like
within
they're
Israel,
really...
that's not typically how they're referred to, right? Like when you say Arab Israeli in Israel, that's generally referring to descendants of Palestinians or people that were living there, right?
Arab Israeli would be Palestinians, and Mizrahi Jews is what they would sometimes call Arab Jews, but I think they don't think they like being called Arab Jews. So it'd be interesting to see what they feel about just the Arabs in general. But they still have a lot of Arab culture, right? They brought Arab food over and all that kind of stuff. Like they're culturally quite similar. Yeah.
Okay, wait. Publications. What are the big publications? Big media publications in Israel. Mass media in Israel. Beshiva, I don't know what the fuck that is. Calculist, Globes. We've heard of Haaretz. That's Israel's oldest daily newspaper. Okay. Globes, Hamodia, Israel Hayom, the Israel Post. I don't think I've heard of that. I haven't heard of almost any of these. Jerusalem Post, we've heard of that. That's Israel's oldest English language newspaper. Okay. I've seen a lot of this I-24 news posted.
I don't actually know what the Arab publications are in Israel. I don't know what they're called. Who was that one guy who got harassed by an Israeli cop on October 8th or some shit? Ahmed. Who was he for?
Don't even know. No one watches I-24 inside Israel. Ask about the JQ.
Wow. Apparently the most important, do you know Al-Ittihad? Al-Ittihad. How do you say that?
The right-wing version of Haaretz will be Makar Rishon. And then Yediot is probably the largest Hebrew print media. Oof. Who are the three big ones? Oh, never mind. In America.
Al-Ittihad.
Yediot is Ynet, apparently. I didn't know that.
Oh. Okay. Of what was it called?
Ynet or Yediot. Yediot. I don't know.
Aranath? Is that Yediot Aranaut is the Ynet thing? Control F, Ynet. Internet
Someone in
version
chat just said
of
they're the same thing. Yediot.
Oh, it is. Okay.
All right.
Does Avi Schleim live in Israel? Are there any pro-Palestinian journalists in Israel?
Avi Schlein lives in the UK, I think. I don't know. I'm reading about this paper that sounds quite interesting. Apparently it's considered the most important Arabic media in Israel. It's called Al-Ittihad, but it's owned by the Israeli Communist Party. Is that really the most important Arabic media outlet in Israel is owned by the Israeli Communist Party? There's no way.
Oh, we should talk to some kind of IDF spokesperson. I think would be good.
Oh God, if we got that Daniel Hagari guy, he's so funny.
Do you think, I hear people kind of mention Shin Bet, but I feel like people talk about, or is it Shin Bet? I don't know how to pronounce it. People talk about the IDF all the time. Do people in Israel talk about Shin Bet as much, or is that just?
There are all sorts, right? There's Shin Bet, there's Yamam, who are like the special forces people.
Okay. Yes, they do. Okay. Let's see. I'm sure we could talk to some Knesset members, different parties.
Apparently, the Israeli equivalent of Finkelstein is Gideon Levy. Is that true? Writes for Haaretz.
We're going to talk to Netanyahu.
Obviously.
He's going on the list. We will do it.
I think it's quite possible I'll have a contact for Yamam, by the way.
Okay.
And I'm also enjoying saying Yamam.
Good. Wait, did you say he was a writer at Haaretz?
I think he writes for Haaretz. I don't know if he's, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Just a popular Israeli journalist, pretty far left. Oh, who the fuck was I thinking of? There's one woman journalist who writes in Haaretz who's really interesting. What's her name? Fuck. She wrote about Zaka.
Oh, is it this? Was it the article I read? Hold on.
Her name is Anat Kam.
Fuck. Rats. This article.
It's called Zaka may have cost Israel its case against Hamas at the World Court.
Oh, okay, never mind. I don't know. I read a different one about death and donations. Did the Israeli volunteer group handling the dead of October 7 exploit its role? I had to go over some of the
Oh
criticisms
no,
of the
that's a different one. This one's just like an opinion piece, but it's the journalist Anat Kam. In 2010, she was charged with espionage because she handed over a bunch of secret documents to a journalist when she was in the army, and the documents were used to further a case of that Israeli soldiers had illegally killed 3 Palestinians in Jenin. So she served prison for that actually as well, for 4.5 years. Or did she? Hang on. He served some time, yeah. 26 months. Yeah. And now she does journalism.
Okay. Fucking, let's just talk to, yeah, true. A boss. We should talk to him as well.
True.
Oh my God. Imagine if we set up an interview with them, but we like got them ambushed each other instead of a live impromptu debate.
Wow.
Okay. Anything else?
For just like publications or personalities.
Publications, political, historical people.
I think there are probably some historians we could talk to, but I don't actually know any historians who live in Israel who are to the left of Benny. I know plenty who are to the right of him. Do you?
No.
If we could get Ehud Barak, yes, that would be cool.
Oh, like old prime ministers?
Yeah. Mustafa Barghouti from the Palestinian side. I mean, you could probably get him for just a stream talk.
Wait, am I crazy? Isn't he still
No,
in jail?
Mustafa's his like I don't know what kind of relative he is,
Oh.
like a distant relative. He's the politician.
Oh.
He came second to Abbas in the presidential.
Oh.
He's like a
Wait, what was his
non-violence
name?
dude. Mustafa Barghouti.
Let me put this higher up, more realistic. Let's see. Mustafa Bar. Okay, I don't know how realistic that is, but. He's often on the Pure Show. Okay. We can also add more here later if we can think of other people.
People are saying Ehud Olmert just seems to interview everyone these days. But
yeah, that's why when you brought up the prime minister sort of, because I feel like I've seen Olmert give interviews on like 1,000 subscriber YouTube channels.
Yeah.
So
apparently Naftali Bennett at the moment has focused himself on Israeli Hasbara, which means he'll talk to lots of foreigners.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if we are big enough, but yeah.
Ehud Barak. Did you say he's?
I don't know
ever
if
given?
Barak would, but it's just thought it'd be funny. I don't know what else he's doing.
Fuck it. We'll add him here. Hell yeah. Barak. What's Olmert's first name? Some weird
Ehud.
shit. Oh, is it?
Yep.
Never mind. Wow, lots of Ehuds.
Apparently, Kul Al Arab is the bigger Arabic publication. It's based in Nazareth. It's also distributed in the West Bank. So.
Okay. Anything else?
Traveling Israel. No. What the?
No, I mean I think that's legitimate too. We'd call them like YouTubers, influencers.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not against it.
Traveling Israel. Who's the one guy everybody keeps telling? Oh, Corey
Gilchrester. Yeah. Actually, I feel like we've already made a little list of these. Let me see. Saluki. He's kind of insane, but he's a YouTuber. He's a Jew. He's an Iraqi Jew who sneaks into the West Bank and films himself doing it, talking to people.
Might be interesting.
But he's also kind of mental, apparently.
Somebody in chat said, Saluki, LOL, he's in his schizo arc right now.
Yeah, apparently he's... I don't know why people say that, but apparently he is, yeah. I don't know what that means.
Can we talk to Ben Giver?
Oh, God.
Oh, actually,
Lapid? Again, not sure how likely it is, but yeah.
Everybody, we should reach out to everybody on the ICJ quoted people list.
Oh,
like how would you
made
feel
genocidal
if
statements.
Yes. How would you feel if your quotes are being used in that? I think I'll look up those people off stream. I'll look them up and just add them under where they go.
Yeah.
That would be super interesting. Yeah.
There are people who are being investigated by Israel for genocidal statements, public statements, but I don't think any of them are officials. I think they're just like random wankers.
Yeah.
A lot of these people don't even speak English as well. I think Ben Gavir doesn't speak English.
Really? No shot. Seriously?
Yeah, apparently he doesn't speak English.
That's an insult.
Why would he? We're not that important.
Oh, I searched for Ben Gavir and I see interview English is the first thing that comes up. Let's see.
What does he? Am I being lied to? People are adamant that he speaks no English.
Okay, hold on. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, maybe it doesn't. Okay. Do you want to go over places?
Yeah.
Real quick? Okay.
Again, before we do that, did you see the practical notes that I sent you before coming on?
Hold on.
Because I think the questions of where we go is going to overlap a lot with the practical question of which organization we're doing all this with. Because based on, apparently it's very possible to just get one organization to organize the whole thing.
Sure. Although it's going to depend a lot on where we want to go and what we want to do.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm very, very wary about being handheld. Fuck that. But I don't want to we're not gonna like try to sneak into Area A.
Yeah, no,
something and get
there'll be all
that.
kinds of things, and like I think, but that's why a lot of the security stuff is like the organizations kind of handle it. Like they have experienced drivers for going between Jewish and Arab neighborhoods, and I think in the
Mhm.
West Bank they just don't go anywhere without bulletproof cars. Like, yeah, that's
Sure.
going to be a thing as well.
Mhm.
So yeah, we can talk about places for sure. What have we already written?
Let's see. I mean, obviously, we would split this into hold on. No, I'm not splitting it because it's not like it's okay. We'd want to go to Tel Aviv, obviously. We'd want to go to Jerusalem, obviously. I feel like we should go to Haifa.
Yeah, definitely.
Because I've just read so much about it. One. I feel like we should go to a kibbutz near near Gaza.
Or if we can't go to them themselves, well, that's the thing. Yeah, organizations will have access to some of them, but I think a lot of them are evacuated. So, but yeah, there
Still
are
fully evacuated.
some of them are, some of them aren't. So yeah, that would just depend on
Okay, I'll
which
just start up
ones.
here then.
Yeah.
Could I give you a potential idea, please?
Go.
There are people who are currently evacuated from their homes in the north and the south. Like maybe you could talk to them.
Yeah, I've had some people tell me that they have contacts like that who, yeah, of people who were evacuated and are living somewhere else now. Yeah.
There's entire hotels.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like whole cities were evacuated from the north. So.
From the north, what? Because of Hezbollah, or?
Yeah, yeah, and the south, both, like the part around Gaza and the part around the north border with Lebanon.
From the north and south. Damn.
Also, I cannot promise this at all. This would have to be something I would have to try. If I could get you to sit down with Bezalel Smotrich, I know someone who knows him. Would you be interested in that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, what was
But
the name
again, no promises. Bezalel Smotrich.
Smotrich. He was one of the guys quoted in the ICJ thing. Which one is he again?
He's
the
in
other
Ben
leader
Gvir's
of the
party.
crazy far right party, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Which party?
Otzma Yehudit. Not sure how you said it in Hebrew, sorry. In English.
Fuck you. Okay, I'll throw him under.
He's the one who said that Huara should be erased from the earth, didn't he? that town in the West
Yeah.
Bank that was rioted on. He later said it was a misspeak. What a dude. Hate it when
He
that
later
happens.
clarified he thought the army should do it in a later interview, yeah. Rather than the citizenry, vigilantism.
He's a different party from Ben Gvir, isn't he? Isn't he there's like the religious Zionist party and Ben Gvir's the national. Wait, they're not called the National Front, are they?
No. So what happened was you had you had Otzma Yehudit, and I forget what the name of Smotrich's party before was, but they joined together in the recent elections.
Oh, okay.
So it's like two parties who made a joint list, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. What was Ben Gvir's party
I think-
called before religious Zionist though? He was in a separate party. What were they called?
I'm not sure. The current one is Otzma Yehudit. Let me look this up.
Jewish Power. What was Smotrich's one? I
By
swear.
the way, it's translated as. Oh, sorry, go on.
No, I don't know. I'm trying to find it right now.
So here, I think it was called Otzma Israel, and then it merged with Hatzionut Dati to form Otzma Yehudit.
And Otzma Yehudit means Jewish Power.
I personally don't like that translation because the connotation. I prefer like Otzma is more like might than power.
Okay.
But yeah.
So I've got Tel Aviv, I've got Jerusalem, East Jerusalem, Haifa, a kibbutz near Gaza, hotels, we evacuated people from the north and south, probably Area C settlements.
Oh, locations.
Yeah.
Hang on one second. Nazareth. It's an Arab majority.
Where is where does that?
It's Galilee. It's like north of the West Bank, isn't it?
Is that like fully within like
Israel.
Area C stuff?
No, it's Israel.
It's Israel proper.
Oh, that's
But
in
it's
Israel
like
proper.
90-something% Arab, yeah.
And it's mostly Christian as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, because that's outside of the. I see. Is it possible to go? Well, I guess we would just ask the org if we
It's
wanted
an
to go to like
organization thing, yeah.
yeah, to like Hebron,
Yeah, that would
because
be.
there's still a Jewish population that lives in there, right?
I can get you contacts to people who in Hebron who would be happy to talk to you.
I think Hebron's the place where you're most likely. Is it where you're more likely to get the anti-Zionist religious Jews now, or where?
There are some of them over there. I don't know what percentage they are, but there's also very like religious Zionist types there. There's also Arabs there who are friendly with the Jews, the Jabari tribe.
Okay.
Like there's this guy Yishai Fleischer who's this like the spokesperson. I'm not sure if he's still the spokesperson for Ben Gvir himself, but he was definitely for a long time, and I think still is the spokesperson for the Jewish community of Hebron. And he's like very active on YouTube and social media and stuff. Like he's on Twitter as well. You could definitely reach out to him.
Jaffa would be good because this was nice Tel Aviv.
Yeah, we'll be in Tel Aviv, right? Yeah.
Beersheba?
Where is that again?
It's just south of the West Bank, about 40 kilometers from Gaza. Very close to the West Bank.
Fuck you.
Also,
What
would you
is-
be interested? Oh, sorry. Go.
Wait, what is this place? Why this place?
Don't ask questions. It's just good. It's just it's just very, very close to both Gaza and the West Bank, and
Okay.
yeah.
Wait, how do you pronounce this? Say this again? Or how do you
I
spell
think it's
this?
pronounced BE''ER.
Beersheba.
Sheva, yeah.
Okay, I'll figure it out. This is wait, was this one of the places that got hit? Was this one of the kibbutzes, or
I
is
think
it
No,
just-
no, no. It's a much bigger city.
Oh, okay. This bear thing, what does this mean? This means something, right?
It means well, and Sheva means seven. It's literally in the book of Genesis. Like Abraham founds the well, and he calls it the well of the seven, Beersheba.
Oh, okay.
Or
Oh,
seven
that other
wells,
place is Be'eri. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, yeah.
What's the? Is it mostly Ashkenazi or Mizrahi who live in Beersheba?
I think it's more Mizrahi.
Yeah, same as Sderot, right? Because Sderot's mostly Moroccan Jews.
Yeah, I've been to Beersheba a few times, and that's what it seemed like as well.
Yeah, I feel like both of those places, because they also both constantly come under rocket fire, right? They basically live they're often where the rocket fire is directed towards those two towns.
Sderot much more because it's a lot closer to Gaza.
Yeah.
Beersheba is significantly further away from Gaza, but it's still in the south. Yeah.
Yeah, Sderot, Ashkelon, and Beersheba, I think, are all three quite interesting places that are quite close to Gaza.
Okay. Any other places we should be trying to visit?
Haifa. Yeah, we got Haifa. Kfar Qasim.
I'll definitely take you to Kfar Qasim. Don't worry about that.
Where is that?
It's right near the West Bank, right on the Green Line.
It's like 15 minutes away from Tel Aviv.
Can you Kfar Qasim? I don't.
KFAR QA
KFAR QA
QASIM.
Okay.
Yeah, Beersheba is not. There's not that much to see there. There's like a
Yeah,
lot of
Beersheba
shops.
I don't think Beersheba is a good destination owner because it's like way out of the way and it's also.
I think he was hinting that there's something he wants to see there personally. So.
Are you talking about the destroyed villages?
No, there's not destroyed villages.
No,
Beersheba got hit, but I don't think there's destroyed villages there.
No, no, there aren't.
I don't think so. There's like maybe like Bedouin outposts near it, but I don't think there's destroyed villages.
No, they just got hit.
Oh yeah, they probably did get hit.
Destiny, would you be willing to talk to people who are like they're let's say scholars or academics or pundits who are very active on Israeli media, like Mordechai Kedar or like Gadi Tab or people like that? Obviously, those are right-wing figures,
As
but
long as they're well known, but we're gonna have to trim this down too. We're not staying here for 3 months, so.
how long are you staying?
My max is gonna be 2 weeks.
You definitely cannot do what you want to do in a week. Even you can't even do what you want to do in 2 weeks based on what your questions are.
That's
and who you
why I
wanna talk
literally
to.
just said we're gonna be trimming it down.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what I literally just said. Yes.
Lona, what I sent you is probably like some of those tours are like a week long, so.
Oh, what
it's
the one that you DM me?
Yeah, the like West Bank ones.
I don't know. I don't think I'm gonna want. I don't think I want any tours. Right now, the
Yeah.
rough blueprint of what I envision in my mind is there are going to be some famous people that we want to talk to, and there are going to be populations that we want to talk to. So we want to talk to like Arab Israelis. We want to see certain things that are like important cities or landmarks or whatever. So I think the idea would be like in one day you would wake up, you would drive to the city, you would interview the important or famous person you need to, and then you would go on the street and you would interview people. Me and Loaderbox maybe in the same area, maybe in separate areas, and then you just collect a bunch of footage and do stuff like that, and then you go to sleep, and then the next day you would do the same thing in a different city, basically like that. So the things you'd be scheduling your different cities around the well-known people that you want to talk to, and then in your outside of your conversations with them, you'd be interviewing people on the street, or you'd be riding around, looking at stuff, whatever. There'd be that kind of thing. That'd be the arrangement, yeah.
Are you gonna do anything like that in the West Bank, like you mentioned Hebron, or?
Yeah, depending on what
I can
we can be safe for and what somebody would help us do. Yeah.
I can probably hook something up with the Roots Foundation and for you to talk to people like known in that area, like in Ariel, for example.
Sure. Yeah.
We've got Old City in that list, haven't you? I'd imagine.
East Jerusalem, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Would you talk to like the Druze people in the north? I can definitely get you a connection with them.
What's a good city to go to?
What's the name
Also,
of
when you
the
say
one?
north, does north include like Golan Heights, or is that south of the Golan Heights? What does it mean when you say the north?
There are Druze in the Golan, but I'm talking about the ones in the Galilee. Yeah.
When you say Galilee, does that exclusively imply the West Bank, or
Galilee?
No, it's not. It's not the West
north
Bank.
of.
North of the
Yeah,
West
it's
Bank.
like yeah.
Okay.
You're talking about near
No,
Nahariya,
Galilee
right?
is not. You're right. Yeah. Talking about what?
Yeah, I think Upland's talking about near Nahariya, right, Upland? Near, like the village is near Nahariya.
Yeah, somewhere around that area. I have a friend who lives there, and the Druze are like a minority, a non-Jewish minority, but they're integrated very differently than most Israeli Arabs. So I think that would be like a very interesting perspective.
Yeah, Israeli Arabs are you're gonna probably see them in pockets where like they're concentrated, but Jews you probably see a lot less concentrated where they're spread out among Israeli Jews.
Yeah.
Oh, the Thorpes they've made a new account after I banned them in my chat again. Say hi to the Thorpes, guys.
Okay, let me run these down to make sure. Okay, let me organize some of these. So for major landmarks, like Tel Aviv is Tel Aviv, Jerusalem is Jerusalem.
Oh, it was Horfesh. That's the name of the Druze village. Horfesh.
Do we have cities where we can talk to Arab Israelis on this list?
Kfar Qasim is one of
Do
them.
you want? Yeah,
What?
Kfar
Nazareth.
Qasim is.
Kfar Qasim and Nazareth?
Yep.
Yeah, the Triangle has a bunch of Arab cities you can go to.
I'm going to ask a really
Okay.
dumb question. Is Kibbutz in the West Bank or Israel? It's West Bank, right?
I think it's like in the West Bank. It's just like a wall is literally in the middle of the fucking village.
How the fuck does that work? How do you...
People on the Israeli side of the wall don't like. There's no village there anymore, but there's in the West Bank there's a village there. And we
okay,
went
so the
over this
village is in.
case.
Yeah, okay.
We went over a case like this where like one of the only instances where they would demolish houses in Area A and Area B was like when they're constructing the wall.
I think there's maybe some interest in that place. That's also where Mr. Sharon committed his first massacre, right?
Yeah. The notorious 101 Israeli Defense Forces.
Yeah, they were actually called 101.
Why did you Bear Shiva is just for landmarks or just for cool stuff,
Beersheba is more
basically?
like that area in general is more like one place in that area. I think either Ashkelon, Sderot, or Beersheba. I think there's like
Well,
just because
Ashkelon-
of the Mizrahi community. Ashkelon's probably evacuated now.
No, Ashkelon's not evacuated.
Oh.
Ashkelon's
Yeah,
way
Ashkelon
too-
is still there.
Yeah, Ashkelon has way too many people to be evacuated. Ashkelon, if you want to go to Ashkelon, it's probably like Ashdod, Ashkelon, probably better for you than Beersheba, because Beersheba you still have to go like down south of Jerusalem.
It's like in the middle of nowhere, basically. Yeah.
Yeah,
People are
it's-
saying
it's-
that is that a place we can talk to Bedouin people?
There are
You can
Bedouin
talk-
in Beersheba, yeah.
You can find
Beersheba for
Bedouin-
sure, yeah.
Yeah, but you can find Bedouin almost all over Israel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like
In
in
the
the
south.
north, in the triangle, you can find Bedouin. There's Bedouin in my village. Like.
I think the only interesting thing about me to Sderot is the fact that it's what, like 80% Moroccan Jewish. So that's like a very particular demographic.
Sderot
but
was
also-
affected a lot by rocket fire and shit
Yeah,
too, right?
so
I
you
feel
know
like I've
the
read.
famous picture of the hilltop people celebrating the IDF strikes on Gaza in 2014.
Mhm.
That's most people don't tell you is that that was because they'd been announced to them that they were gonna end the rocket fire. Like that they'd been under rocket fire for weeks, and they were just like, oh, finally it's gonna stop. That's why they were on the hilltop. Not necessarily
Okay.
justifying it, but it's just like it's a bit of context. Yeah.
Okay, real
I
quick.
don't-
Sorry, hold on, real quick. 'Cause I don't have a million years to do all this. Is there any other places or anything?
No.
I've got
No
it broken
massive
into
ones,
major
yeah.
landmarks, Arab Israelis affected by October 7th / war with the West Bank, and then just Bedouin, I guess would be Beersheba. Anything else?
Would you talk to Ethiopian Jews?
Why? I don't want to break it into like a billion different sub-ethnic, sub-ethnic
Fair,
groups.
fair.
If we
Their
come
story's
across them,
pretty
sure,
unique, but I
but
understand.
I'm sure there's
Yeah.
a million unique stories in probably every country in the world. But yeah, again, 2 weeks. So.
Fair,
Is there any value in going to Lydda and Ramla?
They're mixed cities where you're more likely to see bigotry among Jews and Arabs rather than Haifa. Right, Haifa people are a lot more chill. Ramla and Lid are like Arabs and Jews aren't exactly on the friendliest of terms, but in Haifa they're pretty chill together.
So a contrast, maybe? Who knows? Yeah. Possibly.
There's some contrast. There was like riots in Lod, like just
Yeah,
2021.
And that's also where the biggest expulsion happened in 48.
Yeah, your favorite sundowner comes from there.
He does, yeah.
Okay, good on this then.
Yeah.
What other? Okay. For an approximate timeline, like when we'd want to go.
Well, we're not talking about that on stream, are we?
Oh, definitely watch on stream.
Okay, it's gonna be pretty obvious, but because I'm about to disappear from stream for 2 weeks, so
Yeah,
unless
but
I
at least
pre-record.
if we disappear, like people won't know when to plan ahead.
It'd be a surprise.
Yeah.
Okay.
When are you coming?
He literally just said he won't be saying.
Oh, okay.
Because I feel like most of the other extras I've got are technical stuff like security, safety, organization to plan the whole thing. But I don't know if you want to talk about that off stream, or do you care about doing that now? Or
We can talk about off stream.
yeah, okay.
I would say you guys don't really have to worry about anything because majority of the people here don't consume like English.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
media.
as much as people are worrying, my guess is gonna be 98%. There's my guess for what a lot of the interviews are gonna look like is a bunch of young Israeli people, like students and shit, will probably try to find us.
Yeah.
And most of the other people won't.
Yeah, most Arabs would probably not like even know you guys. Or
have any idea.
It's
care
more
about
just like
what's
it's just like technical stuff. Like the work permit system for getting to Israel, especially for self-employed, is a fucking nightmare. Like I tried
did
looking
hear
into it
from-
once, but we have to do a lot. But yeah, that's all boring
I did
stuff.
hear from somebody that you guys do actually have to get permits to film when you're from abroad.
Mhm.
So,
But again, if we have an organization, they will know whether or not
Yeah,
we've done the
probably.
right stuff to do that. So, yeah.
Oh, just something you should know is if you come around Passover time, like there's a big thing about not eating bread in public. Even if you're not Jewish, people are not gonna like enforce it around you, but
Yeah.
you can get like weird looks and stuff. So just be
Passover is
wary of
what,
that.
like the 21st, 22nd? That's like 5 days, right?
I'm not sure. Let me check. No, it's not. Like Purim is the next holiday, and then Passover is like a month after that. So
Oh, Passover's in April, right? April
Yeah, closer to
22nd.
that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
April
Just
22nd,
got my
yeah,
months
yeah.
mixed up. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
22nd. Is it April 22nd? I thought it was like at the last bit of Ramadan.
No, it's end of April. Yeah.
We can't take the advantage of it. They don't give us time off Ramadan from university, but they give us time off.
Okay. Anything else for this, real quick? Just because I have to leave kind of soon. I don't have time to random chat.
Anywhere
Anything
else in the
relating to
region
this
you
we
want to
need
go? Any other country in the region? You want to go to Syria?
You can visit the pyramids.
Yeah, true.
No, we don't have time to go out to other countries. We don't want to do shit. Yeah.
I think I'm good. I'll probably talk to you off stream about the other technical stuff.
Okay.
But it seems okay. Yeah.
All right. I'll start sorting through emails and see what contacts I have as we get closer to officializing this, and then give me a timeline and shit. Yeah.
Amazing. All right. Bye.
Lauren, you gonna go back to your Discord or are you gonna end your stream?
I'm gonna go back to my stream.
I'm gonna talk to you about something maybe you're interested in.
Yeah. Okay.
Uh,
See you soon. Bye. Hello.
Hello. Okay. So, did I remember how I sent you about a certain politician that used to be in the government with Naftali Bennett was in?
Yeah.
Arab Israeli.
Mhm.
I could hook up something if you guys wanted to talk to him because I feel like he does have a unique perspective. Where
Okay.
his perspective is like I think one of the statements he said was that triggered a lot of people. Actually, was Palestinians are my people and Israel is my state. Uh,
Hmm.
so I do think that is a bit of a perspective that's interested.
Okay.
Upland wants to be dragged in, by the way.
Oh, God! Now they're all coming here. Okay, nice.
So maybe if you want, I could hook up something because I live right next to him.
Yeah,
So
just you can DM it to me so then and I'll pass it on to the
yeah, I'm not.
bigger
I'm
note
not.
database. Yeah, because
Yeah,
we've a lot of back and forth notes going on right now.
I think I sent you the interview if you ever wanted to like go over it on stream because it was an interesting interview because they did translate it from Hebrew to English, and it was pretty interesting because it got a lot of headlines and it pissed off a lot of Palestinians and Israelis.
Yeah.
What was it? What pissed them off?
It's an interview by a certain politician. I'm not gonna say his name because I'll say his name off stream.
Yeah, okay, nice.
Where he made what was it called? An interview where he said like one of the main headlines was like Palestinians are my people and Israel is my state, and it pissed
Can you
off
send me who it is in DM?
Sure, but you can't say his name.
I won't say. Don't worry.
I'll tell you why after.
Okay.
Well,
Oh yeah. Okay, makes sense.
Yeah. So there's reasons for why I'm not gonna say his name on stream.
Sev, do you
What's up?
Do you know I want to get a few quick questions out of the way because otherwise I'll just never remember. Do you know any Israeli historians who are to the left of Benny who live in Israel?
Left of Benny, I don't know them personally. I know Adam Raz.
How do you spell that? R-A-Z-Z?
No, R-A-Z. That's it.
R-A-Z. Okay. He's an Israeli historian who's to the left of Benny, right?
I would say he's left of Benny. He's criticized Ilan Pape, but what's it called? Everyone criticized.
I feel
Ilan
like if
Pape.
anyone's at Pape level, they'll just leave the country, right?
Yeah, they don't really live in the country.
Okay.
But Adam Raz, I would say he's on the left because he's like, he's the major historian who like spearheaded uncovering the documents regarding Kfar Qasim and stuff.
Okay.
So I have recently found out about him and it's very interesting.
Okay. Cool. All right. Yeah, I'll keep that one in mind. Arab publications, because I found the communist one from Haifa that apparently is the big Arab one. Yeah.
I've been to one of their meetings.
What they're called? Was it Al Ittihad? Is that what they're called?
Al Ittihad.
Al Ittihad. Yeah. The
which
union.
means
Yeah.
the unite. Yeah. Al Ittihad means the united. But yeah,
okay.
the union. I mean, there is a guy who's in my village who's a part of the Communist Party as well.
Okay.
And I mean, I can get you to talk to some of the communist people. I don't necessarily agree with their views, and I'm not really.
But are they
in their
what are they? But they're Arabic paper, right? They're Arabic language paper.
Well, there's a lot of Jews in there because like there's how like the communist view where like like we're all big group of family.
Yeah. I'd be
even
interested
the Jews
to talk
in
to
there.
them. Yeah.
Even the Jews in there like try to learn Arabic. Like one of the meetings I went to that I was actually tricked into going to because
Okay.
I was told it was like an Arab dinner or whatever. I was like, oh, Arab dinner, interesting. And I went. I was like the only Arab guy. Everyone else was just Jewish, practicing their Arabic.
Yeah. No, I need to. Yeah, I absolutely need to get fucking something like that. Also, is Kul Al Arab? Are they the Arabic paper? They're the Arabic paper in Nazareth, right?
I'm not sure about. I don't know much about them because
like
we have more local news networks, right? We have for my area, we have Bennett. Like,
oh, you guys have local news. Okay.
Yeah, so you would have like for the Triangle area, people would usually listen to this like news source because it talks about local news in your area, while people in Nazareth would listen to that. Like,
So there isn't like a Arab national media in Israel.
No, I wouldn't.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that a problem? Is that considered like a missing thing from civil society? Like,
I feel like it would be too criticized if there was like it would like you. Yeah, there's this feeling where you constantly have like a lens at the back of your head watching you in this country. So as an Arab, so if you have something as big as a national media for all of the Arabs of the country, it would probably be heavily restricted and heavily watched and heavily criticized, etc.
So do they, if they don't want local, would they just watch Al Jazeera or some shit, or can
A
they?
lot of them do watch Al
Yeah.
Jazeera.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay.
I think there was an attempt to ban Al Jazeera in Israel. I don't think it went through.
Apparently, there's Radio Nas. Is that a thing? Radio Nas.
Radio, not I mean, there might be radios for like a national level, but I don't think people listen to the radios much anymore.
No one gives
So
a fuck about Radio Nas. Okay, cool. Nas Radio. Interesting.
I've never heard anyone talk about them. At least.
Yeah, I never heard of them either.
Okay, we don't care about them. Fucking, unless they're like Arab boomers. Apparently, there's a popular Jordanian channel in the north. Yeah, but it's all regional. I thought there would be like a national Arab press in Israel.
Yeah, no, in Israel, no.
Okay.
It's usually gonna have local, because a lot of people do like talk about like, oh, Palestinians, right? Like a group of people, but we still have like the Triangle Palestinians are still very different than the Northern Palestinians, and that's actually gonna be interesting for you guys to see. Even between villages, you will see differences.
Do we have any? Do we have any big deal Arab journalists in Israel?
Arab journalists. Thinking.
Because I know about that fucking Ahmed guy who was harassed by a cop in that viral video, but I don't know about the rest.
I think usually the big Arab what's it called, like news guys are usually working for Al Jazeera, because it's easier for them to move around than while they're working for Al Jazeera.
Fuck's sake! All right,
and they get paid better.
So, but are there Al Jazeera journalists who are based in Israel?
Fuck, that's hard to know.
I think there are, but I don't know for sure. Like my instinct is yes.
Oh, okay, that might be interesting.
That was very rude, Scarlett.
They definitely tried to ban Al Jazeera from, like, Mordechai Kedar was advocating for it for a long time, and it picked up steam in Israeli media, especially the right-wing media, like ban Al Jazeera from reporting from within Israel, because they're basically like a hostile foreign entity on the behalf of the Qatari government, which is an enemy state.
Goddamn. Let's see. Who the fuck is this? What do you want? Real David IL.
That's Israel.
Yeah, I know.
Hello?
Go to Mesharim.
Go to
Isn't
where?
that super religious?
Haredi neighborhood. They'll kick you out. they don't want you there.
How do you say that?
Mesharim.
No, spell it. Come on. You're talking about
MEAH space SHEARIM.
Mesharim. Okay.
So if
ultra orthodox
you get like
Haredi,
contact with like the Orthodox guy, you'll do fine.
Okay.
Okay. For perspective, I went one time. I was looking for a bookstore in Jerusalem on Google Maps. Okay, and I was in my army uniform at the time. I'm not in the IDF anymore, but at the time, I stumbled into their neighborhood, and a few people told me to leave. Like
these are the guys who have signs on their fucking walls saying that you have to dress modestly, right?
Yeah.
They have signs
sleeves.
all over, but a lot of them are also pro-Palestinian. Like you see a lot of Palestinian flag. It depends on the neighborhood, but a lot of them are like you go there, you see like the Nazi flag, like the Nazi symbol, like with the Star of David. You see people wearing Palestinian.
They associate the state with Nazism and shit like
Yeah.
I wouldn't say based.
These are the anti-Zionist, anti-Zionist ultra-religious Jews, right? Is that what these guys are? Okay. Yeah, I want to meet people like them because they're very unique.
Like if you ask him a lot of questions, they're like Jewish supremacy basically. Like they would say, like I've seen interviews with them, and they're like goys are like golems, like they're evil.
Well, to be fair, it's not all of them like that.
I think here's the thing. This is true both for that and for the Palestinian flag thing. That is a fringe minority of them. It's not like the mainstream of them are pro-Palestinian enthusiastically. They're anti-Zionism because they don't appreciate the way that the state is run. They don't like its ideology as an anti-religious one, but they don't.
The
They're not
reason they
like
raise the Palestinian flag isn't for the love of Palestinians. They raise it because
Yeah.
they see it as opposition to Israel.
Jesus,
It's like,
the enemy of my
and even a
enemy.
lot of them don't, and even a lot of them still don't do that.
Yeah,
Like
I
you're
mean
talking about specific
it's the
sects within
Neturei
there.
Karta and the Satmar neighborhoods usually are the ones that have the not all of the. It depends on the neighborhood you're in, but you'd have to dress like modestly, like probably with black and white, and you'd have to be with someone who knows the area or is
Yeah,
who
I'm
knows
not
the
going
cut.
to
You
any
can't
of
just
these
like, go in
fucking.
there
I'm
with a
not going
camera.
to any of these weird neighborhoods without an organization and security and all that shit. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah.
You don't
Um,
need security. Like if
But
I
it's
if I
not-
if
it's
I
no,
went
not
there
I'm
with you, it'd
saying
be
I'm saying
fine,
that there are some places where like I think these are because I've looked at some of these organizations and they say there are some places that you need security to go to, right? Like as a
yeah,
fucking
like for
person.
example,
you don't
I'm
need
not
security
taking.
there.
That's just a
I'm
person with
not.
a camera. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'm for example not gonna ever let you guys go to the Krayot. Fucking.
That's a
uh,
different story. You can't compare that to like Masharim, but yeah.
Yeah, obviously, but it's still like if you're going there in there with a camera, people are gonna be like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
I'd
Like,
Yeah,
recommend.
true. If you go to
If you
Masharim
want
with
to
a
see like
camera, that's
nice
problematic.
Arabs, I'd go to Taipei. That's like a really good
yeah, I can take them to Taipei. Taipei is like 20 minutes away from me. Fuck Qasim, Taipei, Tigre, like that's fine.
What's B'nai Brak?
yeah,
B'nai Brak, is that like a
I'm,
fucking
my
religious
family's
place
from
or?
like Sufi's Khat.
It's a religious place near Tel Aviv.
It's
Okay.
ultra orthodox as well. Yeah.
Are they anti-Zionist or not so much?
A lot of them are, but
Okay.
not in like the
And-
way that you're thinking of necessarily with the Palestinian flags.
No. Okay. Okay. So there's different kinds of anti-Zionist ultra-religious Jews. Okay,
Yeah, yeah.
cool.
Like I consider myself anti-Zionist in a religious ideological sense, but clearly you know my views. Like I'm not a anti-Zionist in that way. So you have a spectrum even within religious anti-Zionism of like what you're willing to get. Like I've met people who are religiously anti-Zionist, but they still want the Palestinians like gone. It doesn't mean that they But again,
Sounds
it's a spectrum.
pretty weird.
There's
Okay, cool.
yeah, no, there's some people that are anti-Zionist, Loner, because the state isn't Zionist enough.
I've met
Okay.
people like that too. Yeah, there are people
Yeah.
like that.
Okay.
Like there's West Bank settlers who call themselves anti-Zionist. Sorry. Go on.
Well,
Yeah.
Loner, if you have, I don't know if you have to go soon, but I sent you an article, two articles actually, about Sharon and Arafat and how how the Taba summit kind of went down, and some stuff that no one really knows that happened after. So I think it'd be interesting to check that out.
Where did you send me that?
I sent it to your Discord, but I don't know if you even get
You
that.
can just DM it to me.
Yeah, I
You're
did. I
not in
did.
my DMs, are you? Oh, are you?
No,
I don't see you in
I
my
don't.
DMs.
I am.
You're just getting too many DMs, Loner.
Was it a while ago? Send it again.
No, it was yesterday, but it's like
Oh.
really, this is like the most insane article I've ever read
Oh,
in my
here
life.
I see
Like
it. I
it's
see it.
really
Thank you. Gotcha. It's from Harar. It's in 2004. Okay, cool.
no, but it's from 20 years ago. It's in Hebrew. You have to translate it.
Yeah.
But apparently, there was like bilateral negotiations between Arafat and Sharon, and like kind of similar to the Taba summit. It was all kind of happening in secret, and then Arafat put out in the last second.
Okay, that sounds fun. All right. Anything else, guys? Anything
I mean,
big?
if you want to ask me any more questions, I'll just stay.
Can I meet you?
Hang on.
Can you say can I meet you?
Yeah.
Oh,
If you're here.
I mean,
Well, that's it for me. Thanks.
all good. Take care. Yeah, if we do any community stuff, we'll probably just like have a day devoted to community meets and shit like that. But yeah,
Got
we'll
it.
see.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. Anything else, dudes? I'm probably gonna end stream soon.
I just have a personal question for you, if you don't mind.
Okay.
How connected are you to your Maronite identity, or it's like whatever?
It's pretty whatever.
I see. Okay.
Okay.
Bye.
Take care, guys. All right.
Have a good night.
Do you need any more? Do you need any more questions, Lona?
I think I'm good for now. I'm hungry. That's what I need.
Just message me anything. But I sent you the interview that I was talking about. Like we sent it, so you don't have to look for it.
All right. Nice one. Okay.
Ciao.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Mr. Boxelli did not finish the Hasan video. No. I need bathroom and I need food and I need. Shai Lavi, thanks for the 30 shekels. I really appreciate that. In my opinion, you should have like a deep dive research narrative question. And based on that, ask smaller questions. For example, what is the culture of both societies? Are the societies racist and so on? Ah, interesting. Red Olympus, thanks for the maybe. Do you view the other? Do you think the other side is racist towards you? Yeah. Red Olympus, thanks for the $2. What do you think of Sadat? Seems like he made good decisions and then got killed for it. Who knows? Benjamin Brady, thanks for the tier 2 sub. And Daniel Hughes for the tier 2 sub. Damn, 2 tier 2 subs. That's pretty cool. Wow. Seems like he did the right thing. Then they shot him, you know? Poor Sadat. Anyway. He should have said, I don't negotiate with terrorists. That's what he should have said. That would have been sick as hell. All right, hang on. Fuck. Yeah, I need to go because I've got stuff to do. For some reason, I don't think I've heard from my sponsor about this new video, so hopefully there's no issues. I did send it to them, so okay. Whatever. Maybe get the video out tomorrow instead. Okay. Can I send you guys anywhere? Is it possible? Oh yeah, I can. I've got somewhere to send you, don't worry. Fuck. Fuck. Fucking what? Why is this not showing up on my... Huh, yeah, I don't know. Oh well. Don't see a stream there. I'll put you to this guy. All right, not President Sunday. I'm not raiding President Sunday, don't worry. Okay. Guys, love you. Take care. See you tomorrow. Maybe. Might take a day off. I don't know. Anyway, bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.